quem está na produção comunica connosco por texto. Ou seja, tu estás a comentar... Não, nós não os ouvimos. Temos estes auriculares, que é quando é as entrevistas, nós pomos para ouvir a entrevista. E eles têm os pop-ups, que é interview, e a gente passa para a entrevista, ou o teu microfone está desligado, ou commercial, pronto, que é as únicas coisas que nos avisam para a gente fazer a transição. Não, e ontem vão embora delas. Diz-me, vão embora. Pá, gente aqui. Sim, mas ontem longo no ar das gajas, a encher chouriços, estás a ver aí. morning, everyone. We are back to the Eurosurf Junior. Today is the second day of competition. We had the call and it's green light. We're gonna get going with the competition. And it's always good to welcome my good friend and partner for today, Philippe Gervis. Welcome.
Yeah, it's good to be here. We're gonna start at, we just started, I think. We're gonna start with the longboard under 18 boys. So we have 2 heats on the qualifying too. It's going to be a long day.
Yeah, it's going to be a long day. The news is that the competition is going to run on double bank. So we will have on the main bank, as Philippe said, the under 18 boys and girls. And then we're going to make the transition to surfing with the under 18 boys and girls. And on the secondary bank that is up north the beach, we will have surfing division with the under 16 boys, under 16 girls, and again we're going to return to the under 16 boys. So this is the news for today. In order to the competition run faster and we can get going the competition for the finals day to be on the best conditions possible. So it's a full day ahead with action with the start with the longboard under 18 boys.
Yeah, and we have the Portuguese Federica on the water right now with an Italian Filippo Marullo and from the Netherlands, Dawie Gebroch. I don't know how to pronounce that name, but yeah, it's small, it's fun. The tide is still a little bit high, but should be fun.
Yeah, so yesterday more or less the same conditions because on the forecast we know that today the waves should be a little bit bigger than yesterday, and as yesterday the organization made the good call to first put the longboard, as you said, the tide is high, so they can surf this kind of waves and then wait for the tide to get low for the surfing competition. We have the first wave.
Yeah, the Italian Filippo doing a nose ride. As you can see, the tide is still a bit high. You have a little bit of a backwash, but still managing to get a nice little nose dive, nose ride, and yeah, good way to start the heat as a longboarder. As we see the Portuguese surfer struggling to get in the wave.
Yeah, good angle 5 there, almost on the beach, on the sand, but that maneuver will count. Yeah, Federico and Filippo Marullo yesterday they were one of the standouts. They surfed very well. So we are on the main event, and they are the surfer that stays here or finishes here on third will fall into the reprecharge round. So we're going to get going to the main event, and also nobody will lose.
Yeah, nobody will lose
on this main event because the surfer that don't get the first or second place still have the reprecharge round.
Yeah, this is the thing about these Euro Juniors. It's you never lose on your first round. You always have. Back when we used to compete on this kind of tournaments, I remember our coach always saying that we have 3 lives here. The life of the main event, the life of the main event. The second life is the life of reprecharge, because you can actually go all the way through the final, through the reprecharges, and then the third life is as a member of the team, and because surfing it's an individual sport, and here it's pretty much about the team as well. So everyone is looking for the individual result, but you're still looking for the team result as well, because you want to have the gold for the Portuguese team in case of being Portuguese as well, obviously.
Yeah. So we are waiting for some scores to enter, and then we have live action with a good angle 5 so quickly, but unfortunately Dawie Gebroch didn't make it. Here was another try for Filippo Marullo. So as you said, the wave, the tide is very high, so the lengths of the waves are very short.
Yeah, it's still the sandbank is still really close to the shore. so it's not going to be easy because the longboarders, they usually love longer waves.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is what we get, and there's a little bit of a south wind in the water, and we're gonna see how that plays out on the conditions. Because normally the south wind just gives you a little chop on the wave, as we see the Portuguese Frederic doing a nice angle 5, and then he's gonna hit that last section. Nice little combo for the Portuguese surfer.
Wow, that's a good wave for the Portuguese. Frederico Carrilho, we will check now the replay of Filippo Marulho from Italy.
Yeah, nice little nosedive as well. He's going to finish this turn.
Good wave.
On the water. That's, on a longboard, that's pretty dangerous because the fin, they're not like the thrusters fins. They're not small fins. They're pretty big, and if you stuck the fin on the sand, you might get hurt, or might even break the fin. So pretty risky. We still don't have any scores yet, but we're still waiting. There's going to be a lot of action because it's a short pedal, and it's pretty consistent, even though it's small. There's a lot of waves and a lot of opportunities.
Yeah, the good news is that as the tide getting low, the conditions will improve. So what we're seeing now is, as it happened yesterday, it's going to improve. So it's good news because I think the next heats, we have a full packed day of action. We'll get better conditions than we have, but still Frederico and Filippo did good waves. We are expecting good scores for them. So it's the first heat of the day. The judges are analyzing and are watching the replays before releasing that scores. But should be good. Should be good scores.
It's the first heat of the morning, so you have to make sure you set the scale right. So as you can see, the first wave of red, the Italian Filippo, it's a 6 point. And Frederico Carrilho got a 5.5 on his first wave and a 3.75. We're still waiting for a few more scores to lock in. So nice way to start. Nice way to start for the Italian and the Portuguese surfer.
Yeah. So 6 points for Filippo, and he's on second place because Frederico Carrilho just did a 5.5 and 3.75. We are waiting on scores on all surfers from the last waves, and live action Frederico Carrilho, another Ang 5.
Waiting for this wave to give it a little more. Unfortunately, it closes out, so I think we're gonna see one more good score for Frederico, the Portuguese surfer, because he did a nice combo in there with a nose ride and a big off the top on his last right-hander. I don't know if that's the 5.5, but I'm pretty sure it's not. Here we have the Denmark team looking at the conditions and trying to figure out their plan for the next few days. As we see the surfers still waiting on scores. There's an important score for a Portuguese.
Yeah.
This is the French.
Yeah. So for now, Frederico is leading with Filippo in second place and Douwe Robrock from the Netherlands in third place. So Frederico and Filippo are doing, what they did yesterday. So they are consistent. They are having a good start of the heat, and then they control the heat until the end. Frederico Carrilho, which is the current Pro Junior Portuguese champ, and his nephew of one of the legends of Portugal, legends of the longboard. It's Luffy from the Costa de Caparica.
Okay.
Yeah. So
That.
it's a family with a lot of longboard on their blood. And
it's funny because I've been surfing for a while, and you don't see many longboards. As we see the Italian nice nose ride, one really nice turn, nice style from this Italian.
Yeah.
Really good style, really consistent. We also had the Netherlands surfer going to the right. As we see, we're gonna see the replay. nose ride as well, and unfortunately goes down. Yeah, but a nice way for Filippo. As I was saying, I've been surfing for a while, and I haven't seen any longboarders. Well, I usually don't surf longboard kind of waves, but it's fun. It's nice to have a new generation of longboarders in Portugal. I didn't know there was that many surfers, and I know that it's something that it's on in the surfing culture, and it's good to have a few longboarders as well. We're still waiting for a lot of scores.
Yeah, it's good because the longboard community in Portugal is getting bigger and bigger. They are trying also to, after the pandemic, all the problems that were organizing, the championships, and they are getting together again. The Portuguese national championship is getting stronger and stronger each year, and Federico Carrilho is part of one of the new generation because they need, as you know better than me, since you are a competitor also, they need the events to enter, to train, to compete, because if you don't have a good organization events, you can't compete.
Yeah, it's true, and they need the exposure, the exposition. Like they need to be found. They need to be they can get sponsors and
yes.
and they can travel. I know that we have a Portuguese surfer on the world longboard tour, João Dantas.
Yes.
But he was actually struggling to get some sponsors and struggling to get some money because in Portugal sometimes it's overlooked, and yeah, I think he actually started a GoFundMe, and he actually got some help to be able to travel all around the world and compete on the world tour. So it's good that they have longboard division on these kinds of events, because it gives them a little bit of better image and exposure.
Yes, it's very important because you mentioned João Dantas is representing Portugal on the longboard surf league from the WSL. So these kids, these juniors that we are seeing here on this Euro Junior, they look at those examples and they try to follow. And mainly the Portuguese, since João is there representing our country, of course they look at him and they say, hey, I want to be where you are in a couple of years from now. So it's very important.
No, it's super important to have someone to look up to. It's really important to have someone to look up to, and these kids obviously they have those idols, and they want to follow their steps. So it's really important, because you see it's always nice to have someone to look up to and to follow your dreams, and it's always good to have that one person that gives you that extra motivation, because that if they can get there, you can also get there.
Yeah, that's it. That's very important. So 4.6 for the previous wave of Federico Carrilho. We are still waiting on his last score. 4.25 for Filippo Marulho, that goes into first place, but there are still scores to come, but live action here with Federico Carrilho.
Yes, small ang 5, and now he's waiting for the wave to stand up. He's going to walk on the board a little more. Unfortunately, the wave just disappears as we see the Netherlands surfer with some nice style. Really, really good wave. It looks super young. I don't know how old he is, but he looks pretty young. And yeah, nice wave. See, he's just a little kid. Well, at least it looks like it. But really good style from the Netherlands surfer.
Yeah, he's trying, to get rid of that third place, because the other two are having a strong heat. And here we have live action with the heat leader, Filippo Marulho. Filippo and Federico, I think they have a similar style, since they are very quick walking on the board and putting the hang 5. But yes, there was also a good surfing for Dowie Robrock on his last wave. This is the replay.
Yeah, Filippo is making it a point of exchange over here because he's surfing faster, he's surfing with a little bit more style, and he's catching the best waves. And maybe that's the point of difference to get some nice scores on the board. As we see, he's already in first place. And still waiting for scores for a few waves, but I think it's gonna be like this for a while. First place Italian, second place the Portuguese surfer, and third place. I don't think that wave of Dowie was a 6.75, but still we still have to wait for scores and see to finish the heat and see who gets through to the next round.
Yeah, we are getting into the 5 mark on this heat, and their scores for all 3 surfers to come out. 3.35 on the previous of Dowie Robrock, but they're still the last wave for we are waiting for the score. So we will let the judges work, an amazing work they are doing, and to then get the current situation of this heat, because maybe we'll have here some exchange on what we are seeing now on the scoreboard, now on the left side of the screen. But for the first heat, Flip, a very, very consistent heat.
Yeah, there's definitely waves out there. The tide is still a bit high, so you can see it's actually pretty good for longboarding because they can get on the waves earlier and easier than a shortboard surfer. But as you can see, there's a few opportunities out there, and it has been fun to watch, and everything. It's gonna improve, I think, and we're gonna have some really nice waves for the other 18 surfers.
Yeah. Now the scores are dropping. 5.1 for Filippo Marulho. He keeps improving his situation, and we are still waiting for scores for Frederico Carrilho and Dowie Robrock, which they are on 2nd and 3rd place. Let's see how it works, but what we see is Filippo Marulho on the screen getting the deserved recognition because he's improving, and when his fellow competitors are trying to react, he's improving on his situation. So for what we saw yesterday and today, Filippo Marulho is very strong and is pushing for Team Italy, remembering that Team Italy are the current champions. They won here the trophy
as a team or
as a team? As a team.
Oh, the last Euro Junior.
Yes, 2019.
It was won by.
It surprised everybody. Yeah.
Really? Nice.
Yes.
But it's impressive because after this round, it's the main event final, which means the top 2. Yeah, straight away. The top 2 will go to a main event final. It's not the big final because they're gonna wait for the rapid charge finalists, so can they meet on the grand final. So it's an important result already. You still have to go all the way to the grand final, but it's a very, very important result to be on the main event final. So for the Portuguese surfer and for the Italian surfer, pretty good result when it's 2 minutes remaining.
Yeah, of course, it's a long way until the finals day that we are expecting to be next Saturday, but depending on the conditions. So the score for Dowie Robrock just entered now at 3.55. He improved this situation, but is still on 3rd place. We are still waiting on the last wave of the heat leader, Filippo Marulho, and the 2 last waves of Frederico Carrilho didn't enter on their top 2 because he previously did the 4.6, which is his backup, but on the previous 2 he did 3 points and 3.75. So this is the situation until the last wave from Filippo Marulho enter. Still there's the domination of Filippo Marulho.
Yeah, he definitely showed a little more experience, especially on the waves that he caught and the way he surfed. A little more style, a little more turns, and on longboarding, the style matters. So Filippo
Totally.
just showing he's a big contender to win this.
Yeah, yeah. So this is live action from Praia do Mirante in Santa Cruz in the beautiful west coast of Portugal. Thanks everybody for tuning in. We will have a full action day with longboarding and surfing, so stay tuned. We are waiting just 20 seconds to finish this first heat of the day, of the second day of the Euro Junior that we have here in Portugal. In 2020 and 2021, the event was not run because of the pandemic, but now we are back. Still, this wave is counting, I think.
Yeah, a nice hang 10 by Federico Carrillo.
Wow.
One nice turn. He's requiring a 5.61. Let's see what the judges think about this wave. But nice hit for the Portuguese surfer. He's going to get through to the main event final before the big final. Obviously, the main event final is the two winners of the main event finals will go all the way to the grand final. Otherwise, they still have to go to the rapid charge final and try once again. As we said, they have two lives here.
Yeah.
Obviously, if you go to the rapid charge, you're gonna do very many more eats, and we're going all the way to the commercials. We'll be right back for eat 2 of round 2 also. I'm sorry.
Stay tuned. Welcome back to live action from Santa Cruz in the beautiful west coast of Portugal. We are here broadcasting the Euro Junior, where we have all the European teams fighting for the title, fighting for the trophies, for their teams, for their individual trophies in their own division. So we started very well with
The Portuguese surfer getting through.
Yes.
Obviously.
Still waiting on his last score. That's why our scoreboard.
The second heat didn't start yet. We're going to have Noah Lamarche from France, Alfonso Zamora from Spain, and Luis Cudeiro from Belgium. So, nice heat. Obviously, France and Spain are some of the strongest nations on these kind of conditions and in this kind of contests. We've been France and Spain and Portugal have been battling for the gold from the last years. As we just saw, Frederic Carril on that last wave that we saw right before the buzzer, it was a 6.5, and he ended up getting through in first place.
Wow!
So first place for Portuguese surfer on the last heat, second place for the Italian. Unfortunately, going to the rapid charge, the Netherlands surfer Douwe Rebroch, and now we have the French up and riding, the goofy footer, just styling all the way through the wave, just nose riding right there, nice hang 5. He's gonna walk a little more. Unfortunately, the wave just ends on the beach break. That that for a longboarder, it's a hard one, but still a nice way to start for Noah.
Yeah, let's check the replay here from Noah. It was one of the standouts yesterday where France was on point, winning a lot of hits on longboard and also on surfing under 16 girls division. France is very strong, trying to get back his title that they conquered for last time in 2018. So this is live action from Alfonso Zamora from Spain.
A nice little wave, as you can see. That's the tide is getting lower, but there's a few waves. So I think we're gonna have some really nice waves for the rest of the days. As we see the replay of Brad, Noah on his second wave, a nice little nose ride.
Wow.
And then unfortunately going down, super close to the shore as we said, but it's never easy to surf waves like this. It's gonna be challenging. The first few heats of under 18, it's gonna be pretty challenging because it's short and fast. So the longboarders have the benefit of having a big board and super thick boards as well. So they're gonna get on the wave earlier and faster than everyone. So it should be interesting to see how the under 18s that we're gonna have. No, actually after this we're gonna have the longboard under 18 of girls. Okay, so we're still gonna have some nice conditions for the longboard.
As you mentioned, still with this high tide, longboards, they have a lot of volume, a lot of size, a lot of width.
Yeah, it's
so
always easier.
It's easier to surf this kind of waves. Like we said, it was a good call of the organization. And then when the tide's getting lower and the waves are a little bit more peaky, then we will make the transition to the under 18 boys surfing and under 18 girls surfing. So with the short boards, hopefully will be easier, because on these kind of conditions that we have right now, it will be very difficult.
Yeah, it's super close to the sand, so the surfers won't be able to surf a lot, as we have on the beach a Portuguese surfer for an interview.
Let's go Carlos.
Good morning, everyone. I'm here with the first winner of the second day of the Eurosurf Junior here in Santa Cruz, and it's no other than the Portuguese. And first of all, congratulations. And I just want you to know, how does it feel to win your second heat and be representing Portugal once again, and start off this second day with a win for Portugal?
Thank you. I'm very happy because I win the first heat of round 2 with the last wave at the last minute, at the last second, and I'm very happy with that. And now it's do the same and better and go into the finals.
Yeah, you said it all. So you want to leave a message, maybe in Portuguese, for anyone that's watching back home?
Yeah. Obrigado aos meus amigos, à minha família, aos meus patrocinadores. Obrigado à Federação por me dar esta oportunidade. Obrigado à minha equipa que me ajudou muito na última onda, apoiou-me muito e esta experiência está a ser incrível. Obrigado a todos, vamos Portugal!
There you have it, the first winner of the day, and back to you, boys.
Thanks, Nuno. It was not Carlos, sorry, it was our colleague Nuno that was on the interview. But we will go to the interview in a couple of seconds, because we had here live action.
Yeah, the French surfer almost loses it there, but he manages to get around and actually go for the finishing turn. Yeah, these contests, they're really good for these kind of surfers. As we saw, the Portuguese surfer, he was actually thanking the Portuguese Federation for the opportunity. It's really, because I've done a few of these. I remember I did under 18 Euro Junior in Morocco.
Wow.
I was thinking about where else, but yeah, it's always an opportunity to represent. This is the close we have to represent your country, because as I said earlier, surfing is an individual sport, and here you're not only just carrying yourself, you're carrying your national team as well, and your flag as well, and it's the opportunity to represent the Portuguese flag, and it's always nice, and it actually feels different because you have the team, you have to support, you have to be there for your teammates, you have to be there for the longboarders, for the girls, for the under 18, for the under 16. So it's a lot of action all day, and yeah, you have to cheer for everyone and make sure you make the right calls for the team, for yourself as well, but you have to make the right calls for the team because sometimes, and I remember we had a few years ago we had 3 Portuguese on the same heat, and I don't know which was the other nation, but we had 3 Portuguese surfers on the same team, and we knew one of us had to be
sacrificed.
And the priority was to see which one of us was going to be sacrificed to make sure that the other guy didn't get through. So it's always
strategy.
There's a lot of strategy because there's a lot of points on count. There's a lot of hits and a lot of
Teamwork.
It's incredible. It's a team effort. It's just it's different. This is a different contest because of that. Because you're playing as a team and you're worried about the Portuguese flag, and not only the Portuguese. I'm saying the Portuguese because I'm Portuguese, but you're always thinking about the team and thinking about your flag, and it's pretty amazing. But at the end of the day, you want to make sure that you bring the goal to Portugal.
Yeah, but he was so stoked because on the last wave he made a 6.5. So winning that hit on the last wave, on the last dying seconds, was amazing for Frederico Carrilho. Well deserved, but still, Filippo Marulho surfed very well and got second place. He was on the lead almost all the hit, but then the turnaround on the dying seconds. So this hit that we have on our hands, Noah Lamarche from France is leading. He made a 4 on his first wave and then a 1.5 on his backup. Still we are waiting on his last score. Alfonso Zamora from Spain is in on second place. He has a 2.25 and a 2.6 on his 2 best scores. And Luís Escudeiro from Belgium, he has a 1.2 and 1.25, still waiting on his last score. So action get going. Yesterday Noah Lamarche was one of the standouts also. Luís Escudeiro, he also was very well. He did well on his hit. So as we get moving on to competition, the hits are getting stacked. The hits are getting harder and harder.
We're gonna see. It's obviously the last champions were Italy, and that was actually a surprise for me. I didn't know that, but impressive. Because you know what, with the Olympics, people are starting to invest more and more in these kind of competitions, and investing more and more on their national federation and working a lot. And we had in 2019 we had Italy in first place, Portugal in second, Germany in third, and fourth England. And 2018 we had France, Spain, and Portugal. The last years, as we see Yellow up and riding on this one, Luís Escudeiro going on this wave. Unfortunately, it just gets one turn and then right on the beach. But as I was saying, the last years since I was surfing, he always has been Portuguese for France and Spain, and we've been going around that for a lot of years. I think with Italy winning the last edition of this Euro Junior, it's a good sign, and it's a sign as we see Noah Lamarche on a perfect little right-hander, unfortunately going down. A bit of a mistake by Noah. He's still in the first place with a low scoring heat comparing to the first heat with the Portuguese and the Italian. So both Portuguese surfer and Italian surfer with the scores higher than 10 points, and right now we have first place Noah with the 7.5 of total score. So a little harder than the first heat, but the waves are there, and it's just a few mistakes that the surfer are making.
Yeah, we are waiting on the last wave of Noah Lamarche. His previous wave was a 3.5, which is his current backup. Let's see if he can improve in his situation with his last score. He did not. It was just a 1.3. The score just was released now. And still we are waiting for waves for Alfonso Zamora and Luis Scuder for his last waves. They still have time. They still have more than 8 minutes.
Yeah.
And with there's a lot of waves, as you said, on offer. So they can surf there on this competition area, and we remind all our audience that the competition is being run on double bank today and tomorrow. That's the information that we have. So we are going to get going with this longboard under 18 boys. Then we will make the transition for the girls division, and then we will make the surfing under 18 boys and girls. But we have live action now.
Yeah, nice little hang five by Noah, and he still waits a little more of a nose riding, and then finishes off. Unfortunately, it goes down.
Whoa.
As we see a priority, the Spanish almost got barreled there. So, but yeah, we just saw a little priority as we see the replay of Noah's last wave. A nice little left-hander. He's going to probably improve his score. Let's see. And we still have 7 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. With the first place, the French surfer Noah Lamarche. In second place, Spanish surfer Alfonso Zamora. In third place, Luis Escudeiro. From Belgium. We still have a lot of action. I'm still figuring out who's the girls' heats. So we're gonna ask for the heats. We don't have it here, but because it's gonna be straight away with 5 minutes, almost 5 minutes remaining, 6 minutes and a half remaining, with the surfers waiting for the right waves and to make the right calls. As we see, with the first priority we have the Belgium surfer Luis Scuder. In second priority we have Alfonso Zamora, and third priority we have Noah Lamarche.
Yeah, so let's see if the last waves will change this situation. Here we have all the teams with all the coaches, an amazing ambient here on Santa Cruz in Praia do Mirante Beach. They have their signs to communicate with their surfers. So it's everybody is, so happy, so stoked to be back here after 2020 and 2021. They didn't make it because of the pandemic. So it's an amazing vibe with all the teams from all over Europe. People have a lot of smiles on the beach. Yesterday was the first day. And it's so good to have all these surfers, all these coaches, all these teams back in Portugal. We have live action. Luis Scuder with a good hang 5, then recovers there to another one. And whoa, that's a good wave.
Yeah, and we're pretty close to the beach, and we just see we just heard the Belgium teammates just cheering and yelling, because he doesn't need a big score. He just needs a 2.65, and who knows, maybe that's the score he needed, and the situation can exchange with 5 minutes remaining. So the Alfonso Zamora, he actually made a few mistakes during the heat, so that might cost him right now with the Belgium surfer doing a nice little left.
Yeah, it was very on point. He get a good left, and he made a good transition of the maneuvers with 2 hang 5s. Here we have now Alfonso Zamora with the hang 5 and still
nice answer for to fight that Luis Scuder wave. So nice hang 5, but let's see if he improves his score. But we're still waiting. We're still waiting on the last wave of the Belgium surfer, as we see Alfonso going on a nice little nose ride. Unfortunately, the wave just shuts down. But yeah, should be interesting. The last few seconds of the heat should be pretty interesting. Everything can change. The they are all, even the French, they are all, it's a low affair score.
Yes.
So we had Alfonso just improved his score. I don't know if it was the last wave or not, but he got a 3.9 that just locked in. And the requirement for the low is now it's a 4.3. So let's see if that last wave was a 4. The judges think it's a 4.3. And yeah, Alfonso just improved a little bit more. He got a 3.05 as well, and now Luis Scudeiro, as we see on this wave, unfortunately going down, now needs a 4.75. So it's getting harder and harder, but we still have a good wave for Luis to lock in.
Yeah. As we saw in the previous heat, on the dying seconds, everything can change. And on this heat, maybe will happen something similar, because there's only about 3 minutes left, and we see the last waves of Alfonso Zamora reacting and trying to secure his second spot. And there's waves for every surfer. We are waiting on scores for every surfer, so anything can happen. As you said previously, it was a low-scoring affair on this heat, but then they started to build their scores, and let's see if Noah Lamarche still hangs on the lead, or Alfonso Zamora, Luis Scudeiro. Of course, the important is to secure the first or second place to avoid the repechage round. But let's see who can get there, or the surfer that gets on the third place.
As you see here on the image, you see Luis Scudeiro trying to run away from Alfonso, and he's gonna be on his feet for the rest of the heat, because anything can change with any wave. As we see, he's gonna have to use his priority now. Alfonso, nice little backside nose riding.
Wow!
Really
Wow!
Almost going for the hang 10, and hangs on that last section.
Wow!
Nice wave. That's probably the coach. So he's
Yes.
going to improve his score, and Lois will be his life a lot harder. So as we see here,
Wow! This is a good wave for the Spanish longboarder.
really pretty surfing by Alfonso. Nice style. As we see, just locked in a score for Noah as well, a 5.5, and
Wow!
he improved his score. So we're still waiting on a few scores, especially on that Luis Scudeiro last wave. Judges taking a while and really going for it, and analyze every detail of that wave to make sure it's a score. But I think Alfonso will improve with this last wave. So life of Luis Scudeiro is going to be a lot harder after that.
Yeah, let's wait for the for the last wave. This is the last minute of the heat, and let's see who comes on top. First, we still have live action here from Luis Scudeiro. This heat caught fire here on the last seconds because nobody wants to remain on that third place. And we have scores to be launched by the judges for Alfonso Zamora and Luis Scudeiro, that basically will decide who gets second and third place.
We're going to see with 8 seconds remaining, we have Alfonso trying to improve his score. Going down the wave didn't allow him to do much, but yeah, we're gonna be on standby for a while, because there's a lot of waves to lock in still. It should be fun to see how it plays out on this last second, these last minutes. As we see, all the waves are locking in now. A 3.15 and a 2.5 for Lois. As we go on commercial break, we'll be right back after that.
Welcome back to Santa Cruz. We are broadcasting the Euro Junior live from the Praia do Mirante in the west coast of Portugal. We're getting underway the third heat of the second day of competition. We are still waiting for scores on the previous heat to inform you about the situation, who won, who got second and third. An amazing fight there for the second spot. Noah Lamarche did 5.5 on his last wave, so he's on the first place, but there's waves to be released by the judges, the wave scores, on the second and third for Alfonso Zamora from Spain and Luis Escudero from Belgium. And after that is only when we will know who will win and who will get second spot, still going on the main event, and who will go into the repechage round. So the first two heats of the day very stacked, because on the final seconds, you know, there was a lot of waves surfed, and the judges have a lot of work to do, and it's always a good time to welcome my colleague Carlos Mariano.
Yeah.
Carlos, good morning.
Good morning, Nuno. It's always a pleasure to be here with you and all our internet friends who are following this Eurosurf Junior 2022 edition. Nice waves today, some way better conditions than yesterday, and we started very well with longboarding, and we're still with longboarding. This is going to be, as you already said, of course, action-packed day with lots of surfing. We're going to have longboard, we're going to have basically all the categories today, so in the water, with two peaks working, two banks working simultaneously. Here on the southern part of the beach, Mirante Beach, and up there north with under 16 action going on. Right now, if you want to check, we don't have live images from live webcasts from the under 16s, but we have live scores if you want to check them out on our website on www.oceanspirit.pt or www.eurosurfing.org. As we are seeing, I believe it's the Irish. Oh, sorry. What? These are okay. Sorry, Blake Jones from Wales. Wales, is that it? Yeah. Because I was almost. I'm not sure, but I'm not sure if this is. If the board is correct, because they're saying Blake Jones, Tifer Lucine, and Arthur Randall at the moment, but I'm not sure if that's correct. If someone in the director's booth can, because I'm almost positive we're watching women's longboarding.
Yeah, yeah, we made the transition to the women's right now.
Yeah, and so the information you are seeing in your
it will be.
I was almost positive that I was seeing a. Well, nowadays it's getting a bit fuzzy, the difference, but I was almost positive that was a girl for sure. So, and I believe it's even the Irish, an Irish longboarder. But here I'm just. Here, perhaps I'm risking a little bit too much, but that was definitely a girl. So, if the guys up there on the director's booth can please correct the information we're watching, because the live webcast and exactly.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And it was on the money. It was Alex Fanning from Ireland on the red singlet, and we have Canel Le Breton surfing this right-hander with the yellow jersey, and Matilda Way from Netherlands in the white jersey. So now it's all correct. What we're watching is it's correct with some wipeout with the info you got in the live scores you have on your screens. Sorry for the little mess up here.
Yeah, but just to give an update on the last heat, because we were waiting some minutes after the heat was ended. Noah Lamarche from France won. Alfonso Zamora secured the second spot, and Luis Cudeiro fell into the repechage round.
Yeah.
So this is the official result from the previous heat, and now we just made the transition for the girls division.
Yeah, yeah. So I was watching the info on the board was one, and I was watching a whole different game on the screen, and I was a little bit confused. I know the difference between genders nowadays is a bit fuzzy and even a little bit controversial, but not here today at least. So it's all good. We're watching the longboard under 18 girls division for sure. Round 2, heat number 1, with Alex Fanning, Mathilde Way, Canelle Le Breton, and Freya Petterson Christensen. It was lacking that fourth surfer on the board, as well as we're watching Alex Fanning, very active, going for this wave, trying to, and she still manages to get it, but I'm positive that's not going to have a huge impact on her score for sure.
Okay, so we are waiting on the first waves to come, and a couple of minutes from now we will have the interview on the previous heat. It's an amazing vibe here in Santa Cruz while we're waiting for the scores to come out. You know, all the teams, all the Europe teams are together here. This event is part from the Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit Festival, where they have, you know, a mix of sports with surfing, longboarding, skimboard, body surf, a lot of stuff going on, and at night there's a festival daily with you know, live concerts, great vibe on the beach, a lot of things for, you know, to do. So you are always welcome to come to Santa Cruz. There is a lot of work that is being doing from the Torres Vedras municipality, also the organization Promo Torres, and also all the sponsors that make this event possible, and of course the European Surfing Federation. It's all a teamwork for all the teams to be here and show you know, what they can do. This is the future stars of tomorrow. We are seeing the best juniors from all over Europe, and it's an amazing vibe. It's a very important event. Here we see a paddle from Mathilde Way that entered this wave, but misses there the timing on that maneuver. But so in red it's leading. We have here red on live action because there's no scores enter yet. There's, you know, usually on every event, sometimes live scores need to be refreshed. So we are waiting for all that information to come to see what's the current situation of this heat. But what we just saw is that all 4 longboarders are very active on the water, and they want to showcase for them, they want to showcase for their team, and here they are. In this case it's Freja that was trying there an Ang 5, and as the tide gets low, the waves are getting peaky, and the conditions are improving. On the other side of the beach, on the north side, we will go there because now we have the interview with the winner of the last heat. Go ahead.
Okay, now we are here in the flash interview with the winner of the previous heat, Noah Lamarche from France. Once more, it's the second time we meet here, Noah, so it's a very good sign for you guys.
Thank you, thank you.
So today the conditions are slightly better than yesterday. How did you feel the ocean today?
Yeah, the ocean was good, but there is a backwash at the end of the wave, so it's a little bit difficult to finish the wave. But I take one good wave and a little backup, so it makes the job.
So challenging conditions especially for longboarding.
Yeah, a little bit.
So how are you feeling about the whole contest by now? It's the second day. Any nerves? How is it?
Yeah, it's good because I don't know. All the team are here. There is a big day of competition. With in France we have 17 series in a day. So yeah, I think.
So it's just like home.
Yeah, a little bit.
Another day at the office. Okay, that's it, guys. Thank you, Noah Lamarche, and we're going back to the booth with Nuno Príncipe and myself. So.
Thanks, Carlos. Noah from France is very strong on this event so far. We've seen him yesterday, and he's very consistent on his longboarding, on his surfing. And he's used to surf these kind of conditions, and he controlled the heat very well. For now, we got to get back into this heat. So first scores dropping now. Canel Le Breton from France scored a 3.5 and a 1.35 on this heat. Still their scores to come. On second place, Alex Fanning from Ireland. She's sitting on a 2.75. There's and now a 1.3. Well, we get into live action, and there's a lot of scores to come out, but there's a strong wipeout there.
Yeah, because the conditions are getting better throughout the day. We're watching some very nice lines coming in, and the tide's dropping, so everything is falling into place to have an incredible day of surfing here at Praia do Mirante in Santa Cruz, Portugal, for this Eurosurf Junior 2022. Meanwhile, Canel Breton is winning the heat with Alex Fanning from Ireland tracking second, Matilda Way from the Netherlands in third, and Freya Petersen Christensen in fourth, but with relatively low scores. And Alex Fanning, her last score just dropped in and propelled her into the first place. So as I was saying, still a bit low scores that make this heat way more competitive and with a very uncertain outcome right until the end.
Yeah. We saw on the boys division previously on those heats, they were decided after the horn basically, and with these kind of conditions, sometimes it's difficult for the surfer to stand out relatively to his fellow competitors, but they have to keep focusing because on those so stacked heats they have to. Okay, I have to keep my composure. I have to focus because I can't make a lot of mistakes because the other surfers are prepared to have a good performance. So, but it's good for the show because it's in terms of emotion, you never know who will win.
Definitely. That's always the case in sports, but in surfing, when you have so much to juggle, you have obviously your technical skills, but on the other hand, you also have to play with the conditions of the ocean, and you have a lot of strategy as well. So there's a lot of components here: how you pick the waves, when you surf, or when you just exercise your priority. And then after all that is combined, you still have your technical skills and the way you ride the wave. So it's a very complex chess the surfers have to play here in this kind of competition, especially when we're talking about competitions that are more focused on the team than the surfer individually. Per se, that's the big difference. That's the big focus, the main focus, and the major difference in these comps than what you see usually, where the focus is more on the individual.
Canel Le Breton just going into the lead. She started with a 3.5, and then she improved on his situation with a 4.75. Still waiting on her last score, sorry. And let's see, because we have here a turnaround with Canel going into the lead and Alex Fanning now on second place. Matilda Way is on third place, and in fourth place is Fredia Peterson Christensen. So this is the current situation since we don't have any more score to drop.
Yep.
On 7 minutes to go.
And we have a little bit of a, well, not exactly a lull because there are waves coming in and, and the surfers are all starting to paddle as we're watching Freya Peterson Christensen trying to catch that wave. It's not easy. The conditions make it a little bit tricky. She needed to paddle a little bit harder. Okay. Matilda Way showing the way and showing another wipeout. The wipeouts here in these conditions and here in Santa Cruz are especially even dangerous because the wave is powerful there on the inside on the shore break, and it's very shallow over there. So when we have a longboard in the equation to add to the situation, it might be even a little bit risky.
Yeah. Still the waves, the conditions are improving, but we see there some waves still.
It's still a bit tricky.
And still have the backwash. But the good news is that the tide is getting low and low. So these waves, should be peaky more in a couple of hours from now.
Should be improving for sure.
Yeah.
The best is still to come. And we're watching Freya Peterson Christensen. The Danish are definitely not used to these kinds of conditions because they have. I've been talking to some guys from Denmark, and they say the waves there are pretty small. Basically, they said that they have either big storms or flat, and in between they have like some wind swells, some wind waves, very small. So this is definitely a welcome change in conditions for the Danes and for Freya for sure. But she still has to adapt a little bit more if she wants to progress to the next round on this main event. If not, she still has the repechage rounds to make up. So she still has time to adapt. That's the beauty of these kinds of competitions.
Whoa, go Denmark!
Yeah, look at that.
Amazing.
That's what I call national representation.
Yeah, that's the vibe there. Also with the Portuguese flag there. I mean, this is an amazing. This is the best vibe that we can get. You know, after 2 years that we didn't have this competition, almost 3, and live action from the heat leader, Canel Le Breton. They're trying to improve on the 3.5, which is her backup.
Yep.
But unfortunately for her, she fell on that maneuver.
But that looked a very nice wave, and she charted with skill and courage. So that's got to be worth something. Let's see how the judges scored. Fortunately, I'm not a judge. That is definitely the hardest job on these comps.
Yeah, we take our hats off to the judging panel because it's not easy, because they are very active. I mean, there's a lot of opportunities there, which is the best situation for any competition, any surfing competition, is to get, for the surfers to get as many opportunities as they want or as possible.
It makes it especially hard for the judges.
Yeah. For the surfers it's good, but for the judges it's very hard.
Yeah. It's always nice, and it's good for the audience as well, where there are no dead zones here, no dead time. You always have some action. You always have something to watch and something to be excited for. So that's surfing, my friends. That's surfing.
Yes, in these kind of situations, I think the good strategy is to maintain your focus and be active, because of course they have to respect the priority. But there's a lot of opportunities out there, and they have like to focus on the bank and try to figure it out. Of course, before they enter the heat, the coaches say that the strategy is this. you have to do this. So they get into the water with those guidelines and try to follow those instructions.
Definitely. And as the event progresses and the surfers get a little bit more familiar with the spot, as we are seeing Alex Fanning, what a shame for the young Irish. As the surfers get more familiar with the banks and the way the waves working, then, and as the level progresses as well, then strategy comes more into play, and it's more like picking the waves and not surfing so many waves, but surfing the best waves. As Matilda Way,
Whoa!
whoa, very nice.
Yeah, that's a good
Nice
wave for
wave,
Matilda.
yeah, nice wave for Matilda. I'm guessing this is going to be her best wave. I'm not going to put that out there because that's the judge's job. But
Wow.
still, and Canelo Le Breton showing who's boss and why she's leading this heat.
Yeah, she's defending her lead. Let's see if she can improve on 3.5.
Well, let's see if Matilda Way with that wave dislodges Alex Fanning from Ireland from the second place and jumps into second, and so
Wow.
progresses into the next round of this main event. As we're watching Freya Petersen, the young Danish. Yeah, we have competition until the end of the heat, you know?
Yeah.
Lots of
yeah.
action.
Yeah, this is gonna be also, as we mentioned before, a very stacked heat because there's waves for 3 of the 4 surfers that are on the water. So we have 50 seconds to finish this heat, and we had good waves for Canel
Yeah.
and for Matilda. Also, there's one wave to come out, one score for Freja Christensen. So anything can happen on the
Yeah.
dying seconds of this heat.
Lots of scoring opportunities. That's the name of the game here. As we're watching Canelo Le Breton, I lost count of how many waves she's already got, and Alex Fanning fighting at least to secure second, position and progress into round 3 of this main event.
Matilda's wave was not enough, was a 2.55.
Okay, and so good news for Alex Fanning, who's still waiting for another score, and we'll see what Freya Petersen Christensen still waiting for a score as well, but I'm almost positive that this is going to end with Canel Le Breton on the first and Alex Fanning second, as we're going now for a small commercial space.
Stay tuned.
And we're back into action here into the booth with heat number 2, round 2 of longboard under 18 girls. It's me, Carlos Morien, now with Philip Gervis, a surfer turned commentator here for the Eurosurf Junior 2022. Welcome again, Philippe.
Thank you so much. It's great to be here. There's a few little waves. I had the opportunity to go through the other bank, and it's actually pretty fun. So I'm really stoked to see what's going to happen with the under 18 boys after. And right now we have on the water the second heat of longboard under 18 girls. We have from Spain Daniela Sevillano, the Portuguese surfer Aurora Dantas, the English surfer Lola Bleakley, and from Germany with the replay, this surfer Lisa Booth from Germany.
I think. As we're watching Daniela Sevillano, was pretty in form yesterday, winning her heat on round number 1. And this is a very stacked heat we're here with Daniela Sevillano, the Portuguese Aurora Dantas, Lola Bleakley, who performed very well yesterday as well. As we're watching Lola Bleakley here, surfing her first wave, and Lisa Booth. So this is going to be a very, very interesting heat that we have here on our hands, Felipe.
Yeah, we see the Portuguese surfer Aurora Dantas. Is Aurora Dantas?
Yes.
She's a relative from
she's sister.
Oh, she's João's sister. Okay.
Yeah.
And England, I know. I think the English team from the longboard, they're being coached by Skin Dog.
Yeah.
Because I just saw him when we got
Skinner,
here. So,
yeah.
Ben Skinner. So.
A legend in European surfing.
Yeah, one of the best longboarders in the world is actually, I think he won the last stop of the world tour of longboarding. So he's doing well. I've been watching Skinner surfing since I started surfing, because every contest that I went to that had longboard in it, like Eurosurf and Euro Junior. Ben Skinner was absolutely. It was normally Ben Skinner and the French surfer. I'm trying to remember his name for a while now.
I know you're talking about that. Just don't remember the name, but sure. Yeah, but Ben Skinner is
he's coaching the longboard team. I think.
He is. He's an incredible surfer and a huge personality as well. The guy.
He's an absolutely lad.
Great presence. As we're watching now, a little bit of a lull here in the swell, although the conditions are going to improve dramatically relatively to yesterday. You were saying that you were watching the peak on the northern part of the beach. I happened to watch it there a little bit over there a couple of hours ago, and definitely it's even a little bit better than here. So as the tide progresses, I think we're going to have some pretty excellent conditions here in this part of the beach as well. So
the other bank, we have the under 16 boys right now, and I just saw some really good waves. There's a sandbank that actually makes a right-hander with a lot of potential. So I'm pretty sure we're gonna have really good waves here on the podium 1 as well. We have a little bit of a lull, as you said, because we're still waiting for a few waves to come in. But yes, it's going to be a long day with a lot of heats and
lots of action.
Lots of action as well.
For sure. As we're still waiting for first scores to drop. The judges are working their magic on the scores. And they're going to award the first scores to Daniela Sevillano from Spain, Aurora Dantas from Portugal. As you said, a sister to João Dantas, one of the Portuguese legends of longboarding. Lola Bleakley from England, that we saw pretty nice surfing yesterday, and Lisa Booth from Germany. So I'm expecting a very, very interesting heat here today, Felipe.
Yeah, it's a lot of big names, and the other heat has had 3 surfers, or also 4 surfers as well.
Excuse me?
The last heat.
The last was four surfers.
Also 4, because the boys was 3-man heat.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I thought it was like that with the girls as well.
No, with the girls is 4.
So we're gonna have there's not too much action on this heat right now, but we're gonna probably, it's 15 minutes remaining as we see the English surfer Lola Bleakley with a nice little turn, and then finishing off with a nice style. As we see, there it is, Ben Skinner right there, waving the flag and probably giving her some information on what to do and how to keep up with the conditions and that roll. So as we see Lisa Booth looking at this wave.
And infecting the team with his enthusiasm. He has a huge personality, as I was saying. A guy who really loves surfing and loves what he does.
Yeah,
so, and that's infectious to the rest of the team. You know, it's so positive, so cool to see people who really love the sport and love to give back to the sport, as skinners.
Yeah, Ben has been around for. I don't know how old he is, but he's been around for a long time.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
he's
yeah.
a really experienced longboarder. I know he rips in small waves too, but he's a really good longboarder. And we're
Going for a flash interview with the winner of the previous heat of this under 18.
So we are
girls
here
longboard.
with Canel. So we are here with Canel Le Breton. Congratulations, was a good win. How is the condition?
Thank you. The wave were so difficult with the wind and the backwash, but I'm happy to win with this hit.
What do you think is the good strategy on this kind of condition?
Of the first of the hits, start with a small wave for reassure herself, and after that pause yourself and took the bigger wave.
It was a good situation for you that you control the hit, and then with that score you turn around.
Yeah, it's more simple for his mind.
So what's the vibe there on the French team?
The vibe are amazing because it's the best team I ever had, and it's really great to be part of this team.
So do you want to send a message back home in French?
Je suis hyper contente d'avoir passé ce hit. Merci à tout le monde d'être derrière moi et j'espère ramener la médaille à la maison.
Allez, allez, France. Back to you, boys.
And we're back into action after this interesting interview with the last winner, the previous heat winner from Nuno. And now we're back into action, as I was saying, with Aurora Dantas. And as the first scores are coming in, with Lola Bleakley leading, Lisa Poos with a 275 in second, Aurora Dantas with a 0.6 in third, and we're still waiting for Daniela Sevillano, not one but two scores, because I'm positive I saw two waves from Daniela. So, but we're still waiting for the first score and eventually the second. So, expect some changes on the scoreboard for sure.
Yeah, for sure. And as we see, the English surfer who's in first place paddling for this one, standing up and with a nice style, walking on the board, side walking, and then just trying to attack the nose. Unfortunately, the wave didn't cooperate, but she finishes off strong. So she's making a bit of a difference comparing to the other surfers.
Yeah, she left a strong impression yesterday. And
she did?
She's
nice.
I liked to see her surfing very much, and today she's actually, as we see here, Lisa Poos from Germany, doing her stuff. Very nice as well.
As we always see the Portuguese coach telling Aurora to calm down, as we see the replay.
Actually, that was the Portuguese president.
The Portuguese what?
The president of the Portuguese Federation, not the coach.
No, that's the coach.
Sorry,
that's
exactly.
longboard
Sorry.
coach, yeah.
That's another,
Yeah, because I saw the
no,
president.
you're sure.
Yeah, the president's on the other bank.
On the other bank, okay.
Filming
So
the under 16.
Yeah, that's
João Aranha.
This one.
Yeah, the longboarders coach. I don't know the name. I've seen him around.
Sorry, guys, I'm having a blank here. I'll tell you.
He was telling Aurora to calm down,
Yeah.
as we saw in the replay, because there's a lot of opportunities, there's a lot of action, and you just need to be wise, as we see. Something not usual for Portugal, especially on this time of the year, which is south winds. It's actually blowing quite strong, which wasn't supposed to. It makes a little chop on the wave, especially on the rights, but still, it's super fun, it's super rippable, and we're gonna have waves all day long. So it should be fun to watch the under 18 boys just absolutely smashing them. Right in almost 9 minutes, we're gonna have the under 19, the under 18 boys, and then straight into the under 18 girls. Should be a day with a lot of high scores and a lot of good surfing.
Yeah, and just to complement the information from some minutes ago, it's João Ferreira, the Portuguese longboarding coach. So sorry, João, I just had a blank here, and so he's pulling the strings over there, trying to calm Aurora Dantas down and see if. But she has a very difficult job on her hands. The level is pretty high on this heat, with Lola Bleakley surfing very well and commandeering an advantage here in securing a first place with a 7.65 with Daniela Sevillano from Spain. Still in second, and Lisa Booz that we're watching live action here. Nice wave. I like this German one.
Yeah, cheater 5 right there. She didn't actually put the front foot all the way. Nice finishing turn.
Yeah.
She's still waiting for a score on the previous wave, but now
solid wave.
Yeah, she's trying to improve, and it's gonna go to second place, I think. See, she doesn't put the front foot all the way to the front, so the judges will have that on account. But she finishes off really strong here. Nice little wave from Lisa as we walk into the last 7 minutes of the heat, and we have the Portuguese surfer Aurora. She still has a low scoring affair here.
In the ropes, as we say in boxing.
As we see the English almost losing herself there, some balance and waiting. Unfortunately, the wave didn't cooperate.
She risked a little bit, but that's how you win, you know.
Yeah, she's in first place, so she needs to improve on a 3.65. So she has to risk it a little more, trying to improve. But she's on a comfortable position because all the other surfers don't have any ice scores. So we're still waiting for 2 waves of Lisa, but let's see if anything changes.
Yeah. Probably. Although Lola Bleakley is doing a very nice job there, but Lisa Booz, I liked her last wave a lot. Very solid wave by Lisa Booz, and bad news for the Portuguese team with Aurora Dantas in 4th place.
She has first priority.
Yeah, she has to do something good and something quick to try and get her back into the game and at least progress.
Right now she needs 3 points, but I think
that's pretty attainable.
Yeah, but when Lisa Booz's wave, both waves will drop.
Yeah, it's gonna be.
Yeah, the score the score she needs are gonna improve a lot, so it's gonna make her life a little bit harder. We're approaching the 5-minute mark. Let's see if Aurora gets this one. She has the priority.
This looks promising.
Yeah, she's
paddling.
She's up and riding.
Okay. The frustration on her body language is up. It's evident.
If she went, she didn't go. She didn't know if she was supposed to go right or left, and she ended up not making any convincing change, and she ended up going straight forward, and you could see the frustration in her body.
Yeah. Definitely not the best situation for Aurora Dantas as we're waiting for another score from Lisa Booz, who meanwhile jumped into second.
Exactly. She already did that 3.35.
But that wasn't the wave we saw, Flip. I'm sure.
There's still one to drop, and she's doing another one here.
Oh,
nice finishing turn. She's really good at that kind of turn.
Yeah, I would say this is one of the best, if not the best wave we've seen in this heat so far.
As we see the replay, she goes right now. She didn't go all the way to the nose, but these finishing turns are really strong. So it's gonna see. We're still waiting for 2 scores of Lisa, but I think she will improve, and it's gonna make the Portuguese and the Spanish surfers their life a lot harder. So
and I'm guessing she's going to attack the lead. The lead, she's going to attack the lead.
Lola just improved slightly. She had a 3.65 as a backup, but now she improved a little bit and with the 3.7. So Lisa Booz needs a 4.35 to go to first. Let's see two less waves because there's still two scores to drop.
Yeah, and she has, yeah, exactly. She has 2 waves to yet to be scored. So I'm guessing we're going to have some dramatic changes on the heat board.
Minutes. Yeah, the last 3
on
minutes.
the board. Yeah.
It's gonna be some action on the last 3 minutes.
That wave for Aurora was so important.
Yeah, it looked like a wave with a lot of potential. Unfortunately, she didn't make a convincing choice.
Yeah.
Ended up going forward instead of choosing the right and the left, as we see. The English surfer trying to improve on a 3.7. She's riding. Unfortunately, she goes out of the wave, but should have gone. Should have been could have been a nice nose ride.
Yeah,
so.
definitely. She was really on the tip of the nose, but unfortunately the wave just died under her feet. So, as we're watching Daniela Sevillano paddling for this wave.
Yeah, paddling really hard. As we see Lisa Boo's second to
Whoa,
last score. Nice.
Nice walk.
And she finishes off.
The camera just didn't pick. I'm not sure if the conclusion of that wave was the best, but Daniela Sevillano, who hails from Salinas, Spain, showing some very nice surfing there. And as I said when I saw the names of this heat, I said this was going to be a very interesting heat, and I was not wrong. This is definitely one of the best longboarding heats we've seen in the day, or one of the best heats we've seen in the day in this webcast. As you're watching, Lisa Booz going for this one as well.
Yeah, she's not the last wave, not this one, but the one bit before. She got unfortunately going down, but she got a 3.8, which means she dropped her requirement for first. She now needs a 3.91, and she did that wave that you like very much.
Yeah,
so might be the score, might not.
Might be the one she needs.
Yeah. So with 1 minute and a half remaining, less than 1 minute and a half remaining, we have the English surfer in the first place and the German surfer in second place. In third place, we have Daniela Sevillano waiting for a nice score as well. She's probably going to improve on that 1.5. And unfortunately, in fourth place, we have the Portuguese surfer.
Yeah, needing
already a 6.4.
No, 695.
And Lisa just changed the whole situation. You were totally right.
Yeah.
That was the best wave of the heat. 4.6, and she jumped all the way. As we see Aurora going on this one.
And she needs something very special if she wants to.
Her body language felt like she was already giving up.
Yeah.
So, as we see the English surfer trying to go back on the first place, and Lisa Booz, best wave of the heat. 4.6, improved slightly, building up her heat. So she's now in the first place.
Sevillano paddling, and she still has a score to drop. That last wave, I'm not sure how she concluded that wave, and that's very important to the outcome.
Do you think was the best wave of the heat?
No, definitely not.
Yeah,
definitely not. But she needs a 550. No, it wouldn't be. I'm not sure. This is just my personal opinion. It wouldn't be fair to this lot, Lola Bleakley from the second place, considering their performance on the heat. So I think Lisa Booz and Lola Bleakley are the fair winners, or the fair leaders of this first and second place of this heat, and progress into the next round. And we're going for commercials.
We'll be right back. back live, straight into the under 18 men's round 1. So we're gonna have, there's a few waves coming, and we're gonna have a lot of action right now. There's plenty of hits and plenty of surf coming in as the heat just started. I just heard the beat, the butter beater, and we got on the first heat the English surfer Alex Jakes Townsend, the Italian surfer Brando Giovanni, who is up and riding right here with 2 nice turns and 1 finishing turn. And we have Tom Sheldon from Wales and Oliver Helskov from Denmark. So nice first heat. There's going to be, there's a lot of opportunities, and we're going to have a lot of surf. I have here with me, Nuno is back on the booth.
Yeah.
It should be an interesting round 1.
Yeah, Philippe, I was just there on my break to check the other bank, and the level of surfing is amazing.
Yeah,
I mean,
the bank is really good.
Yeah, the
there's
bank,
a right-hander, a perfect right-hander.
Yeah.
She looks pretty fun.
pretty fun. I just saw a guy just catching precisely a right-hander and just destroying, and still on this that we are seeing now, the first hit of round 1 of under 18 boys surfing division.
Yeah, we had the French surfer Axel Dominguez. That's not a French name. Axel Dominguez with a total score of 16. So that's what you probably saw.
Yeah, that's what I probably saw. It was the red jersey.
Yeah, exactly. He did a 7.25 and an 8.75. So a lot of really good surfing on the other bank. But I'm pretty sure we're gonna see some really good action over here as well.
Yes, for the our audience that is tuning in, thanks for watching. If you want to check the scores of the secondary bank, please go into the website eurosurfing.org to check all the scores. Here on the main break, we have here live action with Alex Jakens Townsend. Yeah, from England. Brando Giovanni from Italy is in the white jersey. Tom Sheldon from Wales is on the yellow jersey, and Oliver Helskov from Denmark is in black jersey.
As we see up and riding Tom Sheldon from Wales, just waiting for the wave to stand up, and unfortunately going down on that last section. It's interesting to see surfers from Wales. It's not a place that you immediately think about surfing, so it's very nice to see. And even Denmark, everyone knows that Denmark has some waves on the Lofoten Island, but it should be. It's probably really, really cold. And even Italy, I know I have a few friends from Italy, especially from Hobby D'Amico. It's a big friend of mine, and I know he and Leo are probably the biggest. Leo Fioravanti, who has been on tour for a while, they are probably the biggest ambassadors of Italian surfer. And honestly, sometimes they have some storms down in the Mediterranean Sea, and they have really good waves. It's not the most consistent place in the world, but still, it's super fun. I know Sardinia, the Isles of Sardinia have really, really good waves. Leo Fioravanti already did a few interesting documentaries about the waves in Italy. So it's always you never think about going to Italy as a surf trip, but I know that's really possible. I know that Marlon Lipk and Goni Zubizarreta, they went there a few years ago and absolutely scored. So it's probably a fun place to go, but it's one of those places that you have to go as soon as you see the swell. It's not a place that you can go without checking the waves, because otherwise it's going to be flat. But if you go on the right time with the right storm, you're probably going to get some waves.
Yeah, and nowadays, as you mentioned before, with the Olympic Games, to grant this spot of surfing, the thing is, even if you see surfers from countries that they don't have quality waves, usually they go to France, they come to Portugal to train.
Yeah.
So we have a lot of teams.
And you
come
know what?
here, or Germany.
Italy has one of the best surfers in the world in their team right now, but the open team, not the juniors, which is Jesse Mendes. Jesse Mendes
Yeah,
right now he
changes-
changed his nationality
Yeah.
to try and go compete for a spot in the Olympics through the Italian team. And you know who's the Italian coach? Yeah, the former city surfer Adriano Minirin Souza, which is an incredible upgrade for the Italian team. So they really this small team, not small, but this least known for their surfing nations. They're really going for it, and they really putting their money and spending their money on getting better, and that's really amazing because you know what, there's always an opportunity. And the Olympics, everyone is looking for the 2024 Olympics in Tahiti.
Yeah.
So you see a lot of nation changes, which I know some people don't think it's right, but if you have the connection with the country, if you have an old relative or something like that, I don't see anything wrong with it. So I think it's part of the game, and if people like the Jesse Mendes think it's a good idea to change his nationality to Italian because he has more of a chance. It's not 100% sure he's going to make it to the Olympics, but he thinks maybe it's easier because especially if you're coming from Brazil, you're going to have two of the best surfers in the world competing on the Olympics. So he just saw a little window there of an opportunity to come in and try to fight for a place through the Europe. It's not because you know there's a few spots by country, isn't it? By not country, but continents. There's a few spots by continents, and he's probably trying to get a spot through Europe. He probably thought it was easier than actually going against probably Toledo and Gabriel Medina, or Toledo and Italus. So it's not going to be easy. As we see Alex from England, one really nice first turn.
Whoa.
A second nice turn. He's going to improve on that 2.5 and fight that first place with Brando.
Yeah, that was a good wave. Until now, Brando Giovannoni from Italy is in first place because he has a 5 points, still waiting on his last wave. 2.5 to start his campaign, Alex Jackenstounden, and we are waiting also on his last wave. 1.1 for Tom Sheldon, he's on third place, and just 0.35 for Oliver Eliskov from Denmark. So now 4 points just dropped for the heat leader.
Yeah, and there's still the last wave still remaining, so he's going to improve on that 2.5 for sure. I was here thinking about who else change their nationalities. We have Tatiana Weston Webb.
Yeah.
She changed all the way to Brazilian. As we see Tom Sheldon paddling hard for this one. Up and riding a little late. Let's see if he gets around the section. Unfortunately, he didn't. I know that Brizanne as well. She was a wine, and now she's going for the Costa Rican flag. There's a few, as we see, the Danish surfer Oliver Elkenstone trying to go for that last section, unfortunately going down. But I know. There's a few yesterday. I just came from Pantene. This is the Italian surfer. Nice first turn, and then a good second turn. Let's see if he finishes off really strong on that one. He's gonna be happy, and we can hear the Italian team just screaming and whistling. It's a nice wave. So we're gonna have a fight for the first place between Alex and Brando.
Yeah.
I know that, for example, yesterday I came from Pantene because I went there for the WSL contest, and we had Rachel Presti. She also changed her nationality to Germany. So as you can see, it's part of the game as long as you have a connection to that place. Obviously, you just because if you don't have a connection, it's going to be really difficult to do that. As we're going to go to the interview with the winner of the last heat, the longboarders Lisa Bus. Let's check it out.
Okay, and we're here with Lisa Boos, German surfer, lives in California, so she's pretty comfortable with English. Thank goodness, because my German is not the best, as you as you can imagine. So, Lisa, nice surfing from you. Well, how did you feel about your performance here?
I'm really stoked about my performance. I love longboarding in California, like just going with my brother, and these waves are very similar to what I surf at home. So I felt really comfortable and just kept moving around and put a couple scores on the board. So I'm really happy with the way I surfed.
What's your local spot in California?
It's Lower Trestles and Churches. Those two spots I surf a lot. I shortboard as well, so I kind of switch off between the two. And Churches is my favorite longboard wave, just a long right and left, and yeah, it's super fun.
That's pretty cool. What are your expectations for this comp?
My expectations, I don't want to set like really high expectations. I just want to be happy with the way I surfed at the end of the day and try and get the waves I want and, get a couple good scores and be there for my team. Try and get as far as I can, of course. Everyone wants to win. But yeah, I just want to be a better surfer at the end of this contest.
That's a spirit. Okay, thank you, Lisa, and thank you, guys. And I'm going back to the booth with Felipe Gervis and the Prince. Go for it, guys.
Thanks, Carlos. Amazing. When you feel that vibe of winning streak, when we feel this, and of course, it's the name of the game is to adapt to the conditions, try to get the best of it, and stay positive. That's always a good.
That's the biggest part of being a competitive surfer. Just staying positive. I was saying that yesterday because we came. I was saying I'm gonna say it again. We came from Pantin and it was really small, and I actually thought the surfers were really positive towards the because I remember when I was a competitor, I wasn't always that keen on going when the waves were bad. As we see a little bit of a mistake by Brando Giovannoni, because he had the last priority. He's in first place with a 6.75 and a 5 points, and he's probably making it. He just did a big mistake there. He went on Tom Sheldon's wave. So let's see what the judges will think about that. If it's going to be an interference or not. In my opinion, it was. He actually, the surfer from Wales, just threw his arms around like, what is he doing? But let's see if I don't think it's going to change too much because the third and fourth place had really small scores. Yeah. And what happens when you have an interference, basically, it cuts your second best wave to half. So probably Giovanni is going to be counting on a 6.75 and a 2.5. So he's still going to be able to make the heat, but probably Alex, the English surfer, is going to make it to first place. But first, we need to see if the judges are gonna put an interference. Actually, we had an interesting moment there in Pantin as well, because we just saw something like that, and the judges didn't give it the interference on the first minutes of the wave and the first minutes of the heat, and we thought it was interesting because as we see the English surfer with 2 hits off the top is going to make another one. Let's see. Nice and relaxed style. Sometimes, interference was called in Brando. He's still in second place, but a bit of a mistake there. It could have cost him it could have cost him the heat. Let's see. Tom Sheldon now needs a 5.66. It's still difficult, but yeah, it's the difference between getting through in first or in second, and right now it doesn't make any problems, but later in the draw it could mean something, as we see Brando trying to improve at that 5 points, as we see nice little bottom turn, nice first turn. He's a really good surfer, and then finish it off, throwing off the fins, unfortunately going down. He's still in the second place, but a pretty big mistake.
Yeah, and I think, Philip, what I just see is that they have cut his second wave because his total score is 6.75, which is his best wave. So let's see how this pans out until the end, because of course Tom Sheldon and Oliver Eliskov now know this situation, and they understand what they have to do, because there's a lot of disadvantage for
maybe
Brando Giovannoni.
Yeah, maybe the rule that changed. I didn't know that, because back when I competed, as I said, the interference call just cuts half the second worst score, so it should be counting a 6.75 and a 2.5. But now, as I see, it just cuts totally your second wave.
Yeah.
So he still has a 6.75, which is the best score of the heat, and he's gonna hold on to that. He's gonna try and improve, because it just needs that one big score to get through. Let's see if he can make it. As we see, the Denmark surfer Oliver Elkenston up and riding, a nice little bottom turn. Unfortunately,
wow.
Unfortunately, going down there, not that much of a confidence on that one, but still, he's not happy.
Yeah,
he was not happy with that. But yeah, it should be interesting to know where the Danish surfers where they train. I think that's something we'll try to figure out when we're doing interviews, as soon as we have one on the getting through in first place, so we can interview them, just to try and understand how they train and how they adapt to this. As the whale surfer up and riding, he needs a 5.66. Unfortunately, going down on that one. So yeah, it should be interesting to see how it's working for them. Because it's always super cold in Denmark, and there's not always waves, so they probably go. I know there's a lot of surfers, like German surfers. Germany is doing a really good job with the senior team. They're probably doing a good job with the junior team as well. We're gonna check this out during the day, because we're probably gonna have German surfers surfing. But I know they do a few camps in Costa Rica and so
in Portugal
I know,
also.
and in Portugal, I know they've been in France. The last week they were in France, as we see Tom Wales trying to get closer to that 5.66. Unfortunately, catching some not a good wave. So I know this Germany is really investing on that because they had Leon Glatzer actually went to the Olympics last year. So it shows that anyone can go, and if you work on the right place and you work with the right people, you can get a spot.
Yeah, so we have 2 minutes to go on this heat, and even though Brando Giovannoni made an interference, Tom Sheldon and Oliver Eliskov didn't manage to capitalize on that. So let's see if they have to have a total score of more than 6.75. Tom Sheldon just has 2.1 and Oliver 1.85. So there's not much time left for them to try to get the best of that situation of interference.
Brando is dodging a bullet here, because it was a really big mistake, and now he has to hold on. Fortunately, he has that 6.75, and Tom Sheldon and Oliver are having a hard time to get a score like that, or a combination of scores to go above that 6.75. So a little bit of a bullet dodging here from Brando, and I think he's gonna be happy, and who's gonna be happy for sure is Alex Jake Townsend, because he went straight into the first place. As we see Oliver Eliskov going down as well, unfortunately. it's fun. Huh? The wind is starting to drop off a little. It's not as strong as it was in the morning. It's starting to get a bit glacier, and the sandbags are looking really, really fun.
Yeah, both sandbags here on the main peak and on the double bank up north the beach. They are amazing on these kind of conditions, and the scores are improving. And Brando Giovannoni, we see here a last wave that still counts for the heat leader from England, but Brando Giovannoni made it with a second place. He had the best wave of the heat with a 6.75, and check these lines coming as much as here they are. Go England! There with the team always cheering his surfer.
Really good work by Alex. He's gonna be happy with that one. We're going all the way to commercials. We'll be right back with more action from the under 18.
Welcome back. We are live. We have here live action from Santa Cruz, west coast of Portugal, Praia do Mirante. We are going into the competition now with the Heat 2 of under 18 division surfing. Boys, we have on red jersey Jacobo Trigo from Spain.
I'm really interested to see how's the new generation of Spanish, because I know they have some really strong Basque surfers. I don't think Jacobo Trigo is a Basque name, so it's probably not from the Basque country, but we have to figure it out, because I know they have a really strong new generation of surfers, and I'm really interested to see how the Spanish and the French team, even the French, I recognize a few French names like Noah Dupois and Nicolas Paulet. Nicolas Paulet is a really good surfer. I was really impressed watching him surf on a few Key Wests that I actually saw him surfing, and I know Portugal has a really strong team.
Yeah.
On the under 18 and both under 16, and I know that France has also a really strong team, and I'm really curious to see how's the Spanish team, because normally we have the three main countries on these kind of conditions, on these kind of contests, even though Italy won last year, but I'm really curious to see how the Spanish team will perform this event, because I know they have a really strong really strong new generation of surfers. They're putting a lot of effort bringing up a new generation of Spanish surfers.
Yeah, let's see how this heat gets going. On red jersey, it's the Spanish surfer. On white jersey, Rendal Salawanech from Netherlands. And the yellow jersey?
Yeah, Anders Ravenscroft from the Channel Islands. Yeah, I actually thought Channel Islands. This is super weird. I never thought I would say this, but I actually went to Channel Islands once because we had the Eurosurf there. As we see the Spanish surfer Jacob Trigo, goofy footer, nice little first carve, wide stance, and finish it off really strong, really well surfed by Jacobo. Yeah, we had a Eurosurf in, as we see the Netherlands surfer from the Netherlands, obviously, two-turn combination wave. Yeah, Channel Islands. It's small little islands, and that's why it's called Channel Islands, between France and Great Britain. So there's a few channels of a few islands over there, because it's on the channel. It has a name. I have to see the. I know it in Portuguese. In English, I don't know, but I'm gonna figure it out. But yeah, it's a little island. There's actually some fun waves. It's in between, right in between Great Britain and France. We'll be right back to the interview with this team, because it's a fun place and has a lot of good waves.
And we here in the flash interview here in Santa Cruz with Alex Townsend, the winner of the under-18s first heat of this event in surfing, of course. And we have Alex. How did you feel in the water? Fine, I guess.
It's good. It's good. It's a bit like break the nerves at the start, but then I got two waves, two like all right waves, and then started building on that. Luckily, the other guy got interference, so it kind of put me through. But yeah, it's confident. Looking forward to the next couple heats.
Yeah, that's the spirit. Where are you from exactly in England?
North Devon, so Croyd. I originally come from South Africa, though. Yeah, I used to live there for 14 years, but England now, North Devon. So yeah, it's good.
And how are you liking Portugal? I'm not sure if it's your first time here or not.
No, I came for the Euros 2019, I think, 2020. I don't know. I'm not too sure, but I came here for that. I got 9th or something, so it's good to be back in Portugal since the 7th anyway. So it's all good.
And what are your personal goals here in this event and England? Because they're not one of the favorites, of course, one of the chronic favorites of this event. Still, you have to have your goals, all right?
Yeah. So last time we came 4th, hoping to either equal that or beat it. But yeah, my personal goals, probably top 10. Hopefully, I want to get to that top 10. But yeah,
pretty conservative.
Yeah.
One heat at a time, as they say. Okay, thank you guys. Back in the booth with Philippe Gervais and Nuno Príncipe, and the action goes on.
We have back to live action. You know, Team England is also a strong team here, and so let's see how they manage on the next days. It will be. It's always you know, a contest where you have to be consistent.
Yeah.
Some surfers start well, and it was a good hit for the surfer that we just saw on the
from
interview.
England. Yeah.
So, but. You know, the name of the game is consistent until the end of the
Yeah,
check.
and this is it doesn't look like it, but it can be a really long contest.
Yeah.
Especially, you know, if you're in the rapid charge, because if you're on the rapid charge, you have so many hits to surf. If you keep yourself on the main event, it's a bit easier because it's a lot less tiring. But if you go on the rapid charge, you have so many hits to make. So yeah, you need to be consistent and try to spend the most time possible on the main event.
Yeah, that's it. For you to have a second life in your bag and say, hey, if I need it, okay.
Yeah,
but
obviously, but it's less tiring.
Yeah.
It's a lot less tiring because you surf less.
And the pressure is different.
Yeah, of course it is, because you always know on the back of your head that if something goes wrong, you can have
a second
shot. Have a second shot, but still, it's not easy, because if you go on the rapid charge, there's a lot more pressure, because if you lose, you're out of the contest.
Yeah.
But especially because you surf twice the hits you surf on I think it's even 3 times the hits you surf on the if you stay on the main event. So you want to conserve the energy and go all the way through the finals day. On the main event, you're gonna surf maybe 4 or 5 hits, but if you go on the rapid charge, you're gonna surf at least 10 hits. So it can get super tiring. It's a marathon. This contest is a marathon. I remember our national coach back in the days. He always said that this is not a sprint. It's actually a marathon, and you need to be really consistent and keep your energy at the highest levels, because you need to be on the main event as long as possible. Otherwise, you're gonna spend your energy surfing hits that aren't necessary.
Yeah.
And you're gonna see the first rounds of rapid charge. It's gonna be really, really tiring, because there's a lot of surfers and a lot of hits. You want to keep yourself, and it's interesting because we're gonna see mainly who stays on the main event are mainly the strongest nations, and it's gonna be interesting to see who's gonna keep themselves there. I'm pretty sure France, Spain, Portugal, and we just saw the English surfer is gonna be on the round 2 of the main event as well. So it's gonna be interesting throughout the day to see which nations are going to keep themselves on the main event and which nations are going to the rapid charge.
Yeah, and that's a good point that you are focusing. Right now we have leading Anders Ravenscroft with a 3 and a 2.35. Jacobo Trigo from Spain has the best weight of the heat, 5 points is second place. And here you see the Rendell with this just short left wave. He has a 2.25 and he's gonna put also this score on these two top scores. Here another chance that is missed by the heat leader because he fell on that final section. Yeah. As you said, the pressure is different, but I think it's cool because some surfers fall into the rapid charge 1,
but they can still win.
Yeah, and they can still win. And after falling, some of them, the high pressure makes them making mistakes on their hits, and sometimes they get out of competition. But the others get scared of being eliminated, and they go straight forward until the final. So it's amazing.
I'm here looking at the draw, and basically until the final, if you're on a main event, you surf round 1, this one, and then round 2, round 3, round 4, round 5 before the big final. But if you fall into the rapid charge, I'm going to give the example. If you lose today, all the way to the final, you surf round rapid charge 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then the big final. So you can surf. It's a long contest, but the good thing about this contest is it's not that you're still able to win the gold and to make yourself on the first place if you are in the rapid charge. That's the big thing about this format, which gives you the opportunity to still win if you lose and if you're not on the main round. The problem is you're gonna do twice as much hits, but you're still able to win.
Yeah, that's amazing. The hope is always present on these guys and girls. So let's see how this works for them. Of course, they are doing the best they know. Here we have the replay of the last wave of Rendel Salawanej from Netherlands. And also here we have live action from the
Channel
yellow.
Islands, from Channel Islands. He looks really young. He's a small kid. He looks young. We have to try and figure out this. Sometimes back in the day, he looks super young. He looks like a little kid, but maybe he's young enough to be competing on the under 18 and on the under 16. It happens sometimes. Wow. Nice little finishing turn by Jacobo. I was here looking at the surf under 16 boys, and as I said, we're gonna just check this replay. He's gonna get in on the double up and do this finishing turn. Unfortunately, the wave wasn't good enough to two turns, but I was looking here and looking at the we were talking about the strongest nations.
Yeah.
I was looking here at the under 16, and we have on the first heat we have Italy getting through, Morocco getting through as well. We had Spain and Netherlands. We had Portugal and Ireland. We had France, obviously, with a 16-point right by Axel, which is probably the highest score of the contest so far, and also Belgium. Belgium they are
Strong
really
team.
They are really strong, and we had Inigo Medina. This is super weird. I'm super interested to see where these names come from, because Alex Dominguez, it's not a typical French name. Neither Inigo Medina. Inigo Medina looks like a Latin name, and also Lars Peter from Belgium. So there's a little pattern here. You have Spain, you have England, you have Italy, you have Belgium. Belgium is doing really well, so we're gonna see if it's the same on the under 18.
Yeah, that's a good point that you mentioned. So we have almost 5 minutes to finish this heat. Jacobo Trigo is leading. He made a 3.8 on his last wave. On the last wave of Rendel, we have live action now.
Nice little left.
Wow.
Unfortunately, going
Mistake.
down, the wave had a lot of potential. Unfortunately, he missed that first turn. With 5 minutes remaining, we see Jacob Trigo looking at this wave. It looked like it's going to be a nice little left. Strong first turn.
Wow.
And strong
Wow.
finishing turn. It's going to be the best wave of the heat, probably. And it reminds me of Italo surfing. A really low center of gravity, as you can see. It just compresses really hard on that bottom turn, and really strong on that first turn, and really strong on the second one. He's there on the whitewash, making sure he's in front of the wave, so the judges think that's a finishing turn that was actually finished.
Yeah.
But strong wave by Jacobo.
I think he's gonna put the ice on the cake with this amazing wave, that two-turn combo. I'm sure the judges will like it, and will put a good score on this last wave. And you were right. You were getting some highlights of the Spanish team. You're coming from Pantin, from the Key West event, and one of the Basque surfers won, right?
Adura Matrian, he won, and we actually have a surfer here that was on the final yesterday, Caio Driozola. He was on the final in Pantin.
Wow.
And he probably, like me, drove all the way yesterday, all the way from Pantin to Santa Cruz straight away. And he's gonna do the contest. He's a really, really good surfer. He's one of those surfers that came from the new generation of the Basque surfers. He's original from San Sebastian, and he's technically one of the best surfers of his age for sure. And he just did the second place on WQS.
Wow.
So it shows. They're really improving. The Spanish team are really putting effort on the new generation, and we saw Jacobo here doing an amazing job. And we're gonna later this round we're gonna see Kai as well on the under 18. Yeah, on the heat 11 we have Caio Driozola. So it should be fun to see how he's gonna do. And we also have from Spain Manuel Fernandez. So it's going to be interesting. This under 18 is really stacked. French team is really strong. Portugal team is really strong. Martin Nunes is a really good surfer. I'm a big fan of Martin. He's going to come up on the next heat. I'm a really good friends with him, and he has been impressing me a lot these last couple months. And this year, I think he stepped it up. He's surfing a lot more. As we see, last wave of Jacobo 5.4. He improved on his score. He has a score total of 10.40. So he's comfortable in that first place. With Rendel Salanoech needing a 6.9. So in these conditions, it's not that easy, but you never know. It's surfing. with 1 minute remaining, I'm pretty sure Jacobo has the thing safe and secure, and he's going to get through to the next round. Important win for Spain and an important win for Netherlands. Well, actually, Anders from Channel Island only needs a 2.81, so he needs to improve on that 2.35, and he has the second priority. So I'm pretty sure White is going to be on top of him, as we see. If Anders needs to paddle away from him, but he doesn't move, so he's probably waiting for something special to improve at that 2.81, because we know he's capable of, because he already did a 3-pointer. So there's a set coming out the back as we reach the last seconds of the heat. We're gonna see he's gonna go on this one. Anders, he needs a 2.81. Let's see his finishing turn. Nice little first. He's claiming it, so he believes that might be a 2.81 that he needs. And a bit of a mistake by the Netherlands surfer. Just let him go on this one. A strong double up, and it compresses on the bottom turn. And pushes the fins on that one. Let's see what the judges think. But we have Randall trying to improve his score as well. He needs to improve a 2.30. Let's see. A big backwash on that wave. Not an easy one. So it was a buzzer beater. Let's see if the surfer from Channel Island is able to get through to the second round.
Yeah, that's the main question, because Jacobo Trigo just surfed a smart hit. He started strong with a 5, and then he backed it up with, in his last wave, he still improved on a 5.4. So it was a good hit. And now let's see who joins him getting into the next round of the main event. But while we are waiting, we're going to commercials, and we'll be right back. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the Eurosurf Junior, live from Praia do Mirante in Santa Cruz, west coast of Portugal. This wave magnet is delivering good waves on this under 18 boys division. Welcome back. Where are you? I mean, all over Europe, all over the world. We are now with the third heat of round 1. Welcome back, Carlos.
Hi.
We're here with a stacked heat on our hands.
Yeah, definitely. With this heat number 3 of round 1 of Surf Under 18 boys, with Portuguese Martin Nunes with the red singlet, Lorca and Southcombe of Ireland in the white, Evan Parkin from Scotland in yellow, and Gougali Ayman from Morocco in the black singlet. And there's going to be a pretty interesting heat for sure, as we see Martin Nunes taking a look at that wave, and it's Gougali Ayman from Morocco going left on his backside and opening things up with a pretty nice wave for Gougali Ayman.
Yeah, trying to answer him back to that 3.75 that Martin Nunes started his campaign. You will see the replay. A good finishing move there for the Moroccan surfer. Here we also see the Irish surfer. We just saw the final part of that wave. We're gonna see the replay right now.
Yeah, as he on his backside, giving it a little bit, a couple of check turns there, then attacking that section there and finishing in control, although not the best of finishes, but a pretty nice ways to start things off for Lorcan Southcombe from Ireland.
Yeah, we are waiting on their scores. Is 3.35
for Gugali Ayman from Morocco.
Yeah, and 2.5 for Lorcan Southcombe from Ireland.
We didn't have the opportunity to watch Martin Nunes' first wave, but at 3.75, it's a very nice start for the Portuguese surfer. Portugal has ambitions regarding the European title here in Santa Cruz. Let's see how things unravel for the national team.
Yeah, Martin Nunes is a very good surfer. He is the current Pro Junior Portuguese champion.
Yeah.
He had an amazing year and so far. He's still on the open division, competing on the last event of Liga Mel, which is the Portugal national championship. And he went all to the quarterfinals. He just lost to Frederico Moraes.
Yeah,
that's
a way to lose.
That's a statement.
Definitely.
You know. So he's getting better. He's getting results also on the open division, and it was an amazing contest for him in the Azores, São Miguel Highland. So he's on a good moment of his career, and of course getting the call to represent Portugal here. He was also part of the Portuguese team in El Salvador.
Yes, definitely. Yeah.
In an ISA World Junior Championship.
Yeah. The team we have here in this Eurosurf is basically the same, with one small change. I guess it was Francisco Mittermeier who entered not sure. For Queimado, exactly. For Francisco Queimado, there was this little change, something, I'm not sure what was the reason. I'm guessing, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it was some technical issue or it was something about the availability of Queimado or whatever. It was just a change. As we're going for an interview with our friend Felipe Jarvis, who's going to interview the winner of the last heat.
We are here with Jacobo. He just got out of his heat with the first place. I'm going to speak in Spanish. He asked me to do the interview in Spanish, and I'm going to translate to you guys at home. Jacobo, ¿cómo he corrido?
Pues ha empezado la manga muy parada, venían pocas olas y he pillado una ola, he intentado pillar una ola rápido, que he pillado un 5, y luego he estado intentando pillar un backup. Me he caído en una y luego he pillado otra mejor, que ha sido un 5,4 y bien.
He said that the heat started really slow, and he got a 5-point and waited for a backup, and he ended up doing a backup of a 5.4. He was good enough to get through. Ahora no vais a competir más hoy, pero ¿qué te esperas de esa competencia? ¿Hasta la final?
Bueno, yo creo que hay que ir paso a paso, manga a manga, pero mi intención es llegar a la final y luego, una vez en la final, pues hacerlo lo mejor posible.
I asked him what his expectations for this heat are, and he told me that it's heat by heat, and obviously he wants to go all the way to the final, but step by step, and he'll make it there. Gracias y buena suerte para la próxima ronda.
Muchas gracias.
Back to you guys.
Thanks, Felipe. And vamos España. España is Spain is
one of the strongest. Yeah, one of the strongest candidates here for the European title, along with Portugal, France, and Italy. But we have some mid-tier teams here, lurking, trying to get their spot up at the podium. Guys like Morocco and England or even Germany. There might be we might have some surprises.
Yeah.
Not exactly on the podium, perhaps, but they're going to mess things up for for the stronger candidates here in this event for sure.
Yes, I think during the event we will watch some surprises going on because, you know, they have such a strong support from their team. They feel their country is on their back. You know, they are waving their flag and say, so they overcome themselves with that ambition. And sometimes we see very surprising results, and that makes part of a surfing competition, of course.
Yeah, of course. It's sports. You never know who's going to win. And as you said, the pressure of, good pressure, of representing your country sometimes makes people to surpass their own potential or rise above the expectations and do something special. Let's see if Evan Parkin from Scotland does something special on this wave. He's going on his front side on this left-hander, but unfortunately not the best for Evan Parkin from Scotland. And things are still a bit, I wouldn't say boring, but they're still a bit...
they are warming up.
Warming up, yeah. A little bit warm, A little bit warm with Martin Nunes from Portugal leading. And wow, there comes a nice, promising set on the horizon.
So, yes, what we see here is the south wind that today came to visit us. Yesterday we had no wind. And today this south wind is, you know, sometimes making the conditions not so predictable, as we said, but the waves are good. This is such a wave magnet. All the west coast of Portugal is amazing, and mainly, look, Martin Nunes is up and riding.
Yeah, nice wave for Martin on his front side. And unfortunately, the conclusion wasn't the best. And it's so important the way you finish up a wave. Whoa! Lorcan Southcombe with going for broke on that wave and getting a big wipe out there. But fortunately, with no consequences for Lorcan. That was basically just a cold bath, a cold shower on this score.
So we are expecting the replays to watch it more closely. We saw here a wave not catched by the Scottish surfer. So basically Martin Nunes, as we said, he also received this year the Tiago Pires Award, which is a prize that is given by the Portuguese National Surfing Association, also with Tiago Pires, that representing Portugal during 7 years in the World Championship Tour of the World Surf League. And basically that prize is to highlight his career in his junior, and the prize was a trip to Hawaii. So he will get there soon, maybe on next winter, to visit Hawaii, to surf those waves and to improve his surfing.
Yeah, it's definitely the way to go. These kids need it's to put them in contact with world class waves, but also with the top of the surfing scene. You know, it's the culture, the great names, and all the atmosphere in Hawaii. It transforms. I think it's a mandatory rite of passage for any young surfer to go to Hawaii and feel that aloha over there, and obviously the great waves were at the birthplace of surfing. So it's very nice, very good news for Martin Nunes, and congratulations to the Association of National Surfers and to Tiago Pires for that award. It's an incredible gesture, and Martini is going obviously to take advantage of it.
Yes. So for now we are waiting on all last waves for all surfers.
Lots of scores to drop.
To give you the updated situation on this heat, and as we see there, some umbrellas have to be closed because of the wind, but still the coaches are there giving directions to their athletes, to their surfers. You know, for them, when they look at the beach, look at this. They are giving they are giving indication to go to the left side, because when you watch the ocean from the sand, you have a different view from the surfer than it's on the water.
Definitely. It's, more privileged perspective on what's happening with the ocean, where the sets come, and so on and so on. But
4.35.
ultimately, yep.
For the last wave of Martin Nunes.
Yeah.
So
imagine if he had concluded better.
Yeah,
that would be a really top score.
Yeah. So he's strong in his lead. Still, we are waiting. Just dropped 3.05 for Lorcan Southcombe, still on third place. A while ago, 2.6 for Gogali Ayman from Morocco. He's on second place. But there's waves to come from Ebon Parcan and another one for Lorcan that goes again.
Lorcan Southcombe, once more. This time on his backside, but without great success. Lorcan is sure very active. He wants it, but the waves are simply not cooperating with the young Irishman.
Yeah. So Portugal did an 8th place on the last ISA World Junior Championship.
Yeah, in El Salvador.
In El Salvador, so it was a positive result.
No, a very positive result, considering that the world surfing scene is evolving. There's a lot of teams, of countries investing heavily on surfing since it was inception as a whoa. What a shame. What a shame for Lorcan Southcombe. He couldn't nail that landing. It would be so good. And we're watching Evan Parkin from Scotland. But as I was saying, countries are investing heavily on surfing since their inception in the Olympic scene. And that's the results of it are getting more obvious, especially first on the juniors. It's just a matter of it's logic that we're watching those results in the juniors divisions, and we have countries, mid-tier countries, that are improving in their like the Moroccan rider, improving a lot on their level, and that's noticeable. So the 8th place in Portugal with, I must underline this, a completely new team because there were 3 years with no competition whatsoever on the national teams in Portugal. Had to build from scratch their whole junior national team. We only have 2 surfers, Beatriz Carvalho and Gabriel Diniz, that survived from the last junior team. All the other surfers progressed onto the open division.
Yeah.
So David Raimundo, the national coach, had to build a team from scratch, and so they're still obviously individually they're very good, but there's something special, very very specific about representing and surfing as a team in these kinds of events. So it's they kind of considering that the eighth position, the 8th place in El Salvador was really a brilliant result.
Yeah, sure. So last waves or Lorcan Southcombe, last waves didn't enter on his top 2. He's still on second place, and we are just waiting for the score to drop for Gogali Ayman from Morocco. And it's so good to see also the surfers from Morocco here. They have some of the best waves of the world. That right point breaks are amazing. There's a lot of Portuguese surfers from all over the world that go there to enjoy the winter waves, and it's good to know that they are making an effort to also support their young generation, and it's so good to see them competing here in Portugal.
Morocco is a perfect example of what I was saying about those mid-tier nations investing heavily on surfing and having those results. It's like if you invest, you're going to be compensated with, in this case, with with better talent and better results in Morocco is a perfect example of what I'm saying.
Yeah, and they look for Ramzi Boukiam, which is the top surfer from their country that is representing them on the Challenger Series of the World Surf League. So they look at them and say, hey, I want to be there. I want to represent.
It's evolution.
So, and this wave that they are making coming to the Euro Junior is a very important part of their way forth. Who knows on the future they get there.
Definitely. It's
step by step.
Yeah, it's a road everyone has to go through and has to walk. And in this case, Portugal already did it with Tiago Pires and then Frederico Moraes. And I'm sure you're going to have some more talents in the future. And Morocco is following the logical path. You know, it's the way things work. And talking about work, let's see if Martin Nunes is going to work this wave or not. There he goes, he paddles.
Using his priority on his left.
Well, cut back onto the power,
Close out.
Yeah, I think it was more of a strategic play than exactly. I'm not sure, but the waves looked promising, you know. Maybe it was just unfortunately, Lorcan Southcombe is surfing pretty well. Unfortunately for the young Irishman, the conclusions of his waves is lacking a little bit more confidence or even luck on that, or even luck on those conclusions, which is ironical for an Irishman saying he needs luck. You know?
Whoa. We saw a lot of waves going on. There's a hard work for the judges because on these peaky conditions, still Martin is forcing this pedal, and I think he's going into this left.
Yep. Nice.
Goes into the lip, bottom turn, good carve there with a little bit of twist in the tail in the end. Whoa, we are counting down to finish this hit. Also, Lorcan Southcombe grabs this left and starts to build his surfing. Unfortunately for him, the wave was not so good. So we heard the horn.
Yeah, but we'll see. We still have some scores to drop. So I think this is going to be decided after the horn.
It's on the judges' hands right now.
Yep.
There's 3 waves to be dropped. 1 for Martin, also. Sorry, 4 waves. But before we get into that
we have to go for commercials, and we'll be right back with those scores.
Stay tuned.
And we're back into action, still waiting for some scores of this heat number 3 of round 1 of surfing under 18 boys, and the scores are dropping. And we had a change on the scores, on the scoreboard, with Gougali Ayman from Morocco going into second and dislodging Lorcan Southcombe from Ireland. That drops into third, and so into the repechage rounds. And Evan Parking, he wasn't expecting anything by now, at least any scores, and he's going to repechage as well. And regarding Martin Nunes, he's the comfortable leader of this, the winner of this of this heat. He's still waiting for a couple of scores, but it's just like formality since he basically won the heat already. As we are watching, but still, 525, he improves the situation with that last wave. Nice score for Martínez from Portugal. As we are watching on your screens, the heat number 4 of this round 1 of surfing under 18 boys. And I welcome Philippe Gervais again to the booth. Hi, Philippe. Let's go and commentate this.
Yeah, this is going to be a really good heat. We have Noah Dubois from France. He's a really, really good surfer already doing some WQSs and competing on the WSL. We have from Germany, Kaiser Oberlin, and from Belgium, Arthur van Leer. What I think is this is going to be a really close heat because all these 3 nations have been improving a lot, especially the German and the Belgium. Should be fun to watch as we see Noah Dubois, this goofy footer, nice little first carve, setting up this second turn, and then finishing off with this huge last turn. This is a way you want to start this heat.
Definitely.
We're gonna see the replay. Nice first carve, and then this second one really strong as well, and then this last one was the money turn. Yeah, judges will love that.
That's definitely world-class surfing.
Oh yeah. He has been doing really well on the pro juniors throughout the Europe and already on the European leg of the WQSs as well. So he's gonna have a bright future ahead of him. So it's gonna be interesting to see how far does he go on this contest.
Yeah, for sure, and making a strong statement on his first wave here at this heat number 4, as we're watching Kaiser Oberlin on his front side going left.
A nice little first carve, and then setting up
goes
his
for
last
a little bit of a flutter there of
flutter re-entry.
Yeah, basically.
Not as powerful as Noah's turn. As you can see here, he does the first nice carve, and then here he doesn't really have the momentum to explode on the last one, so he kind of missed. He had the wave had a little backwash as well, so he doesn't help. But I'm really curious to see. I'm pretty sure Noah's wave is going to be one of the best waves of the day.
Yeah, but if in any other heat, Kaiser Oberlin's wave would be a very good way to start. But after that strong statement by Noah Dubois, it almost looks I don't know, lackluster comparing to Noah Dubois' wave. No offense to the Germans, but that was Noah Dubois' wave was just outstanding. And we're still waiting for Arthur van Leer, the Belgian first wave.
Yeah, he has first priority because he doesn't have a wave yet. So I'm looking here at the stats. As we had the 3 point for Kaiser, this first wave, but still the best wave of the day for the under 18 is Brando's, the Italian surfer, at 6.75, and not anymore. Just check out the score.
Yeah, yeah.
8 points.
It had to be an excellent.
Yeah, obviously that finishing turn was a point of difference comparing to everything we've been seeing today.
Yeah.
So all the judges would. That's what judges. Just go for a 7.5. Another one is 8.5, an 8 point, and an 8 point. For people at home, what we do is you scratch the worst scoring from the judges and the highest, the highest and the lowest, and you do the average between the other two. So we took the 8.5 out and the 7.5 out, and we got an average of an 8 point. It's the best wave of the day so far. On the under 18, because we have on the under 16 we actually had two of the highest scores, as we're gonna have Nuno with Martin Nunes from Portugal on the interview. Go for it, Nuno.
Martin Nunes, congratulations! You started with a win. How was the conditions out there?
It was pretty tricky, the heat. The tide starts to getting low and the wave seems kind of slowly, but I managed to get like 3-4 pointers, and then I do a 5 on my last wave, and that's it. No,
You started strong, but then you were, taking so much time to, to improve on your situation. But finally, that final wave come.
yeah, because there wasn't come too many waves, set waves, so I was waiting because I have my backup was like a 3.7 and small waves not gonna change my 3.7, so I waited for last second to get like a 5, so that's okay. I'm happy. I would like to do more good surfing, but that's the conditions, and now it's keep going.
How it's the vibe there on the Portuguese team?
Yeah, it's incredible. It's a pleasure to represent my country, and we're all good, and now it's cheer for the team.
You want to send a message back home to your family and friends?
Obrigado a todos os que estão aí a torcer por mim, aos meus amigos, à minha família. E é isso, bora Portugal e agora é continuar. Abraço e beijinho a todos.
Congratulations. So, back to you, boys.
Yeah, Martin Nunes, he didn't look that happy with the surf that he actually did, and I know Martin, and he's really happy on himself. So he knows he can do better, and he knows he can actually make higher scores, and I know as well. All the Portuguese nation knows. So he's not happy. He knows he can do better, and he wants to do better. But he was good enough to make his first spot. So to make it to the next time around. So he's gonna be happy.
No, it's good to see you have to be a perfectionist. You have to,
exactly.
A real champion is never satisfied with his result. He always wants more. As we see, Noah Dubois once more.
Yeah.
Not the level of the first wave, of course, but still a very nice wave for the Frenchman.
It's going to be a good backup. It's going to be a good backup. Usually, when you have an 8-point ride, you normally wait for too long, and Noah here being very clever, doing a mid-sized wave, so he's going to improve, and this is going to be his backup score, which will make him very, very comfortable on the first position. So. Nice surfing by Noah, and yes, we're still waiting on scores. We have Arthur van Leerden's third place from Belgium. We have Kaiser Oberlin with just one wave with the 3 points. He has the first priority, so he can choose any wave he wants. And we have Noah looking at this wave as well. He's going to be up and riding, as we see Noah Dubois on his left. Nice first carve. He's going to set up here this last finishing turn. Yeah, so nice third wave by Noah. Let's see how he improves his score and which one is going to be the highest backup between this left and the last right. As we see the replay, a nice little carve, and then he sets up this last turn. He just hits it as strong as possible. These conditions are not easy. It's pretty small. But it's always fun though, and it's totally reapable.
Yeah, definitely. And the conditions are improving throughout the day, so we are expecting great as the level progresses and the conditions of the ocean here improve. We're expecting a great surfing show here in Santa Cruz at Praia do Mirante. As we see Arthur van Leer on his backside, the Belgian surfer just he got himself a turn. Not the best, of course.
Yeah,
he's going to have a tough job considering the level of surfing that Kaiser Oberlin and especially Noah Dubois have been showing here. Still, this wave is, since he has 2 scores, it's enough for him to go into second. Let's see how Kaiser Oberlin answers back, because it's going to be pretty difficult to dislodge Noah Dubois from the first place after that 8, and now with the backup waves that are waiting to drop.
Yeah, it's not gonna be easy. The French surfer will be in first position, really confident, and he's probably gonna wait for the rest of the heat for a really good wave, which he got on the first wave. That's why he got an 8-point. He surfed really well, but he's gonna probably wait. Yeah, just second to last wave of Noah's was a 4.25. He still has a left to lock in on a score, so he improves the situation with a 12.25 of total score. He leaves Arthur Van Leer on a combination of 2 waves, up and right, and Arthur, nice first turn, and then
No, Kaiser Oberlin.
yeah, that's Kaiser, sorry. Last wave of Noah, the left-hander, was a 5.75, so he improves his situation and leaves Arthur with needing a combination of 13.75. And we have the German surfer Kaiser Oberlin trying to improve. He didn't have a backup score. He's going to put something on board, but it's still going to be a low score, so he needs to improve on that. It just needs a 0.35 per second, so I'm pretty sure it's going to be at least a 0.35.
Yeah, I'd say definitely, considering the Noah Dupois performance here, what's at stake here is basically a race for second, since it's going to be pretty hard to pass Noah Dupois' performance here with an 8 in the 575. So it's going to be between Kaiser Oberlin and Arthur Van Leer to fight it off for second place right now. It's with 9 minutes to go, 9 minutes something to go. It's definitely a race for second, considering what we're watching, unless there's a huge turnaround here, a huge surprise here at this.
Yeah, they
heat.
needed to do something.
Yeah, something very. You had to turn this heat upside down, so
yeah, but
to have something.
Is definitely
Yeah.
a good surfer, so he's trying to improve on a 2.6. He might do it on this one, so obviously the French surfer a few steps ahead of all the other guys as he's looking for this incredible left-hander. He decides not to go because the wave actually closes out, unfortunately. So he's going to hold his position and try to find one really good score, so he can improve on that 5.75. There's a few lines out the back. He already has a 13-point highest total of the heat, so I'm pretty sure it's one of the highest
total scores.
Yeah. We've got, we got, as we see, Noah, he just lost his priority, but it doesn't really matter because he's pretty comfortable in his position. Last of Kaiser, he improved the situation a little bit, which make Arthur's life a bit harder. Arthur now needs a 4.6, and Kaiser actually did a 3.60, which was his best wave. As we see, Noah's watching. He decides not to go on this one, and there's a few lines out the back.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna see I'm pretty sure we're gonna see the bank changing with the tide going lower and lower. As we see yellow up and riding, Arthur Van Leer, bottom turn. He puts the board there. Unfortunately, goes down. And he leaves Noah Dupois again with the first priority. As we see Arthur looking at this wave.
No, Kaiser,
yeah. So we have Noah's with 13.75. We have Axel Dominguez on the under 16 boys with a 16-point total. He has the highest single wave of the contest so far, which was 8.75.
Yeah.
So
that's awesome.
that's really good surfing. We have a lot of action on the other bank. We had the Portuguese surfing getting through as well. We had Noah Dupois on this wave. He's probably going to try and go for the air.
Nice.
He didn't stick it. This wind is not that good for airs to the left because it just puts your board away from your feet. But he actually did manage to keep the boards under his feet. Unfortunately, the landing was too flat. Was not easy. This is the perfect air for right-handers. The air wind, because normally we only have north winds, which is really good for airs to the left. But now the regular footers will definitely take advantage of this wind. They should, because it's not normal in Portugal. So as we see the white right on top of the yellow surfers. Kaiser trying to keep a hand on Arthur.
And talking about aerials, you know what you're talking about, since Felipe is definitely one of the best aerialists in Portugal, very well known for his aerial skills. So
aerial game, thank you
it's
very
a
much.
specialist that we're talking. For you guys who don't know Felipe, definitely a specialist.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I've been working on my air since I was a little kid. It's really hard, and honestly, I feel like I didn't caught up with what's happening nowadays, because all the Brazilians doing those huge full rotations and the alley-oops, and unfortunately, I haven't been able to match those kind of airs. But I'm still happy with what I do, and yeah, it's always hard, and it should be nice to watch some kids going big on this contest. I'm pretty sure on the latest days of the contest.
Yeah. As the event progresses, we're going to still the quality here is going to have the level is going to be higher and higher and higher as things get more
interesting.
More interesting and more decisive, and so the level is going to be higher each day. But still, we are not complaining. We have been we've been awarded with some pretty nice surfing so far. And so if this is only the beginning, wow, my mouth is really watering for what's next.
Yeah, definitely. On this contest, the last few days, we call it like the most important days of this contest, definitely, because every point counts. Every single hit that you make is going to count on you and on your nation.
Yep.
So it should be really, really good. We're just beginning this whole marathon all the way till Saturday. So
or Sunday.
Yeah. And so it should be fun.
Definitely. And with 3 minutes to go, just a little recap for you guys that well, it's pretty obvious since the first wave, Noah Dupois has this heat on his hands with 13.75 and putting on leaving in combination, needing a combination of points. Kaiser Oberlin from Germany and Arthur van Liert from Belgium. Since the first moment, this was almost immediately a second position affair, a race for second here. And as we're seeing, Arthur van Liert, who has a very particular stance on the board. What do you say?
He has his feet are really close to each other. He has a really it's not a wide stance. It's a really close stance, which normally looks really good, but at the same time, sometimes it's harder to surf because you don't have that pressure on the front foot. As we see here, the German surfer that comes after, Enzo Ackermann, is going against Nicolas Ballet from France, who was a really, really good surfer, and from Belgium as well, Mauro Kemp. So another really good heat on the next for the next 20 minutes. As we're counting down already with 1 minute and a half.
As you're watching, Kaiser Oberlin going for the
he's going for the fin throw.
And I think he landed.
And we see Arthur van Liert, nice little snap. Unfortunately, as you see, there's not too much pressure on the front foot, and sometimes that happens when you have a stance like that. But here I really thought he was going for the air, but now he decided to go just for a fin throw. He actually lands it. Let's see if he improves on that 3 point.
I'm guessing his first intention was to go for the air. He was getting the speed for it, and then at the last moment he kind of corrected himself.
Yeah, that happens a lot when you're surfing, because
you have to adapt constantly, right?
Yeah, constantly, even on the waves, because you think you're gonna do something and you're doing the bottom turn, and it might be a wind, or it might be the way the wave breaks. Everything's constantly changing, so that's the fun part about surfing. It's the hardest part about surfing, but at the same time, it's the fun about surfing.
Yeah, it demands a lot of plasticity from the surfer. Plasticity,
and-
mental plasticity. You
Yeah,
have
and
to
a lot of
adapt
instinct.
constantly.
Yeah, and a lot of instinct.
Yeah.
You have to read the wave really well. As we see Kaiser going on this little left, it looks like a fun little wave, a nice
Yeah.
snap, and going all the way back around, just trying.
I think it's just like
Yeah, he's trying.
I wouldn't say a victory lap since the victory belonged to Noah Dubois almost from the first moment, but at least a relief
yeah.
for Kaiser Oberlin, who secured his second place, considering that Arthur van der Leer still has a score to
Yeah, that was a
still
that
needs
was
a
a good
score,
wave.
but
Yeah.
he needs a 460, and I'm not sure he's going
I'm
to
not
get
sure
it
either,
with,
but
with
still
that
was
waves.
was a good wave.
Yeah, let's see what the judges think about it, because
Yeah.
they're the guys in charge of that.
We still had this wave from Noah, and he got this little air.
Whoa.
Obviously, he doesn't land it, but
Yeah, it's pretty nice.
He was not he was not going to improve on that 5.7.
Still pretty nice.
Yeah, it's always nice to see, and it's always nice to see the boys going big. And yeah, Noah Dubois on his first place, second place Kaiser Oberlin. We're still waiting on the scores of the last one. It's a 2.35. We're going to commercials. We'll be right back with another hit. We are back live here in Santa Cruz for the Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit Euro Junior, and we have on the water the French surfer Nicolas Paulet, the German surfer Enzo Akerman, and the Belgium surfer Mauro Kemp. Should be a fun one. Nicolas Paulet is one of the best surfers from his generation in France. That's why he's here representing the French flag, and he's already doing some really nice results on a few WQSs, and he's definitely a really good surfer. As we wait to see the first wave of this heat, it's already 18 minutes remaining. We still didn't have one wave, and for you guys at home, we're gonna have the Portuguese surfer right next again. A Portuguese surfer. We're gonna have Francisco Ordonez against an Irish surfer, Ben Maher, and then Craig McLachlan from Scotland. So, but now we still have this heat remaining: Nicolas Paulet, Enzo Akerman, and Maury Kemp. So we're gonna see Nicolas and all the boys trying to figure out the lineup and try to get some waves.
Yeah, I was on the beach during my break, and it's an amazing vibe there. On this double bank, you have here this main peak where we are broadcasting. We are a little bit more north to the beach, the second bank where the competition is running with the under 16 surfing division. But here we goes, Nicolas Paulet, full speed ahead. With a good hack there.
Yeah, nice. I really thought he was going for the air because he had the speed for it and the wind is perfect for it. I was looking here at as we see the replay, we can see him up and riding, and he's pumping down the line. He looked like he's going for the air, but the section kind of died, and it's still a good turn though, but I don't think it was the right turn to do there. But let's see what the judges think. We have a new high score of the day right now from the Italian surfer Leonardo Apreda. He did a 1675 total hit score. As we see Maru Kemp from Belgium on a nice little left. And unfortunately going down on this wave, he didn't have the speed, he didn't have the momentum. Still waiting for scores, still plenty time remaining to finish off this heat, so there's a lot of time. As we see Noah up and riding, his backhand is absolutely lethal. It does one nice turn and then hits it really vertical, really strong. This is probably this highest score and a good way to start off the heat already with two scores on the board, and Mario Kempe with a 1.75 net last wave.
Yeah, we are almost on the low tide, so which is good news, because then until the mid-high tide it should be improving conditions. And here we watch a good effort still. He didn't make it on the final move. Enzo Eckermann from
Usually
Germany.
competes on the QS,
But
right?
yeah, I agree with you. Nicolas Paulet is one of the best French surfers of this new generation.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And he's gonna push a lot on the next years, because he has a big progression to make on the next years. But let's see what he can do on this event, since France is very strong almost in all divisions, as we saw yesterday and today.
Oh yeah, definitely. As we see Maru Kemp up and riding on this wave. Unfortunately, the wave doesn't cooperate with him. Yeah, France is really strong. As you see Noah's up and riding again, another left, nice first turn, and then huge second turn, nice. Very, very strong finishing turn by Nicola. I always said his backhand is definitely his strength. He got 5 points on that first turn, so he's going to improve his situation. Let's see this replay. A nice first cut back, and he just hit it really, really strong. Whoa. A lot of water on the air, so the judges will love that for sure. I was here looking for the French national team. They have a surfer on the longboard, round 2. They also have they have a French surfer on the round 3 of the men, and they also have a really strong under 16s division and really strong on the women team. So France came here with all the gold. They're looking for they're looking for the win for sure. They came here to win, and as we see Enzo on the nice turn, unfortunately that backwash didn't help him a lot. So as we see, the first left-hander by Nicola Paulet was a 6 points. So I'm pretty sure this one is going to be on the high score, one of the highest score of the day, and definitely the highest score of this heat.
Yeah, and if you see that on the previous heat, Noah Dupois made that 8-point ride to open his campaign, and then backed it up with a good wave. So here we see Nicolas Paulet, opening with a 5, then back it up with a 6. But now it's time for the interview. Let's go.
Okay, and we're here with Noah Dupois, one of the standouts of today, with incredible performance here on the last heat that you guys had on your screens. And Noah, you basically smashed it from the first moment.
Yeah, it's kind of a little bit of luck, out there. It's always a little bit hard to find a wave, especially when it's like this. But I managed to get a good wave at the starts. I did like 8 points, so it gave me a lot of confidence for the rest of the heat, and I tried to build my surfing smart and confident to don't fall on little backup scores, and then I did good and finished good. So I'm happy.
Noah is a very experienced rider, although he's only 18. He also competes on the Pro Juniors, on the QS, so he's a very experienced rider, internationally already. But still competing with your with your team in this context of European surfing contest is a way different.
Yeah, it's different because you compete for yourself and for the rest of the group. So it's always a little bit of a push for myself because it always helps more to have a team behind you that push you up to even when you're in the bad moments in the contest. So it's good. We just came back from the ISAs in Salvador. We did 4th overall, so we're pretty much happy. And then yeah, I'm feeling good. We have a good family, good crew, good friends back home. So yeah, I'm feeling good.
And confident in the win here in Portugal.
Yeah, the waves is beautiful. I love Portugal. We have been coming since like 5-6 years for the Euro, the QS, the Pro Junior. So I love to spend time here in Portugal, and the people are really nice here. And vai Portugal.
Do you have anything you want to say to your friends and family or fans in French, of course, to the camera?
Yeah, gros bisous à tous, je vous aime et on se voit quand on rentre pour fêter ça. Allez, on va gagner. You!
Hey, vive la France! Okay, guys, back to the booth with Felipe Nuno.
That's it. Vive la France. Of course, it helps when you start with an 8-point, right? As he said, Noah, you know, it was a confidence booster for him that, you know, made him control the rest of the heat with, you know, time to do what he must do. So as we see now on this heat, Nicolas Paulet 6 and now last wave a 7. So this is a very this is work of all the coaches from France. You know that you have two surfers that you know, like you said, they are showing the good work they are doing, because when you see two surfers doing what they just did, this is a lot of work that they are doing.
It shows what they come here for. They came here to win. So
yeah,
it definitely shows that they really want to take the gold home, and they really want to show the world that they're still one of the strongest nations in the world of surfing. So, and here we see. This is the Portuguese team. We have Francisco Ordonhas. He's going to be up next. We have Francisco Mittermeier on the left, and we had the national coach David Raimund, who used to be my personal coach when I was a young kid. Yeah, back in the day of the surf technique. Exactly. It was me, Vasco, Zé Ferreira, Francisco Alves. So all the boys used to train with David Raimund, and now he's a national coach, which make me really happy, because he's definitely one of the most qualified people to be there. So I actually haven't had an opportunity to go there and give him a hug, because I haven't seen him for a while, and I really want to wish good luck to the Portuguese team. I'm gonna take a break on the next one. I might go there on the beach. And
it's in front of our.
Yeah, they are right here. I didn't go. I didn't go during Martin Nunes' hit, but I really want to go there, because I really want to send my
good vibes.
Wish my best luck. Yeah, and wish them luck, and give them my good energy, and show them, because you know, it's every support you have on this kind of contests is needed. You need support in every contest, but this one is particularly special, because it's such a long contest, and you're here on the team, and you want to have your teammates with you, and you want them to watch your hit and scream and yell for you. It's pretty amazing. It should be like this in every contest. People, every nation should be traveling around the world together. Unfortunately, there's some factors that make that doesn't happen, which is pretty sad. But nice little finishing turn by Maru. He's gonna improve his situation and throw away the 1.6 probably. You can see all around the world. There's a few groups. You have the Brazilian Storm, obviously, but even there, Medina used to travel alone, and even Felipe Toledo, and it wasn't that much of a group. This year, you can see they actually really spending time together. So that shows that you're stronger when you're a team.
Yeah.
And it's pretty impressive because back in the day when we used to do the contests, even the Euro Junior and Eurosurf and traveling all around the world, we used to be together. It used to be me, Kikas, Frederico Moraes, who was an ex-city surfer, Vasco Ribeiro, who's a top 20 challenger surfer right now, willing to qualify, and Francisco Alves as well. We got Zé Ferreira as well. So we used to travel all around the world. We used to do all the contests together. It was better like that, but as soon as you start to grow up, everyone goes on his way, and it's hard to get. You start to have girlfriends and families, and people just try. Each one goes on his own path, which is pretty normal. But I think if you find a way to travel together, and it's better because you know that even if something goes wrong, you're going to be out of the water and you have someone to support you. And that's really important because when you're in an individual sport, it's really hard to deal with the losses. And in surf, you deal with the losses a lot more than you deal with the wins. We always say that it's a sport that you lose more than you win. And the best surfers actually are those ones who deal better with the loss than they deal with the win. So it can get lonely and it can get pretty sad. You're traveling all around the world on the airports and airplanes and do that by yourself. It's always hard. People just think it's a dream job, but sometimes it gets lonely and tiring, and it's not as dreamy as it looks like. But still, we're on the beach. We're nice little finishing turn by Enzo Ackerman. He's gonna fight for that second spot. As we see, he's getting some speed and hits it really hard there. Yeah, it's an amazing sport still. Look, we're at the beach. It's sunny. We're surfing, but there's definitely a downside of it. It's not always glamorous and always fun and games. It has a lot of sweat, a lot of tears.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's hard. It's a hard sport to be in. But you know what? That's the part of being a pro athlete.
Yeah.
It's not just surfing. There's the down part. Even footballers, they earn millions. They earn millions, but still they have a lot to prove, and they have to be always playing well and always doing. Otherwise, people are going to criticize you, and you're going to question yourself. Being a pro athlete is not as easy as it looks like. The sponsors and the travel and all that sounds incredible, but you have a lot of pressure. You put a lot of pressure on yourself, as we see. Yellow up and riding, almost landed that last turn, unfortunately going down. And as we see Nicola Paulet just pedaling for this one, and lets it go. He has the first priority. He's pretty much controlling the heat.
Yeah, Mauro, like you said, now the decision is for second place because Nicola Paulet.
He's dominating. He's dominating.
He decided this heat, a minute ago when he started with the 5. Then he did the 6, and he improved with the 7. So his top scores are a 7 and a 6, and he's so far away from the other surfers.
The second place needs a combination of two waves.
So that means a lot. So the Mauro and Enzo are fighting to get that second place that still maintain them on the main event on the next round. But the surfers that finish on third place will fall right on the first hit that they do on this division. On the first hit, when you fall already to the repechage, is the worst case scenario.
Because you're gonna have a long way all the way to the end of the contest. So you don't want to lose. You never want to lose, obviously, but especially on this contest, it's obviously you have two lives, but even then you don't want to go on the rapid charge. You're gonna waste energy. You're gonna surf a lot more, as we see Enzo trying to improve on 1.4. He needs 1.75. So not a big request to go into second place, and we still have 2 minutes remaining. We're gonna have some last minutes action for sure. As we see, he's battling, but he didn't make it though.
Yeah. So 2 minutes to finish this heat. Let's see who follows anything. A very special thing would happen on this heat for Nicolas Bollet don't win. So he's comfortably on the lead, and let's see who joins him on the next round, if it's Mauro Kamp from Belgium or Enzo Ackermann for Germany. But we see their strategy.
Battle, yeah. Now it's a bit different because you have priorities, obviously, but still. Back in the day when when we were competing on the ISAs and on Euro Juniors, we didn't have priorities, and these paddle battles were absolutely insane. I remember I think it was my last year on Costa da Caparica. No, my first year as an under 18. We had a situation with a Portuguese surfer, was Antonio Ribeiro, against a Tahitian. They were hassling so much that the Tahitian actually kind of purposely slapped Antonio, and it was a bit of a rough patch, and the Tahitian coach ended up by the end of the day came to our hotel and asked for forgiveness, and he actually apologized. But you see, like, there was so much in stake, so much points,
Yeah.
and now it's pretty different, because if you have priority, you can use it, even if you're in third place. But back in the day, it was those paddles were insane. People just pushing the leashes off each other, and it was pretty funny. But it's safe. It's more safe now, and it's more fair. I think it's.
Priority changed all that. Right?
Yeah, the hassle.
There's no contact allowed.
Yeah, not really. Back in the day, it was pretty heavy, pretty hectic. But yeah, we finished this heat off. Nicolas Bollet got in the first place. As we go into commercials, we'll be right back.
Welcome back to the Eurosurf Junior, live from Praia do Mirante in Santa Cruz, west coast of Portugal. We are getting underway the competition. We have the under 18 boys division, round 1, it number 6. On the water we have now live action with yellow Greg McLachlan from Scotland. He started well with his first wave. On white we have Ben Maher from Ireland, and on red jersey we have Francisco Ordonhas from Portugal. So this
very good surfer from Portugal.
Yeah,
I really enjoy his style. Look, we still have some hassle. Yeah, really nice by Francisco. He stood his ground. Nice first scarf. This wave was really important because it's a really good first wave. This can set up the whole heat. So really good strategy by Francisco. Ben Maher could have gone a little stronger and fight a little harder for his positioning on that wave, but I'm pretty sure the experience of Francisco showing a little more than the Irish surfer, maybe because Francisco has been doing this for a while, and yeah, it showed a little more experience and a little more attitude towards that situation. So Ben could have gone stronger, as we see the Scottish surfer, nice finishing turn. Unfortunately, goes down. He opened up with a 2.5 on his first wave, and we're gonna wait on Francisco's first wave. As we see Ben Maher going on the left, nice little wave, nice finishing turn. He looked happy with that one.
Yeah, even though we were talking about on the previous heat of the priority that changed everything, it's important to say that when a heat starts, there's no priority.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's what happened with Francisco Ordonez right now. So the surfer that catch the wave more on the peak,
yeah.
He has priority. So that battle that we saw between Francisco and
he was positioning. He was going around Ben to position himself, so he made sure he had the priority to go left.
Yeah.
It was a bit of a risk because the right-hander also looked good, but it paid off for Francisco because he opened up with a really strong first wave. So first of red, 6 points. Nice way to start off a hit. The tactical part of it definitely helped him on this first wave. As we see, he's looking on this wave. He has first priority. This decided not to go, and Ben actually pedals for that one, but it didn't look that good. So yeah, Francisco opening up the heat really good. Francisco has been surfing really good the last couple of years. He's looking to the left again, as we see. He's going up and riding. Nice first turn, straight into a nice carving. All losses it there, and then finishing it off really strong. Really good surfing by Francisco. He's a really good surfer. He's all the way from Cascais. If I'm not wrong, I'm pretty sure he's from Cascais. He's coached by Nuno Telmo from the former APS, the former surf technique where we used to train. It's called now APS, Association of Professional Surfers. As we see, the last wave of Francisco, 7 points. So that puts him in first position with a really comfortable. Really comfortable situation.
Yeah, so we get going. Francisco is doing something very similar what Nicolas Paulet did a while ago on this previous hit. And this is the way to go. This is the way to start strong, and if possible, back it up with a strong score also. And now they are in trouble. Craig McLachlan and Ben Maher, they have to overcome, they have to react to this. So, you have to start strong because you have a lot of confidence to control the rest of the hit, because now Francisco leaves his fellow competitors fighting for the second spot mainly.
That's what we've been seeing with the French surfers as well. So honestly, but Martin Nunes, he should have done the same, but he didn't find himself with the waves,
and the waves were not. The waves were they're missing quality waves more on Martin Nunes' hit than on this, and also Nicolas. So without quality waves, they can't make good scores.
Yeah, exactly. But and you can see by Martin's interview. He was not happy. He wasn't. He knows that he can do better, but there's a pattern here. You see that the French guys put all the other surfers battling for second, and the Portuguese surfers doing that as well, and we had the Spanish surfers doing that as well. We're going to interview with Noah Dupois. Let's see what he has to say.
Okay, and we're here with another winner of the heat here at Eurosurf Junior 2022. This time we have Frenchman Nicolas Paulet. pole, and very solid heat. How did you feel on the water, Nicolas?
I feel good. I felt good. There were not a lot of good wave on the heats. I catch three first wave at the beginning of the heats, and it was a bit slow at the end.
But how are the conditions there from your perspective?
There's some wave, huh? It's kind of slow, but there's some wave. It's a bit small and soft, but still fun.
And what are your expectations for the rest of the event?
I hope we're gonna have like bigger waves and maybe less slower, more waves.
Yeah. That's definitely what we hope for as well. So, merci beaucoup, Nicolas. Anything you want to say to your friends back in France? In French, of course.
Ok. Bah, merci beaucoup à tous ceux qui regardent. Hein, c'est cool. Et voilà, on va essayer de tout défoncer à la compète.
Okay. And that's it. And we're going back to the commentating booth and following the action here at Santa Cruz.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I just said that this was no Dubois, and honestly, it wasn't. It's Nicolas Paulet, which did really, really good surfing. And yeah, it's pretty incredible. They're here to win. Definitely.
Yeah, and he mentioned an important thing. There's opportunity out there, but sometimes they have some difficulty in finding good waves because these guys are aiming for excellent scores.
Yeah, definitely.
That's why Martin Nunes, as you said, the Portuguese
Wasn't
server,
happy.
so mad about it because he enters to goes there and making excellent
But
scores.
surfing has that thing that even if you want it really, really hard, sometimes it doesn't go that your way, and you have to accept that.
Yeah.
Sometimes the conditions are weird, and sometimes you go on a phase of the tide that it's not good enough, and you have to adapt to those conditions, and sometimes you have to realize that you're not going to make high scores.
Yeah.
There are some heats that you're just not able to because the ocean doesn't allow you to. But yeah, we just saw Francisco just started his heat really, really well with a 6 point and a 7 point. That's what I'm aiming for the Portuguese surfers, and I'm pretty sure that's what they're aiming for as well. So I'm really happy with the performance, and we just keep having the ball rolling for this contest, and keep up with the French and the Spaniards and the English and all the great nations of surfing in Europe.
Yeah, of course, in surfing everything is possible. Greg McLachlan and Ben Maher can turn this situation around. Here is an effort of the Scottish surfer, but being realistic, it will be very hard for them to overcome Francisco, because first they have to get out of the combination situation.
That means that they have to do at least 6 points and a 7 points.
Yes.
And what we have been seeing, they're able to do a medium to low scores, and that's going to be hard to watch them. But everything is possible. You could see a situation change, even though it's hard and the waves are not that easy. So it's always going to be difficult. But yeah, it's surfing, and you can see the tradition of surfing on those countries, the power nations of European surfing are definitely making a statement, and all the other nations are working now more than ever to try and get there one day. It doesn't need to be from 1 year to another, but you can spend years, because we have a really France has a really strong educational part of surfing from all the way from the 90s, and before the 90s it has been a strong surf nation for a while, and Portugal built that new generation and that strong base of surfing a few years ago as well. That's why we are a strong nation, European nation of surfing right now, and Spain is keeping up as well. We have the new up-and-comers. Italy, for me, are the new up-and-comers, and Germany also is improving really, really well, and also England. So yeah, it's different because it's cultural. In France, if you're a France, you're a surfer. If you're from south of France, you're a surfer. If you live in Portugal, we have a coastline of 600 kilometers. So there's a probability of being a surfer if you're born there. So and it's getting there. So all the other nations are starting to put more effort on it and trying to improve more and more. And who knows, in 10 to 15 years, this contest is even more balanced.
Yeah.
Instead of having just maybe France, Spain, and France on the top, you can have, and Italy now as well, you can have Germany, you can have Ireland, you can have all those nations that are just starting now to put some money and some effort on the surfing. Maybe in 10 to 15 years, as we see Francisco Ordonez on this good-looking left-hander, nice little snap, straight into a strong finishing turn. That's what we want to see. That's how you improve on the 6 points, I think.
Yes, I agree with you. Let's see what's the judge's decision. Moments ago, Craig McLachlan, he did a 3.25. He got out of the combo situation, but let's see if the Portuguese surfer now can improve on his last wave.
I think he will.
And if he's going to put the rest of the competitors on the combination situation again. So yes, the Portuguese team has been practicing here since, I think it was since last Wednesday.
Yeah.
When they got here, you know, they have a very organized planning in terms of practicing, in terms of coaching, in terms of training. And they want to get used to this wave. Some of them, of course, know Santa Cruz. Some of them don't come here very often. As you said, some surfers are from Cascais, from Lisbon, from Ericeira, from Praia Grande, from Carcavelos. So, and it's always important to get used to these conditions and to feel the power of the wave, since this is a wave magnet. This receives a lot of swell, and sometimes, or should I say, a lot of times, when there's no waves on the area, Santa Cruz, there's always during summer.
There's always something. Yeah, there's always somewhere where you can surf around here in Santa Cruz. It's incredible. It's just definitely a swell magnet.
Yeah.
You can drive all from, even sometimes it's bigger here than in Nazaré. People don't even know if the swell direction is from west. It's going to be, and it's and 2 to 3 feet. It's going to be flat in Nazaré, and it's going to be 2 to 3 feet, even maybe 4 feet here. So this is definitely a swell magnet, and if you get the right banks, you can score some of the best waves of your trip in Portugal, definitely.
Yeah, and this event, also with the World Surf League event that runs here, the QS 3000, it's very important for Santa Cruz, you know, to bring surfers here in terms of their local economy.
Oh, yeah.
And Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit, the Eurosurf Junior, and as I said, the QS event. It's very important to boost the local economy and to promote Santa Cruz as an amazing place to visit.
Yeah, and
quality waves.
And you know what? It's like a 50-minute drive from Lisbon. It's a 15-minute drive from Ericeira, 20-minute drive from Ericeira. It's a half an hour drive from Peniche. So it's actually closer than it looks. And what we see, Francisco actually improved his score. It was a 6.65. I thought it would be a little higher because he started with a lot more power and with a lot more risk. So it was comfortable, and when you're comfortable, you can push a little harder. And that's a good score still, and he's gonna take it for sure. 6.65 for Francisco. He has now a 13.65 total each score.
Yes.
And yeah, Craig McLachlan with the difficult position, with needing a 13.65 combination of scores to go the first, but still banned from Ireland. He can improve his score as we see him up and riding. He needs a 3.75 to go to second place. A nice first snap. Let's see if he can finish it off. He can. He looked happy with that one. The Irish team is yelling. We can hear it from here. So yeah, with 2 minutes remaining, let's see if he can get to the second place.
Yeah, from early days, Francisco Ordonez he showed a great talent for surfing. He was Portuguese champion on under 12 and under 14 divisions. So then he got up, he started to compete more often, and you know, he's one of the main competitors of the young generation that we have in Portugal. So Portugal has a strong team, and Francisco Ordonez is like a quiet guy, you know. He doesn't talk too much, but when he enters the water, as we saw here, he picks the best waves, and if he's, you know, these kinds of lefts, he also surfs good on his backhand.
I think his strength is actually his backhand. He's really sharp, and yeah, he's really quiet. I haven't heard him from him that much, but I'll be able to interview him in a few minutes. So I'm gonna take something out of him and try to understand what happened, and that first situation that going around all the white jersey to get the position for that first wave. So it should be fun talking with him. I've been surfing with him, and I've been watching him growing up for a while now. And yeah, we have Portugal have a strong new generation, in my opinion. We can do something cool for the next couple of years, because we have good surfers, good female surfers, good male surfers. I'm really hopeful that maybe one day we can put another Portuguese surfer on tour.
Yeah, and it's cool to mention this, because there's a lot of young surfers here. Ones are younger than others, of course. As we see here, Francisco forced that pedal but didn't catch that wave. But this Eurosurf Junior also makes them more used to give interviews that will be very helpful in their career, because some of them are very shy, of course, and it's understandable.
They need
because
to get used to it,
They need to get used to this.
It's a great platform,
because there's pressure, and sometimes they don't feel, you know, so, you know, the communication is still not there, but of course this is very important for them to get used to this.
It's part of the progression, and it's part of the growth. Usually, when you're a kid, you're always shy to talk to the camera. You're always shy to talk in English, and it's a good platform for they to grow up and try and get better at it, because you're gonna do a lot of interviews for the rest of your life if you're gonna be a professional surfer. We're going to commercial. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the Eurosurf Junior, live from Praia do Mirante, Santa Cruz, west coast of Portugal. Thanks everybody for tuning in all over Europe, all over the world, wherever you are. We get underway the competition. We are on the under 18 boys division, round 1, heat number 7. So now, welcome back, Carlos, to the webcast.
I know. It's always a pleasure. And we're watching here this heat number 7, as you said, with Manuel Fernandez from Spain, Julian Seifert from the Netherlands, and Oliver Gold from Channel Islands. So only three surfers on this heat, but I'm sure you're going to have a very interesting heat, as we've been having. The level of surfing here this morning has been incredible, and it's has been improving heat after heat. So we're being a little bit even a little bit spoiled here, since we're just in the beginning of the competition and we're having such nice performances here. So let's see what our surfers, these young surfers, these under 18 surfers have in store for us, as we're watching Oliver Gold from the Channel Islands taking a look at this right-hander. Nice snap there, and kind of a layback who turned into a wipeout. And well, still he has a wave on his scoreboard, and that's what matters, I guess, for at least for these first moments of the heat, as we're watching Manuel Fernandes placing himself on the lineup, taking a look at these waves that are being now a little bit more difficult in considering the wind, I guess.
Yeah. So south wind today stronger. Yesterday almost no wind. As we see here, live action from Manuel Fernandes with a good carve, and then backed it up with a good final move there. Yes, so different conditions. Yesterday almost no wind. Today south wind, and from the next couple days until the end of the event, which will be, as we planning to be next Saturday or Sunday.
Yeah.
We are seeing that maybe will be Saturday. North wind will enter strong here on Santa Cruz,
along with a significant rise on the swell.
Yeah, exactly. So they have to. This is the game of the name of the game is adaptation, right? You have to adapt to all conditions.
You have to surf all conditions.
The good news is that we will have waves.
Yeah.
Because during summer is not a sure thing.
Yeah, but
in Santa Cruz you are always
almost always have waves. Yeah. If there aren't any waves here, there aren't any waves in Portugal. Forget it. And Santa Cruz always delivers. That's one of the reasons why this Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit has been running here since 2007.
Yes.
It's one of the key ingredients here. It's the consistency of the swell, and we always have great surfing shows here with European Surfing Federation events, either the Eurosurf or the Eurosurf Junior, as we're watching this year.
Yes, we're getting underway here on the main bank with the under 18 boys division, but we have also simultaneously on the secondary bank, more on the north, here on this Praia do Mirante beach, where we have the under 16 competition going on, right?
And great surfing and great scores. You can also take a look at it. You don't have the live webcast running or images from the live webcast, but you still have the live scores, so you can keep track of what's going on that north bank there with the under 16. As we saw Oliver Gold here going for a pretty nice wave. Oliver Gold from the Channel Islands, and simultaneously we're watching the replay here of Julian Seifert from the Netherlands.
Yeah, so
Nice
great start from Manuel Fernandes with the 6-point ride. 1.25 for Julian Seifert from the Netherlands. But now we are ready to going into the interview
with Francisco Ordóñez.
Well, it seems there's a
Yeah.
problem with the interview. We are expecting at any moment going there.
As you're watching Manuel Fernandez on his backhand going on this left-hander. Whoa!
Wow!
Power there.
Oh.
Great power there by Manuel Fernandez. Nice wave from the young Spaniard.
Wow, he's going to back it up. He's 6 with his wave. Let's see the
Yeah,
replay.
it was a short wave. Still, that final move was definitely the money turn, as they say in the business. Great finish from Manuel Fernandez.
Wow, very strong, that finishing move. Let's wait. Now, it seems that we are ready for the interview.
Yeah, that's it.
We are here with the winner of the last hit, Francisco. You solved the hit really early. How was it?
I was feeling good. I was feeling confident, and in the first minutes, two good waves came, and I went on those waves, and yeah, they were two good waves, and I'm happy to solve the hit in the early minutes.
Nice. So Portugal, how's the emotion on the beach and all the support? I've been competing in this contest for a while. You still have that group feeling, and you're always cheering for each other.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's always good to have the whole team supporting you, and when you like the whole team support you and you support the team, it's good. It's a good feeling. It gives you confidence in the water, and yeah, it's amazing.
Nice. So I'm gonna ask you to leave some words for your family back home. We're not far from home, so just leave a few Portuguese words.
Olá, obrigado a todos pelo apoio. Vamos Portugal e tentar ganhar isto e ser campeões da Europa.
Thank you, and back to you, guys.
Thanks a lot, Felipe. And nice interview with Felipe Ordanhas, one of the most talented young surfers on the Portuguese scene. And what a good heat he had on the previous heat, right?
Yes, because
Great performance.
as we go into live action here, just a fall from Oliver Gold. Yeah, he mentioned that. Yeah, when you start so well with that two strong scores, of course it makes it easier to manage the rest of the heat. So here Manuel Fernandez opened very well with the 6-point ride. He backed it up minutes ago with a 2.9. He's leading, leaving Julian Seifert in second place. There's a wave, there's a score to come for the surfer in the white jersey. It's just 1 point, so he doesn't improve. And he needs a 5.91 for first. And Oliver Gold is in third. He needs a 2.06 for second place. That's it.
So still, as we've been watching here with, when you're talking about surfers from Portugal, Spain, and France, there's been a pattern here. They have been dominating the heats, and then there's a race for second. Let's see if this pattern maintains here in this heat. For now, that's at least the rule here, the rule of thumb here. Let's see how Julian Seifert and Oliver Gold managed to surf here and go a little bit against the grain there and contradict my words and this thesis of the Portuguese, Spanish, and French rule on the event, on this surfing under 18 boys competition. Meanwhile, we saw Manuel Fernandez going for this wave that unfortunately closed out, and Julian Seifert entering back also with a closeout. Well, I think that this point of the tide is along with the wind here is making things particularly difficult for the surfers in question.
Yes, so we are on the heat number 7.
Yep.
On this round, we go until the heat number 12, and then we make the transition for the
longboard again.
No, here for the girls division.
The girls division, yeah, under 18. Under 18,
so,
yeah.
We have, if everything goes according
That
to
will
planning,
be, yeah.
because of course depending on the conditions.
Yeah.
So we will have 12 hits on this round, and then as we see a nice finishing move for Julian Seifert.
Yeah, more than a finishing move, it was a one move wave there for Julian Seifert, but still that might be important on his race for progression here on this main event.
Yes.
Let's see what the judges have to say about it. But considering the conditions, I think that could be a very important wave for the Dutch surfer.
Yeah. When you see when you catch a wave and you see that you just have a chance of doing one maneuver, you have to go
for broke.
You have to go for broke because trying an air, trying there as he did a re-entry with a lot of power, a lot of commitment. That's what the judges are looking for. If we have live action,
Talking about one move, waves, Manuel Fernandes exemplifying exactly what you were saying. That's the best way to illustrate what you were saying with this move on this wave. Let's see. He needs. I think it might be a good backup for him since he only has a 2.990 as a backup. So let's see how the judges evaluate that and score that wave from the Spaniard. But I would say that's better than a 290. But what do I know?
So let's wait for the judge's decision on that wave. So the previous of Julian Seifert was a 2.85, so which is his backup. But let's wait for the last one. If he can improve. We are waiting on waves for all surfers.
Yeah, that's been wow. As we've seen, nice looking wave from Julian Seifert on his backhand. Whoa, nice one. A snap. Yep.
And Carlos,
Yeah.
Santa Cruz is delivering.
We
see now the tide is already rising, and the push of the tide rising, we see a lot of good conditions. As they mentioned on the interviews, there's not every wave that's as quality, but the
there are some gems.
There
are some gems.
There are some gems, exactly. That's the expression that define.
Better what we're seeing, and that was definitely a gem for Julian Seifert, and that might be the most important wave of his heat, for sure. Let's see what how the judges called it, but I don't think there's not a doubt in my mind, at least, that was his best wave.
Let's wait for what is the judges' analysis on this last waves to see if this situation remains the same. We are entering now the 5-minute mark to end this hit number 7, and 5 points to
that one
Manuel
wave.
Fernandes.
That one move wave that you saw.
So it's now his backup. He's improved a lot. He's leading. And we are waiting on one wave for Julian Seifert to have the current situation.
Yeah, it's definitely an important wave for Manuel Fernandes to settle his leadership of this heat and to get a little bit more cozy there on top. And we'll see. Julian Seifert's wave was good, of course, but not enough to attack the lead of Manuel Fernandes, and we're still waiting for Oliver Gold to deliver the gold on something special on this heat.
Here we see live action with Julian Seifert. He did there a turn, but unfortunately for him, he didn't finish that wave because the wave closed out. And then here, trying to go over the roof, but unfortunately for Oliver Gold. He didn't make it.
That could have been something special, but unfortunately, the board basically slipped from his foot and put an end to that wave for Oliver.
So we were waiting for the last scores for red and for white. And during my break, I was, going into the other bank, and it's an amazing vibe there. Seeing all the flags up, seeing all the people cheering, for their teams. And here we see Oliver Gold trying to get rid of that third spot on this heat, but it's not getting easy.
You can almost see the lack of enthusiasm on his moves.
Body language.
Yeah, his body language and the way he's surfing. It's like he's almost already throwing the towel. That's the expression. He's already thrown the towel into the ring and like, okay, forget it, guys. See you at the repechage round.
And even more because Julian Seifert just did a 5.65.
Yep.
So improved the situation on the second place and leaves Oliver Gold needing a 6.45, which is a requirement. Not easy.
Pretty high requirement considering the conditions and considering what Oliver has been doing on this heat. This is going. It could happen, of course. Yes. He is here for a reason. But it's going to be pretty tall order for Oliver, for sure.
Yeah, so if it finishes like this until the end, Manuel Fernandes and Julian Seifert go straight to the round 2 of the main event, while Oliver Gold
has a second chance on the repechage.
Falls into the repechage round. So that's what is on the line here.
Yep.
And as the competition gets going, here is another effort for Oliver. Unfortunately for him, he didn't make it. So he had to give it all since he needs a 6.45.
As we're watching, Manuel Fernandes again on his backhand. Nice turn. Yeah, and I'm not sure it's going to improve his situation. But definitely a wave to take in consideration here for Manuel Fernandes. With 1 minute to go, I guess this is basically this heat is Manuel Fernandes to win. And let me see if Julian Seifert can prove me wrong. Right, nice from Julian Seifert. That's for me. That's for me. For the next time, I'll keep my mouth shut and see what this wave means for Julian Seifert. Perhaps surprise here.
He left the best for last, but let's see what's the judge decision on this amazing finishing move.
Completely, the wave was excellently surfed by Julian Seifert.
So he needs a 5.36 for first place.
Yeah.
And here maybe it's
see,
the last wave of Oliver Gold on this heat.
Nah, not Oliver. Oliver is definitely going for the repechage round. And let's see this. Meanwhile, Julian Seifert threw a curveball here, and we're waiting now for to see if he can dislodge Manuel Fernandes from the first place from the lead. And so, surprise from Julian Seifert here, as we're preparing for an interview with the winner of the last heat. Sorry, no. Meanwhile, we're going for a commercial space.
We'll be right back.
on the booth here, back into action here in the wild, wild west in Santa Cruz with Eurosurf Junior 2022. It's me, Carlos Mariano, once more with my friend Felipe Gervis. And meanwhile, just to settle things on the previous heat, the last wave of Julian Seifert wasn't enough to dislodge Manuel Fernandez from the leadership of the heat, and Manuel Fernandez won the previous heat, heat number 7 of round 1. We're still waiting for the last score for Manuel Fernandez, but meanwhile in the water we're already watching heat number 8.
Yeah, we have the Englishman Kieran Smith, the Italian Francesco Lazzarini, Welsh Arthur Beek, and from Denmark Julius Malmros Bleacher. We're still waiting. They're still on standby, waiting for the last score of Manuel Fernandez. The heat won't start until that score will be locked in. So we're gonna wait on that one and start the heat 8 as soon as possible.
Man, okay, and that's it. 5:35.
He improved his score. He threw away 5 points. He improved to 5.35. So Manuel Fernandez going to the next round in first place. In second place from Netherlands, Julian Seifert. And in third place going to Rapid Charge 1, Oliver Gold from Channel Island.
Yeah, so definitely. There's definitely a expected pattern here emerging with Spain, Portugal, and France dominating at least the surfing under 18 boys here, which was expected, as I said, and definitely was expected. These are the European surfing powerhouses, and it's no surprise that they are dominating at least this category here, this division, this under 18, this boys under 18.
Under 18 and under 16 probably too.
Yeah, probably too. I'm not risking it, but yeah, most probably yes. As we're watching right now, the horn has sounded, and Kieran Smith from England, Francesco Lazzarini from Italy, Arthur Buick from Wales, and Julius Malmros Bleacher from Denmark are going at it in this heat number 8 of round 1 here in Santa Cruz.
Yeah, a little bit of an update from the podium too, because we're talking about we're talking about the pattern, and yeah, definitely you have an Italy surfer that actually did the best scores of the day. So 1675 total high score.
I think he even scored a 9.5 if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I think it's even the highest score of the day.
Oh yeah, 9.5 from Leonardo Apreda.
Yeah,
that's incredible.
Yeah, that ought to be something really special.
Oh yeah, I'm calling in an air with this wind. It's perfect for airs, but maybe it's just
whatever
turn combination. And talking about that pattern, you have the Italy here, and then you have a French, and then a Portuguese going through, and then a Spanish going through. So there's definitely a pattern here. All the strongest nations in European surfing all getting through on the main event. So far so
we can. After all, Italy was is the reigning champion, is the reigning European champion, not on the junior division, but on the open division. They are the reigning European champions. So definitely, if we're talking about European powerhouses in surfing, Italy is definitely the youngest of that division, so to speak, but definitely has a place in there.
Oh yeah,
obviously.
They're all gonna be battling for that top 5, top 3.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be an interesting end of the week. But right now we're still on the main event. We're still on the round 1. There's still a lot of hits going on. We still have a lot of rapid charges to see as we see the Danish surfer Julius
Malmros Bleacher. I'm hoping I'm not murdering his name.
Yeah, sometimes they have a different way.
Yeah.
but we do what we can, as we see Arthur Big up and riding from Wales.
And
Up and a little
Right.
in and out from
Yeah.
Arthur, and he's surfing with a spring suit. I just came from Pantene, and I surfed the coldest water I've ever surfed
Really?
in my life. Yeah.
Really?
It was absolutely insane. So I'm watching him surfing in spring suit, and I'm wondering if the water is that warm. But yeah, he's from
he
Wales.
comes from Wales. Yeah, he comes from Wales. No,
He's from Wales.
You have to put it. You have to put it into context.
Anything is warmer than Wales. So yeah, we're gonna go for an interview with the winner of the last heat. Let's hear him out.
The Spanish Manuel Fernandez.
Congratulations, Manuel Fernandez. Nice hit. You started strong with the 6, and then you start trying to find that backup.
Yes, it feels really good to start the heat with a good wave, so you can relax and stay patient and catch the good scores.
How do you feel the conditions out there with those kind of waves and this wind?
The conditions are very hard, but there are some nice waves, so it isn't bad. There's some good waves.
So what's the vibe on the Spanish team? How you feel that vibe?
Yes, we have a very good team, and I think we can do very well in this contest, and hope we can win.
Do you want to send a message to your family and your friends back out in Spanish?
Sí, muchas gracias a mi familia y todos los que me apoyáis, y nada, darlo todo a la siguiente.
Vamos Spain. Ahí está. Gracias. Back to you, boys.
And we're back into action. Thank you, Nuno, for that excellent interview. And now we have some scores coming in from the Welsh Arthur Buick and Kenneth Smith from England. Francesco Lazzarini from Italy still is waiting for a wave, actually, to surf.
Yeah, but it's interesting because he's still waiting for a wave, and still he has second priority.
Yeah, so I don't know.
He probably paddled to
yeah,
a
paddled
wave,
to a wave. Yeah,
but didn't get in. So
yeah. That's the only explanation.
Yeah, it's the only explanation. So, but yeah, a really low fair heat, low score fair heat. So as we see, Arthur on a fun little ride, hits it hard. That's
and
not complete. Yeah, that's not complete.
Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah, it's punchy. It's fun. It's summer here in Portugal. We have south winds, which is not normally, especially at this time of the year. We're howling with north winds.
But he's coming.
Yeah. And we have the English surfer Kieran on a one turn wave.
Yeah.
He's probably going to be the best score of the heat so far.
Yeah, that was a nice one.
Yeah, we only have around ones and 0 point somethings, as we see. The Italian surfer Francesco Lazzarini with a two-turn combo, really nice. Unfortunately, disconnect with the board right there, but yeah, that's he's looking at his coach, thinking, yeah, I messed up, but I still have time. And yeah,
but still
unfortunately,
showing some potential there, Francesco Lazzarini.
Showing some nice turns. So he still has time, and he's definitely going to do better than that, I'm pretty sure.
And he only needed a 1.40 to go into second, so.
I'm pretty sure with that first carve backside turn, he's probably going to do that.
Yeah.
So, but we're waiting on Kieran's wave as well, as we see Arthur up and riding. Soft first turn, and unfortunately didn't get through the section and ended up going down. So probably another score around that 1 point something. And as we see the English surfer Kieran, one nice little snap and finish it off.
Yeah. Showing some speed there.
Yeah, but that's not complete as well.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
They need to put more effort on that final moment.
Yeah.
Right after the turn, they need to bend and put the weight on their front foot, and try to make it in front of the whitewash. Otherwise, the judges won't won't allow it and won't judge it. They will judge it as not complete.
Yeah, and rightly so.
Yeah, of course.
Meanwhile, Kieran Smith with his last score, not his last score, but previous wave, got a 2.9 and jumped into first. Francisco Lazzarini got himself a 2, so as we predicted, no, that was his previous wave, not the last wave. I think it's even a little bit better than a 2. I'd say.
Yeah, he now dropped to third because Arthur improved his score. He got a 1.75, and Francisco still needs a 1.05. So
yeah, so
lots
of exchanges, and combining that with the time the scores are taking to be punched in, it complicates things a little bit here in the commentary. But hey, if this was an easy job, anyone could do it, right?
Exactly. So we're gonna be here waiting for scores and watching that these low scores coming in. And as we see, Kieran improved a little. He got a 2 point on this last wave. Yeah. So this is definitely. You can see here. There's not a French. There's not a Portuguese. There's not a Spanish.
Yeah.
And not even actually there's an Italian, and he showed some potential in that first turn, so on that first wave, so we're still waiting from him to blow up and try to get something on his scoreboard. So we want to see high scores, we want to see good surfing, but unfortunately the boys are not finding the best waves, and the scores are going pretty low so far.
Yeah, sometimes it's just a matter of finding his own rhythm, it's not always you can start things out with a bang. It's the way you finish, not the way you start, as they say.
Obviously.
And they over there, not the best way for Julius Blischer, I'm afraid. Julius Malmros Blischer. How cool is that name?
Yeah. It's pretty cool. As we see the Italian Francesco Lanzarini up and riding, he does one snap and finishes up.
Okay.
Nicely strong finishing turn, probably the best wave of the heat so far.
Yeah, I would say
at least the strongest maneuver on the heat. So we're
I'd
gonna watch the replay. It does a little setup turn in there, but it puts the board right there on the finishing turn over the whitewash and pushes really hard. So nice turn from Francisco. I'm pretty sure he's gonna make it from third all the way to second, and maybe
at least second,
and maybe to first.
Yeah, it wouldn't be too much of a stretch.
Yeah, he needs 1 point, and to go to first, he needs 2 point something. So it won't be that hard.
Definitely.
Let's see. There's a wave coming. A nice little left for yellow. He doesn't go, and
Francisco Lazzarini again.
Yeah, he didn't have the priority.
Under priority, yeah.
Oh, that was
what
nice
a shame.
turn. Unfortunately, he got stuck.
Yeah.
He has to do a little better. He needs to put more pressure on his front foot and try and improve that 2.0. So it's a 4 points all the way from third to first place.
Yeah,
so
as we were predicting, because we're like that. We're geniuses, you guys. It wasn't that hard, to be honest.
Yeah, I've been watching surf for 20 years and competing and seeing the scores and seeing the judges scoring. So we
learn.
Yeah, we kind of understand how things roll out and how things work. Yeah.
Meanwhile, we're watching Arthur Buick again. Previously it was Kieran Smith, now Arthur Buick. A British affair between an Englishman and a Welsh. I'd be curious to hear those conversations there in the water.
Should be fun with all the accents.
Yeah.
But nice job from the Welsh surfer. You were saying that Denmark are surfing with 2 degrees. 2 degrees.
Yeah, I've been talking. I had a couple of conversations with some guys from Denmark, with a judge and the team manager, and they painted kind of a bleak picture of the surfing conditions in Denmark.
Yeah.
'Cause it's like the coldest water you ever surfed, far. And they were saying that they surfed with six millimeter with gloves and woody and so on. And he said, and when the water hits you in the face, my friend,
you just freeze. Yeah. The coldest water I've ever surfed was in Scotland.
Yeah.
And it was like 7 degrees.
Yeah, so
I surfed with the 543 and gloves and booties and not helmet but hoodie as well.
Yeah.
It's pretty freezing.
Yeah.
Even for us that we actually have cold waters on the winter.
Yeah, and restrictive because when you have to wear that much rubber, you don't move as easily.
Yeah,
even with the modern wetsuits that are excellent comparing.
Comparing to what they were 20 years ago. Yeah, for sure. But for me, what makes me the thing that feels weirder is probably the booties.
Yeah.
Because you just don't feel the board.
Don't feel the board as well.
You just don't feel your feet on your X. And I'm a person that actually likes a lot of wax on the board, and I like to feel my
firmly on the
toes pressing on the wax, and with the booties I can do it, but you have to, otherwise your feet will freeze. I felt my feet freezing in Pantene right now, so English up and riding, and Portugal going down, and then the Denmark.
No, but the Danish also said besides the temperature of the water, which is bad enough. He said that the conditions there were like, well, let's see what with live action, Arthur Buick with
a better turn.
Yeah. A nice one there.
Yeah, the conditions are always extreme.
Extreme.
Windy.
It's like storms on one hand or flat on the other hand, and in between they had some small
windows,
and the underlined small waves, wind waves there. So it's got to be, he said, coming to Portugal or coming to any other place with good waves, it's like incredible, you know.
It's an absolute dream. Yeah, I know, because all the storms in the Atlantic, they form around that place.
Yeah.
So you're either in the middle of the storm or you don't have nothing else.
Yeah. And they don't get any western swells because England and the British Islands, basically the British Islands basically block all the western swells, and so it's kind of it's not the best place to be surfing, but still kudos to these guys who still surf there and come here and do their job and have their fun and represent their flag. So
that's incredible. I know that there's a few pro surfers that went to Denmark and actually scored.
Really?
But it's like the winds have to be perfect, the swell have to be perfect, everything has to be perfect, and that happens like
one in a million.
But there's a few point breaks on Lofoten Islands, and with an amazing background views, and that should be like a nice place to go and visit, because
how special it is to get good waves in places where where often there aren't any waves, you know, like places like I don't know, like the Mediterranean waves and Italy, Sicily, and even Barcelona sometimes.
Yeah, Barcelona gets really good sometimes.
Yeah, that's it. But it's so special when it happens.
It is, because it's a different. We're used to see all that scenario on the beach, and we all know where every wave is. And then out of nowhere, you're just surfing with that big W hotel in Barcelona. Near so it's always special. I think the Italians, I was talking with Nuno about that, the Italians that I've known, which is Hobby D'Amigo and Leo, every once in a while they just share a few surf trips inside of Italy, and they get really good waves, but it's not often. But imagine how cool it is to be surfing Sardinia Islands with all those amazing views and all those background drops. It's absolutely insane. So you know, I actually surfed into one of the most random places in the world that I would never expect to surf, which was Thailand. I got some really good waves in Phuket.
Really?
Which is a place that you think about. It's a tourist place. People go there to party, go there to rest. And we actually managed to get some really, really nice wave on some of the warmest waters I've ever surfed in my life.
Yeah, that should be special for sure.
Yeah, for sure. You're surfing in the middle of Thailandese people. There's so many Chinese people on the sand just dressing weirdly and doing really weird stuff. But
and there's no surfing culture in Thailand, I guess.
At all. But there was actually a couple of surf schools there. So
is there?
Yeah.
That's
incredible. I was
incredible.
pretty impressed. Because I did an online event, an air show online, and the prize for the final three was going to Thailand with all the expenses paid. And I couldn't even believe the waves we were getting. We were able to surf, to do some huge airs, and it ended up being such a special final because we couldn't even believe how fun it was.
Yeah.
And it's so weird because you surf all day and then you just enjoy the Thailandese culture. It's something that you don't experience that often in your life. So it was pretty amazing.
Yeah.
And then we surfed the same kind of thing in Dominican Republic, but that place is known for having for having
the Caribbean.
Caribbean.
The Caribbean are.
We got some really nice. Actually, we surfed where they had a WQS this year. It's a little left-hander point break, which is really, really fun. So there's waves in so many places around the world that people are not expecting. As long as you have an ocean, even if it's in the middle of nowhere, if you have a storm, you're gonna have waves.
Yeah, and that's always the most unexpected waves or the most unexpected places are always that more special.
Yeah, because you don't feel like you're gonna get some fun waves in weird places, and out of nowhere you're getting some of the funnest waves
it's
in
magic.
your life.
It's magic.
It's magic, definitely.
Well, meanwhile, talking about magic, we've got some Italian magic here with Francisco Lazzarini, who is leading the heat. He finally came into his own after that first.
With a couple of fours.
Yeah, and basically won this heat with a 4 and a 425, and progresses along with Kieran Smith from England into, well, wait a minute, because we still have, no, I think, with Kieran Smith, we're still waiting for a wave for Julius Malmros Bleacher, but if it's the wave I saw, it's not going to be enough. So this is a 1-2 situation with Italy and England progressing into the main round as we're going for a small commercial. And we're back into action here on round 1, heat number 9 of surf. Under 18 boys here at the Eurosurf Junior in Santa Cruz, Portugal, with Samuel Redon from France in the red jersey, Hugo Ermening Gonzalez from Germany with the white, and Mats König. I'm trying, guys, I'm trying. Mats König. I guess, or whatever. I'll ask him eventually.
We have a little battle there, as
with
we see the French surfer with the first nice turn and then a nice finishing turn. Unfortunately, going down, Samuel Redon, and we have Hugo Erming Gonzalez. That's not a German name.
Yeah. Well, it's got to be a mix there.
Of course. To
Ermening and Gonzalez, I don't know.
As we see him paddling for this wave, it looks pretty fun now. There's some waves as we see him.
Whoa!
Yeah, nice turn, drifting the tail off. Drifting the tail off and having, as we wait for scores on the
No,
first
but
one of red.
that should have been a nice one.
Let's see.
Look at the replay.
Yeah, technically
Nice.
that's a really good turn. So let's see what the judges think of it. As we are in heat 9, round 1, surf under 18 boys will go straight away for surfer 18 girls, and we have 8 heat as well. As we see Samuel up and riding, almost loses it there, but now he's gonna finish it off. Unfortunately, going down. He had a 3.5 on the first wave.
Yes, Samuel is having a little bit of a difficulty on concluding his waves, and that wave for Hugo Hermening Gonzalez was a 4, which I must confess I'm a little bit surprised. But well, the judges are sovereign on these kind of decisions, and they're still.
What do you think? You thought it was going to be higher?
Yeah, I guess so. But
maybe it's just one turn, and even though he had the fin slide, it wasn't as powerful as it should have been.
Okay.
So let's see, Mats, the
I
Belgian
like
surfer.
that technical eye of yours.
Yeah, and then it's gonna be out of that one. So
And Samuel Redon with a 3.5, he's having a little bit of a difficulty
now
on
we
concluding
see
his
Hugo on
waves.
a nice
Whoa,
left, nice first
one.
turn, and then a huge second one, and
Boom.
finishing off
Okay.
really good, really well.
That's different.
That's going to be the highest score of the heat so far. Check this first one, a lot of spray, and that one, and then one more, and then finishes off pretty strong. With it wasn't an easy section to finish it off. So.
But impeccable style.
Yeah, super fun waves as we see Samuel up and riding on this right-hander. He goes. It just.
No.
It looks out of sync with the ocean right now, and we see Mats on a 2-turn combo. Nice little wave. We're still waiting for scores on last of red and last of white. As we see Matt's first carve and then a second turn. Not too strong.
that much, yeah.
Yeah, not too strong, but still nice wave from Matt's.
Yeah, definitely. And meanwhile, Hugo Hermening. Hugo Hermening Gonzalez, we're still waiting for
I'm
the
curious
score.
to see how the judges will score that, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be the highest wave of this hit so far.
Yep. I'd say so. I'd definitely say so.
We're going to have a Portuguese surfer right away, right after this. Francisco Mittermeier.
Mittermeier, yes.
Yeah, he's a really good surfer. As we see, it looks better now. The waves, maybe it's the tide. We got second wave of Mats. It's a 2.1.
And so perhaps it's a combination of factors: the tide, along with the wind, and so probably that's what we're witnessing here: a combination of factors between the tide and the wind. Well, that's surfing, you know.
Yeah,
a combination of factors. That's the best definition of surfing.
The variables of the surfing
Yeah.
are basically the tide and the wind.
Yeah.
So. But yeah, it looks pretty fun. I don't know how the tide is doing. It's probably going to be the lowest point will be. Oh, we're already it already changed, so it's starting to get higher.
It's already turned?
Yeah, it was at 1 a.m.
Ah, okay.
So 1 p.m. Sorry.
Yeah.
It was at 1 p.m. and so
As we're going with Nuno Príncipe going for the interview with the winner of the previous heat. Go for it, Nuno.
Congratulations, Francesco. A nice hit for you. How is the conditions out there?
Thank you very much, first of all. And yeah, The conditions are tough because the tide is rising, but I managed to get few good ones. I fell on the first one and I broke the nose, but at least I got two good ones. Yeah.
What do you think is a good strategy there on these conditions?
I think is to have an early surf, so try to get a good wave at the beginning to put a score, and then when you have the prio, waiting for a solid one to put a nice score.
You have here proudly the Italian flag. Italia is the current champion of the Euro Junior. What's your vibe there on your team?
Yeah, we are really happy, and it's always a pleasure to be here representing the Italian flag. We will try to do the best to bring home another time the gold medal, and yeah, we give everything. So really happy to be here.
You want to send a message in Italian for your friends and your family back home?
Yeah. Grazie a tutti i supporter. È un enorme piacere per me essere qua a rappresentare la bandiera italiana e tutto il team sta andando alla grande, siamo molto uniti, quindi cercheremo di fare il meglio per portare la medaglia a casa.
Congratulations, Squadra Azzurra, Italia.
Thank you so much, see you on the next round.
Nice interview, it's always good to hear from different countries and different flags. Squadra Azzurra, Italian surfer, happy to go through. And we're going back to this heat because we had Hugo Hermin Gonzalez got a 7.25 on that left-hander with 3 turns. Really good score, just puts a lot of pressure on Samuel Redon and Matt's Corey, because Matt got a 2.85, so he's a little bit in front of Samuel, but yeah, as we see, Matt's battling for this wave.
Let's see what nothing, unfortunately.
The wave was pretty small, didn't allow him the potential that he needed, and now we see some who up and riding. We just know already that his backhand is really strong, so he's probably going to be looking for those lefts. As he did the 3 points on the last turn, unfortunately, on the last wave, unfortunately, wasn't good enough to exchange that 4 points. So he's still in the first place. With Matt's requiring an 8.4 and Samuel Redon requiring an 1.45 to second place. We're still waiting for some more waves to come in, and after this we're going to have 3 more heats on this round. We're going to have in heat 10 a Portuguese, an Irish, and a Scottish, and a Moroccan, and then in heat 11 we're going to have a Spanish, a surfer from the Netherlands, a Channel Line surfer, and on the last heat we're going to have an English surfer, an Italian,
as
and
we
a
saw,
Welsh, and a Moroccan.
Mats Konehi, sorry guys, Mats, okay, I'll just call him Mats from now on. It's easier, sorry to the Belgian crowd, but I really don't know how to read his name. Going for one move waves there, not spectacular in my opinion, but let's see what to just call it. But still pretty open heat, although with a fair advantage or a noticeable advantage by Hugo Hermin Gonzalez in the strength of that 725, and Samuel Redon from France. Nice.
He's having a bit of a shocker. There's something wrong because he started that turn really well.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, he just lost it like he did on these first 3 waves. So
he's having some difficulties.
Yeah, maybe it's the board, maybe it's his confidence. We don't know, but he had the potential to be on the first place or even in second, but a lot more safe. And now he's risking it because Matt is doing his thing and Samuel is missing some opportunities.
Do you think, and I'm wildly speculating here, that perhaps it's a matter of strategy? He wants to go second, so he progresses into the next round in a more favorable, situation. I'm not sure. Sorry, guys. This is really wild speculation. It's just because I can't really explain how he's surfing.
That happens a lot when you're in this kind of competitions.
Yeah,
that happens.
that might be it. That might be it.
I remember when we used to compete on Eurosurf, on Euro Junior, sometimes the coach did some calculations and it was better to go on to get through in second than in first, but it's always
risky. Yeah, it's very risky.
Yeah, because you have to play it safe enough to get through in second place, but you cannot afford to.
Yeah,
lose.
because you might underestimate the third.
Yeah, but I don't think at this time of the contest
it makes any sense.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure it just is his own thing, and things aren't going well to his side. So he has to adapt and regroup again and restart the heat pretty much on his head and try to find some waves that allow him to surf like he usually surfs.
Because Matt, the Belgian surfer, he only uses a 221
to go to second.
To go to second. So it's a very dangerous game to play right now. Very sketchy.
Yes, it is. And when we have 5 minutes and a half remaining, almost 5 minutes and a half remaining, and the
7
waves,
minutes.
7, 5. I don't know what I said. 5. Yeah, 7.5 minutes remaining. There's not a lot of waves coming, so Samuel is going to keep an eye on Mats.
But I'm seeing a set coming in.
Yeah, let's see if it builds something on the inside.
Yeah.
It looks like there's a fun little wave coming in, and Hugo is looking at it. That was a good left. It didn't go. Mats has the first priority. Nice little wave. Soft first turn, and needs to finish it off strong. Yeah,
nice
little wave from
from
Mats. He got a 2.85 on his second to last wave.
And I guess this one was a bit better.
A bit better, yeah. It was similar, but a bit better. So he might get the 2.21 that he needs. So let's see what the judges thought of it. And
Poppy last maneuver there.
Yeah, a little
pop
release.
under his board. Yeah.
Yeah, a little release on this board. So, and these two got off the position for this wave. There's a few waves coming on the outside. You can see the lines. And yeah, it changed a 3.1. It put Samuel on the risk to go to the
repechage.
Which is really weird to see a French guy in the repechage.
So soon.
Yeah,
so soon.
On the first round. So, but he still has 6 minutes to turn the heat around. He's paddling all over the place. So I'm pretty sure he's feeling the pressure.
Yeah.
And
there's no way he isn't feeling it.
What's that? Sorry.
There's no way he's not feeling the pressure.
Oh yeah, because he knows he needs. Sometimes it's hard when you need a low score because you just go on anything and try to do something on any kind of wave, and it ends up not being enough. So as we see, Hugo is not going on this wave. Samuel is not going on this wave. 2.45. It's not a high request, but still, on these conditions,
it might happen, or might not happen. On the other hand,
Hugo using his priority here,
whoa,
trying to improve.
This one looks promising.
Looks like a nice little right-hander.
Well,
nice little layback with a fin throw. Unfortunately, goes down. That would be a really good score because he had a lot of technicality on it.
Yeah.
And now leaves Samuel with the priority on the outside. Let's see the replay on this one. He hits it kind of late and drops his back arm. He's actually drifting the tail. Unfortunately, he didn't turn the board around soon enough. So unfortunately, he went down, and that leaves Samuel by himself on the outside with 4 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. It's just a 2, but still, it's
and there's some water moving outside.
Let's see. He's going on this one.
I'm not sure if
he needs to do something and not fall. Okay. He's falling. Ooh, I don't know. That's not
did a nice first turn.
Yeah,
but is it
2.45?
I
Let's
don't
see.
know.
He hits it late, and then he kind of misses it.
I'm calling it yes. I'm calling it yes.
Maybe
Let's see.
because of the size of the wave.
Yeah, and that was a.
He's going
I don't
again.
know.
He's feeling the pressure.
He's playing it safe. Yeah.
Yeah. He needs to do a couple of turns.
Okay.
All right. One
One.
nice turn and finishes off.
Okay.
And
He
falls
falls
again. That is really weird. He's not confident. As we see,
The
Mats-
Belgian.
Oh, he lost the priority in there.
Unfortunately for the Belgian.
There's a lot of current out there. Let's see. This might be the 245. So he does one really good turn. He almost gets the second one.
If he manages not to fall
that's
there.
a 4 points if he manages the last one. Let's see.
What to just think about it?
Let's see. Matt's looking at this wave.
It's not an easy call. Not an easy call at all.
It's going to be super close, I think.
Yeah. Either way.
Because 245, I don't. Yeah, maybe that big set. Yeah,
I don't know.
It's going to be around the 3
It's
points.
on the outside. It's a relatively big wave for the conditions, and so that also has its weight.
It's important for people to know that the size of the wave is not part of the criteria, though the risk of the maneuver is.
Sure.
And then the bigger the wave, the bigger
The riskier
risk.
it is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. So as we see Matt's paddling for this wave, Hugo as well. We're going to see him go. Nice lay back with a little fin throw.
This time
Really
it didn't fall.
technical, yeah, really technical. He might improve on that 4 points. Let's see, because that's even though it's a single. Yeah. Samuel got the score on that one.
Yeah.
3.95.
Yeah.
And then a 3.8 on the second
yeah.
one.
So he got the 2. Curiously enough, on that first wave, that one move wave, he got higher score than on the second. So it's.
Yeah, but it's.
I
normal.
I really like that.
It's
that,
normal,
that
but
move. I really like that move.
What I think it's weird, he got almost the same score with a wave. He didn't make the second turn on that. On that one. So the judges actually thought that the first turn of that wave was almost as good as the big turn on the bigger wave. So it's their call, but
they're sovereign in their decisions. So.
Exactly. So yeah, he improves the situation and he puts Mats on a difficult one. So he needs a 4.65, and let's see if Hugo Hermin Gonzalez is going to improve on his second score, on his backup score of a 4, when it's 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining on this heat. He kind of went quiet right now.
Yep.
Hugo is asking for time, asking for the scores. He needs to know where he stands in the heat, but he's pretty comfortable.
I'd say he's pretty safe right
when
now.
He has a 7.7, 7.2 something, 7.25. When you have 7 points on conditions like this, you're pretty much always safe. Obviously, depending who you're against. But
of course.
But
on the context of this heat, I'd say he's safe.
He's pretty safe. Even if Samuel needs an 8.3. So because Hugo actually improved his score of that little layback.
Yep.
He got a 5 points.
Yeah,
so that improves.
It's a pretty good backup.
It is. And now Samuel needs a
victory lap here.
Exactly. Samuel needs an 8.3 to go to the first place, and I don't think that's going to happen with 10 seconds remaining. So we're going to count down on this one, and yeah, nice hit by the German surfer Hugo.
Definitely.
And Samuel Radon actually
edges through.
Went to turn around this hit.
Yeah, edges through.
Yeah.
Basically edges. And there we go for a commercial space,
and we'll right back. We'll be right back. live here in Santa Cruz. Straight away to the action, we have Black up and riding, a nice foam climb on that wave. We still don't have the names on this heat, but I'll try to figure it out. I know that we have the Portuguese surfer, now we have the white surfer. We have the Portuguese surfer, Chic Mittermeier, and we also have from Ireland in white, Jay Widger. We have from Scotland in yellow, Finn Clark, and last but not least, in black, we have Suli Kabati Mehdi from Morocco. And I'm expecting big things from the Portuguese on this one because he's a really, really good surfer. I really like what he has been doing in the Portuguese national tour and under 18s in Portugal, as we see in yellow, the surfer in yellow, up and riding, nice little first snap, another one, and I'm here with the great Nuno Prince. As you see, Chic Mittermeier, nice first turn, straight into a second one, and fortunately boggles the rail, and we see the white up and riding. A lot of action on this heat. Nice little first turn, nice little second turn. Unfortunately, goes down the Irish surfer. As we wait for higher scores on this one, we're gonna see the Moroccan surfer up and riding also. Just trying to get some speed, floater on that section, and a little foam climb. Unfortunately, goes down. He looks bummed, and now I'm expecting big things from Chico.
Yeah, Francisco Mittermeier is one of the best junior Portuguese surfers. He's having a great year also. He made an amazing result in the Portuguese national tour, which called the Liga Mel, in Ericeira, in good waves. You know, he put his carving game there.
He did
in
semifinals? Semifinals or quarterfinals?
He went straight to the semifinals.
Incredible. Who did you lose to? Halle or Kikas?
I think it was Kikas. Okay. We can check there on the computer. You know, when you see, like Francisco saw minutes ago, you know, his fellow from the Portuguese team do what they did. Francisco, Ordonhas, Martin Nunes, surfing that way. Of course, he wants to get on the same rhythm. Still getting stuck on the first maneuver.
Yeah.
So he didn't
find his feet. Still.
Yes, I agree with you. He didn't start so strong as his fellow colleagues from Portuguese team, but he still has a lot of time to do it. We are waiting on our screen here, you know, for the scores to be updated, and we have the surfers that are on the water because we don't have the scores. So we are waiting on that update to give the current situation of the heat.
We have Black up and riding with this turn, unfortunately goes down on that one. Yeah, I have the results here. Yeah, Francisco Mittermeier actually did semifinals on the Portuguese national tour. He actually lost to ex-CFT surfer Frederico Moraes.
Yeah.
So that shows how well he's surfing and how good he's gonna be on the future, because the future looks bright for him.
Yeah.
He's gonna be a really good surfer. He's really competitive. He's really good on his free surfing. I've been watching Francisco surfing for a while now, so I've watched these free surf sessions, and he's really consistent. That's one of the things that impresses me the most about him. He's really, really consistent.
Yeah, thanks for the production team. We already have here the scores on our screen. So Francisco Mittermeier opened with a 3.5. He's leading. But there's waves for coming for all surfers. Jay Widger from Ireland did a 1.05. Finn Clark from Scotland did a 1.5 and a 2 points. And though the scores are dropping out, 1.2 for the backup of Francisco Mittermeier, and still one wave to come.
Yeah, but I don't think it's gonna be a big one because we didn't see actually nothing special from him yet. So we're still waiting for those fireworks that I know he's capable of. So I really want to see him open up and showing his surfing because he's one of the best surfers in this category. He should be aiming for a win on this one against all the French and all the Spaniards and all the other competitors. But yeah, I'm pretty sure he has his own goal as a surfer of winning the first place here. So yeah, he has to have that ambition and he has to be ready to fight for it.
Yeah. So first Francisco Mittermeier, second Tsuli Kabati Mehdi from Morocco. But there's waves to come to check the scores. Here we have the replay of the last of Jay Widger.
Exactly, a nice first carve, and unfortunately the wave just disappears. And we saw Chico Mittermeier was, yeah, it just finished off the wave. Let's see if the production has a replay of that one because it looked like a long wave because he stood up pretty early. So. Let's see. Here, we have Tsuli almost going for the air, and with this wind, I really want to see Francisco Mittermeier go for the air on the right-handers. As we see, almost a nice turn from the Irish surfer, unfortunately going down. And this is the best conditions for regulars to go to the air. I think everyone is still playing kind of safe because something that we learned from the years is that sometimes you need to save the best for the last. Yeah, because sometimes you have to impress the judges on that critical parts of the contest. So you just go and do the best you can on your heats, but you just don't use all the cards you have under your sleeve. So as we see the Moroccan hit it really hard.
Whoa!
Nice finishing turn from the Moroccan, so he's going to improve his situation on the second spot. As we're still waiting for the wave of Francisco Mittermeier to see if he improves on a 1.2. Unfortunately, we didn't have a replay on that wave, but let's see what the score was.
Yeah. And this is a hard task for the judges because while they are, thinking about some waves, they are checking on the replay. The surfers are very active, and so this is it has to be a great.
Yeah, it's hard.
It's hard because now they have to check all the replays. Fortunately for them, there's now a lull, so no surfers are now in action, which helps a lot because there's a lot of waves surfed, a lot of opportunities.
The judges need to review the waves and make sure everything goes all right and to be able to give the right scores. And sometimes when it's too much action, you just get a little bit overwhelmed. And that's why we have replays so the judges can rewatch and make sure they make the right calls.
Yeah, Jay Widger was in a second leading the heat because then the last wave of Francisco Mittermeier, it's a 5.75, which takes him back to the lead with Tsuli Kabati Mehdi from Morocco, now getting into second place.
He almost got barreled there. That wave was really well read because the wave was actually a little barrel, and he got a 4 point on that last turn, which is really good and gives him a little bit of an advantage between the third and the fourth, so he's looking sharp.
So we are ready to go into the interview.
And hello there, guys. We're back here on the flash interview, this time with the winner of the previous heat, Hugo Hermaning Gonzalez. How are you, Hugo? I guess fine since you just won your heat, right?
Yeah, I'm really happy I won my heat. Waves are pretty good. Yeah.
Tell me a bit about yourself, because people are asking about your surname Gonzalez. I know you're part German and part Spaniard. Is that it? Tell me about your background, please.
Yeah, my father is from German and my mom is from Canary Islands, so I live in Canary Islands. And yeah, I surfed there. I have born there, and yeah.
In what part of Canary Islands? In which island?
In Gran Canaria.
Okay, cool. And so, what do you think about the conditions here in Portugal for this Eurosurf Junior?
Yeah, I have been a couple of times here in the QS and other events here, and I really like Santa Cruz. And I think it's a pretty good place to do a competition. And yeah, keep going like this.
And what are the goals of the German team for this event?
Do our best and see what happens and have fun.
Do you have any message for your family and friends? It can be in German or in Spanish back home if you want to say something to them.
Yeah, un saludo a toda mi familia, a mi madre, a mi padre, a mi hermana, a mi novia y a todos los que me están viendo y a seguir así.
Thanks a lot, and thank you guys, and back to the booth with Nuno Príncipe and Filipe Chervish.
Thank you for the interview. Of course, yeah, that's what matters for us is, and mainly for Santa Cruz, why we see live action here from the Yellowfin Clark, is, surfers saying, hey, we already been to Portugal, we love the waves. The waves have a lot of quality, and of course this is very important in terms of the goal of the organization and the city mayor of Torres Vedras to promote Santa Cruz as a special place to every surfer for all over the world, and of course all over Europe, to come here and enjoy the waves, pushing the local economy. And it's very important because all these surfers have their own social media, and they posted stories and posts, and they have a lot of reach for other surfers, for all their fans, for all their followers, and this is such an important thing for Santa Cruz.
Yeah, definitely. And Santa Cruz is one of the most consistent places we have in Portugal. Chic meter, my nice little first carve waiting on the bottom, hits it really hard, and that one is gonna put one more nice.
Now
that was a really good wave. Now that's the Francisco Mittermeier that we used to see in Portugal, and finding his rhythm slowly, but yeah, finding it. Still 6 minutes remaining. He has more than time, as we see the Moroccan trying to improve on a 2.5. He comes down the bottom, he hits it really hard, a lot of spray on that one. He turns right, the foam climb unfortunately goes down. And yeah, there's a lot of waves on this hit. One more nice little left from the Welsh surfer. Nice
Wow.
hit off the top. That was a really good turn, and he's gonna put White back in the mix.
Yeah, this is completely, there's non-stop action. Look at this, there's wave after wave after wave. So we never know which is the current situation of this hit. Still, the Portuguese surfer is leading, but there's waves, there's scores to know about the other surfers. So let's see, we are almost on the 5-minute mark on this hit, and let's see how it pans out. Francisco Mittermeier was, on the fight to the Pro Junior championship title in Portugal with Martin Nunes. They had a good struggle. They were just 2 events, and Martin won the first event with Francisco and got second, and then on the second event Martin went to the final, and since Francisco lose earlier, so he delivered the title to Martin, that got also in the final, and lose to João Maria Mendonça. That is another great surfer that unfortunately couldn't be on this group. But
he's older than 18 already, no? No. Okay.
So
as we said, there are a lot of good junior surfers in Portugal trying to follow the footsteps of Tiago Pires, of Frederico Moraes, of Vasco Ribeiro, Teresa Bonvalot. There's a lot of reference that they have.
Teresa has been absolutely on fire. She has been winning hits for a while now, and she's on a good way to qualification for the World Tour. That's her aim this year. She really wants that qualification. And that shows how much work our Portuguese people have been putting on. And we're still waiting on the last wave of Francisco. I'm pretty sure it's going to be his best wave. Yeah, it's going to be the best wave of the heat. It's going to be a 7-point something. And
it's a 7-point range. We just tried to hear the speaker.
Yeah, we just heard the speaker, and they still didn't put it on the website, but though we heard it, it's going to be a 7-point something.
Yeah.
I think it's an I7, which shows that he's capable of that and much more. And I'm aiming for a big result of Francisco in this contest, honestly.
Yeah.
Well, in Portugal in general, obviously I'm talking about Portugal because I'm Portuguese, but I really want to see Portuguese team doing well. As we see Jay, yeah, there's still a score coming in for Jay on that one turn maneuver wave that needs to be is that one
3.55.
Yeah, that was a bit short. He now needs a 2.296. I don't think this last wave it's a 2.96. So let's see. With 2 minutes and a half remaining, Francisco is dominating the heat slowly and easily, controlling the pace of the heat. He's going to wait. He has second priority, but he's going to wait for the best wave of the heat and try to improve on that 5.75. He's already looking at this one. The Moroccan looks like he's going. Yeah, so if the Morocco doesn't get the wave, he's going to lose priority, which that happened. So Francisco has 2 minutes to choose the best wave of the heat and try to improve that 5.75.
Yeah, I think he has such a solid lead right now because Tsuli Kavati Mehdi from Morocco needs a 9-point wave to get him in the lead. So the discussion is more on to the second spot, second place of this heat. So here we see live action with Finn Clark.
Nice.
He needed this second because he needed this second maneuver. He needs a 4.3.
Yeah, that was obtainable on that wave. The wave was actually really, really fun. The wave looked good. He did a first big turn. Unfortunately, on the second one, he kind of pressed too hard on the back foot and wasn't able to finish off that turn. So 1 minute remaining. Francisco Mittermeier in first place. Second place, Tsuli Kavati Mehdi from Morocco needing 9 points to go to first place. In third place, we have Jay Widger from Ireland needing a 2.96. And in fourth place, we have Finn Clark from Scotland needing a 4.3.
Yeah, it's so cool to see these United Nations of surfing here in Portugal. With the all teams from Europe to get together and to compete for the individual prizes and of course for the overall team effort. That's what they are here main for. So it's such a great vibe that we feel there on the beach. Here we have the final effort for Jay Widger. He needed a 2.96.
He just needed to land the second one. Unfortunately, going down, and I don't think that's going to be the score. And now we have Sheik Mittermeier going through to the second round. A nice score and nice surfing by Francisco.
Yeah, it's a 3 points for Finn Clark. It's not enough for second place. Dodging bullets, the second, surfer from Morocco, Tsuli Kavati Mehdi. But that's how it ended, and we go into commercial break. We will be right back. Stay tuned.
Welcome back to live action from Praia do Mirante in Santa Cruz, west coast of Portugal. Thanks everybody for tuning in all over Europe, all over the world, wherever you are. It's good to know that you are on the other side watching all the action. We just finished hit number 10 of a total of 12 hits, round 1, under 18 division of the boys. And we are getting into hit number 11. Minutes from now we will have the interview with the Portuguese Francisco Bittermeier. And we see, whoa, started strong. We are just waiting here. Kai Odriozola. Here it is, full gas, full speed, and with strong moves there from Spain. In the white jersey we have Hugo Prince from Netherlands, and yellow jersey we have Owen Graham from Channel Islands. Start very strong. Kai Odriozola, one of the strongest juniors in Spain right now, and he made sure that everybody knows that with his first wave. Here, the answering Hugo Prince with a nice free entry there on the inside to feel the wax under his feet, feel the board. Here's the replay. Started to get some velocity and then kick the tail there, release the fins, and getting that move done to show the judges they have to count on him on this hit. Still waiting on those two scores. Here's Owen Graham with a wave, very hard to surf with not so much velocity, but still he managed to put one finishing move. We are waiting for the scores to be released. 18 minutes remaining to finish this heat. So a lot of action going on here. So we are one hit away to finish the boys division under 18, and then we're gonna make the transition for the girls division under 18. Also, welcome back, Carlos.
Hi, and hi, you guys on the internet land. It's as you were saying, there's one more heat on this under 18 boys division, and then we have the debut of the girls under 18 as well on this spot. As we're watching, Kai Odriozola from Spain ripping this wave apart, and whoa, nice one for Kai Odriozola.
Yeah, look at it. He started with a 7.5. Wow, amazing start for the Spanish surfer. That now is going to back it up, this score, with this wave that we just saw. So he started very strong, trying to, putting some pressure on his opponents, and he's doing so.
Yeah, I didn't see 7.5, but this one is going to be definitely a nice score for the Spaniard. As we're watching Hugo Prince from the Netherlands with a nice answer to the Spaniard. Well, nice surfing here on this heat where we're having a great heat on our hands for sure. I still don't, Owen Graham still hasn't caught a wave, but let's see. Well, he was waiting for my call for sure. And there he is, Owen Graham, with a couple of moves. Unfortunately, got hung up a little bit there on the second, and still, I'd say he got the short straw there between Kai Odriozola, Hugo Prince, and himself.
Yeah. So a good start of the heat for every surfer. Let's see what's the judge's decision on their last scores. after the 12th hit of this round, we will have more 8 hits on the girls division. So stay tuned. We have a full day ahead until the end of the afternoon. So Caio Odriozola makes 4.5 and backs it up is 7.5. So he almost decided this hit. Of course, Hugo Prince and Owen Graham still can turn around, but being realistic, it will be very hard for them to get into the lead, because Caio Odriozola still can improve on a 4.5 that he just did. So he's putting a lot of pressure, and we know this kind of strategy, Carlos, along the day and also yesterday. When a surfer started so strong, it's so difficult to have like a turnaround.
Yeah, it's basically you get a good wave, you post a big score, and then it's just a question of managing expectations and doing a little bit of a wait and see, you know?
Yeah.
There are some guys who prefer another way around and starting, whoa, nice one from Hugo Prince, nice one. There are other surfers who like to start things off conservatively and then building house. But what we've been seeing is from some of the surfers here is basically go for broke on the first wave and then managing it all the way to the end. So it's two different approaches with the same outcome. They just want to progress, win the heat if possible. If not, going second and progress into the next round.
Yeah, but I like this reaction from Hugo and Owen. Still, when we see another wave from the heat leader, Caio Odriozola, with the first and look, he started with a strong move and then he finished it up. His consistency is amazing. Basically.
Yeah, and he's surfing incredibly, Caio Odriozola.
Yeah,
I didn't know this young surfer, but I'm already a fan.
Yeah,
in 3 waves surfing, I'm already a fan.
Yeah, but I just have to highlight also the reaction of Hugo Prince and Owen Graham, because they heard that Caio Odriozola started with a 7.5 and back it up with a 4.5. That I think is going to improve on this situation when the last score will come out. But they tried to react because Hugo Prince did a 4.25 on his last wave. He needs. On the second last wave, we are waiting for the last score, and Owen Graham also tried to react. So they are, of course, there's a lot of time to go, but we understand and we know that it's hard to turn around. Well, we'll go to the interview with the Portuguese server, Francisco Mittermeier.
I'm here with the winner of the last heat, Francisco. How was it out there? It started a little slow, but then you find your form.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, the conditions are super hard with the tide and I don't know, the winds. It's super weird in the water, but there's waves and it's what we have to compete, so it's always fun.
What is your goals for this contest? I know that Portugal is aiming high, but you as an individual surfer, you want probably the win. You know that you were able to.
Of course, I want to take the win here in Santa Cruz, representing Team Portugal, and I will be more than happy if I can do that.
Yeah, perfect. You want to say some words in Portuguese? Send a shout out at home.
Obrigado a todos que estão lá em casa. Quero agradecer à minha família, ao meu pai, à minha mãe, ao meu irmão, e obrigado a todos.
Thank you. Good luck for the next round.
Here it is, Francisco Mittermeier, also with a good performance on the last heat. Of course, he's fighting for the Portuguese team, also for his own personal goals to try to perform as best as possible, and he started very well with the win on this first heat on this competition. We're still waiting on the last wave of Caio Odriozola. That don't lose time and go again on a good nice wave where he's basically mating his surf. Unfortunately for him, he fell on that finishing move, but he's such in a good rhythm with the waves. It's just the score just came out. It's a 7 points. So 7 points now is his backup, and his first wave 7.5 is his best wave, of course, the best wave of the heat. Hugo Prince reacted minutes ago with a 5.35. That before this 7 of Caio Driozola, he was shortened his way to get into the lead, but now he's already needing a 9.15 to get into the lead, and Owen Graham needs a 7.4 for second place. So, of course, first and second goes directly into the next round. Who finishes third and fourth fall into the repechage round. That's what is happening today. If you are just joining us, welcome everybody. If you are all over the Europe, all over the world, wherever you are, we are on the Eurosurf Junior, live from Praia do Mirante in Santa Cruz in Portugal, the beautiful west coast of Portugal. And we have a double bank situation today, probably also tomorrow, where we are here broadcasting the under 18 boys division. Then we're going to make the transition after the 12 hit. We are on number 11 for the girls division, and on the other bank up north the beach we have the under 16 going on. If you want to check the scores, go into eurosurfing.org. Is live action from Owen Graham. Now that's a good looking wave.
Yep.
From the surfer from the Channel Islands.
Yeah, and a good answering. No, we have a very interesting heat on our hands here. Although Caio Driozola seems to be crushing it with a 7.5 and 7. There's not the other Hugo Prince and Owen Graham are no slouches. They're surfing very well. This kind of performance, like the one you were seeing by Caio Driozola, the impact it has on the other surfers, you can react two ways. You can just throw in the towel and say, okay, this guy surfs way better than me. I'm gonna surrender. Or it can light a fire under your ass. Sorry, pardon my French, and make them surf even better and try to combat the performance by, in this case, by Caio Driozola. Let's see how. For now, Hugo Prince and Owen Graham, they seem to be answering back pretty well, although not with the same quality that we've been seeing from the likes of Caio Driozola, who is really impressing us a lot, right, Nun?
Yes. Caio Driozola, since very early age, started to show an amazing talent in Spain. He was the Spanish champion under 14 division. Then he was the Grom Search champion also on the same division. And he was the European Grom Search champion under 14 division. So basically, he's here to stay, and he's showing a lot of a good performance here on this heat. Here is answering back Hugo Prince, that has a good rhythm with his lefts.
Yep.
So trying to do 9.15 for leading, but I think his main goal is to strong his second spot.
Yeah, consolidate his second spot and progress into the next round, because with a couple of sevens, Caio Driozola right now is very difficult. It's going to be very difficult for Prince or Graham to make a solid offensive onto the first place. It's not going to be easy to dislodge this young Spaniard from the first place, as he's watching this other right-hander just in and out for him. But he's comfortable. He's comfortable in the first place.
Well, a 6 point for Owen Graham.
Yep.
So he's fighting for that second place of Hugo Prince. So that on the second previous wave he did a 5.35. We are waiting on his last wave. And live action here for Owen Graham.
Owen Graham on his backhand. Going
wow.
for broke on
Did
this
he make this?
move. Whoa.
Hey,
He only needed a 360 to go into as we're seeing,
Wow.
talking about 360, the whole other kind, with Caio Driozola with a huge hair rotation there. Unfortunately for the Spaniard, he didn't make it, but well, that's not going to have an impact on this score with a 7 and a 7.5. But still, very curious to see what the judges think about that last wave by Owen Graham.
Yeah, moments ago, Caio Driozola did a 4.8 that didn't enter on his top two waves, and we are waiting for his last that he fell on that air move. So let's see, we are still waiting for scores also for Hugo and Owen to give you the update situation on this heat. We already are in the last 5 minutes of the heat, so let's see what these three surfers has on offer, because the strong lead of Caio Driozola really set the pace of this heat. And there's a very, very interesting fight for that second place between Hugo Prince and Owen Graham. The judges are checking the replays to release the last scores of these surfers that we just saw. A lot of action going on. So let's see. It's all a matter of keeping the composure and keeping focusing, because you know the second place is completely open.
Yeah, and I guess this
for
is just,
Hugo and Owen.
And this is obviously a race for second, with Caio Driozola basically dominating this heat, and so Hugo Prince and Owen Graham are fighting a very interesting battle for second, and that's the thing is, the way they're surfing, they could even won some of the previous heats, so that's the level we're talking about. But unfortunately for them, Cadre is always basically crushing it on this heat with a couple of sevens, and he's even going to the air and trying to do something really special here. So with 3 minutes to go, things are basically resolved concerning the first place, as we see Cadres all here going on this left-hander. 2 nice turns, a third one, pretty nice wave for Cadriozola, who doesn't seem to surf badly, you know. And so it's a matter of seeing who is the second place here, who has the second place here, and that's interesting enough. Since Hugo Prince and Owen Graham are racing a pretty interesting race for second, and consequently for progressing on to round 2 of this main event. That's what's at stake here. Nothing less, nothing more.
Yeah, and Caio Driozola has good memories here from Santa Cruz, since he was here competing this year on the Key West event of the World Surf League, and he went straight until you know, a lot of hits that he made, and he finished in a 13th place, which is amazing for the surfer that it's now starting to compete
at this age,
with this age and on the QS. So of course he's you know, he knows these waves, because maybe better, I'm sure better than Hugo and Owen. And I think he's very confident on his surfing. And he also known here in Portugal because he went on a project called, which sponsored of one company, and he was trained on that project by the Portuguese coach José Seabra. That you know, during a lot of time, the project is called EDP Surf for Tomorrow. So they took them on. You know, the new generation of Portugal and Spain in some contests, and they were working with Zé Seabra, that was the coach and mentor of Tiago Pires, that represented Portugal during 7 years on the World Championship Tour. So this is a surfer that for his age, he's too advanced, but of course he has a long way to go to you know, to be one
one of the best, because maybe in the future, who knows, Spain will put another representing on the championship tour, following Aritz Aramburu.
Meanwhile, sorry to interrupt you, but meanwhile, we got a 6:35. Well, not we.
Wow.
Owen Graham got a 6:35, and I think he's going.
Second.
Yeah, and he jumped to second, and I think he's going to. As we're watching Cadrezola going for Brooklyn's Wave, another rotation there, and just putting the cherry on top of this incredible heat for him. And meanwhile, Owen Graham jumped into second. And Hugo Prince, who was surfing so well, just got himself a third place, and it was, well, basically we had a gem of a heat here.
Yeah. So, and it's cool to watch how Caio Odriozola, in every wave, he tried to improve. He never did the same.
Yeah.
Now on this last wave, he put all the risk. Of course, he's very comfortable leading the heat. They're already handed. So he showed progressive moves. So that's very mature for him, because he's not trying to follow what he did on the previous wave. So now we're going into the commercial break, and we'll be right back. Stay tuned.
And we're back, still waiting for the last score of Caio Odriozola, that small but spectacular rotation on the right-hander for Caio Odriozola, that aerial move that the judges are debating how to score, I guess. And so we'll see what's the result. And the last heat of this first round of the boys under 18 surfing, it's not going to start while we don't have that final score by Caio Odriozola. And what a performance by Kai.
Incredible.
Yeah.
He absolutely rips.
Yeah,
Surf's
we've got
really, really good.
If you haven't noticed, we have Felipe Gervis back on the booth here instead of Nuno Príncipe, who went for a little pause, a little breather. And now we're going to start with the girls. Sorry, guys. With the last seat of the guys, yeah.
Last seat of the guys.
Bo Betteridge in red from England, Rufo Massimo Baita from Italy in second, Ellie Parentes-Davies from Wales in third, and El Maliani Imad from Morocco in the black singlet. So let's see.
I surfed with this kid in Anchor Point not too long ago. Yeah, incredible. He actually did some kind of look. He surfs really good.
Yeah.
I surfed with him in Anchor Point. I went there for a surf trip. Actually, more than a surf trip. We climbed the biggest mountain in the north of Africa.
Wow.
The Toubkal.
Wow.
4,167 meters.
Yeah, that's an accomplishment, man.
Yeah, it was pretty fun. And then we spent the whole week in Tagazut surfing Anchor Point. And this kid, El Mailani Imad, was actually surfing really, really well. I'm pretty surprised to have him here. It's good. As we see, this heat has been non-stop.
Yeah, everyone's basically got some waves. not with the exception of Ellie Perrin-Davies, the Welsh. So we got El Maliani Imad got himself the first excellent opening wave, or at least a pretty good opening wave.
Yeah.
Pretty good. Then we had Rufo Massimo Baita from Italy, and finally Bo Betteridge, that unfortunately couldn't quite surf the wave the way he meant it for sure.
Yeah, he just caught a rail on the last bottom turn. He started the wave pretty well, but then he caught the rail on that bottom turn, and they managed to hit the last section. But still, there's plenty of time to go, and it's gonna be a long heat. And right after this, we're gonna go to the under 18 girls.
Yep.
Let's see what the tide does.
It's going to be a long day, Philippe. A long day with
24 heats, I think. 48 because we're running 24 on this podium, and we're running
double podium here at
we're running another 28. We're running 24 on this podium and another 24 on the other podium.
Double podium here at Santa Cruz at Praia do Mirante, and we are going for an interview with Nuno Príncipe, who is going to interview Odriozola.
So congratulations, Caio Odriozola. Amazing heat. You started so strong with a 7.5. That's a good way to start a heat.
Yes, I'm really happy with this heat. I came straight from the QS in Pantin, and my last hit was really small waves, so I was really stoked to have now good waves, and really happy with how the hit went.
We have good memories here from Santa Cruz, since you were competing here on the QS event, and you got the 13th place. You like this wave?
Yeah, I really like Santa Cruz. The waves are always really good, and there is always waves here. Yes, the QS 3000 here went really good for me. I did some good hits, and of course I have really good memories from here.
So what's the vibe there on the Spanish team? What's your goals here on Santa Cruz?
Yeah, of course the goal is to win. We have a really strong team, and let's see how it goes, but I think we can take the win.
Okay. So do you want to send a message back home in Spanish for your friends and family?
Muchas gracias a todos los que estéis animando desde casa. Y venga, por la siguiente.
Spain. Gracias.
We are back live. Nice interview between Nuno and Kai. Kai absolutely ripping. He came all the way from Pantin, the first WQS, the first stop on the WQS European Regionals, and he actually got a final. One of it was probably the youngest final ever on the WQS between Kai and Adura Matria, and Adur took the win, and Kai just did an incredible result. But right now he's in second place.
The future is now. Pantin, which where Portuguese Teresa Bonvallo won the women's competition. So congratulations to her.
Yeah, I was fortunate enough to be there and congratulate her personally. And while we were on the interview, El Mailani did a second really good left-hander, so he's got to probably improve on that 5 points.
Yeah, his first one was the 5, so.
And the second one, I think, is a little bit better, but let's see what the judges think. And
while we have this lull on the waves.
Yeah, the judges will trying to figure out the scores. So we're gonna check. What's the score for the last wave? We're still waiting for the first of the Italian Rufo Massimo Baita and the second one of El Maliani Imad in first place right now. So he has the 4th priority. So it's a 4.5, a little shorter than the other one, and the first wave of the Italian surfer for 4.75.
So it's got to be. I think we're going to have a very interesting heat on our hands, very competitive. After more competitive, perhaps, than the one before, where Kai basically destroyed the competition. So it's interesting in its own way, to watch a performance like that. But on this heat, I think things are going to be a little more tight regarding who wins, who progresses, or who goes to the repechage. Let's see.
I was pretty happy watching the last heat. I just saw that Owen Graham from the Channel Island.
Yeah.
He actually served really well and did a pretty high score. So a bit of a surprise here. The Netherlands surfer went to the repechage, and we have a surfer from the Channel Island on the round 2 of the main event.
Yeah, the Netherlands, the Dutch surfer was surfing pretty well too. So it was a pretty interesting. When I say that Caio Driosola smashed the competition, that's not to say that the competition was weak. It's just the opposite. They were really very competent surfers, and I'm not doing them any favors. That's what we saw. We all saw that. But the thing is, Caio Driosola is really on a whole other level.
Yeah, definitely.
And it was pretty interesting to see guys from nations who usually don't stand out doing so well as the Dutch and Channel Island surfers. So it's pretty cool.
As we see Rufo on a nice little left-hander. 2 amazing turns, 1 more setup turn, and he's going to finish it off.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, didn't do.
And Bo Betteridge for me, what a shame.
Yeah, another mistake by Bo. That's going to cost him. He still has a little less than 12 minutes.
He went for the lip a little bit late, and it cost him.
I was speaking with Francisco before the interview, and he told me that this left, where they're surfing, during the whole week was really good, and the right-hander, where is the podium too, wasn't that good, and now it seems like the things just shifted.
Yeah.
The left-hander kind of disappeared, the bank kind of disappeared, and the right-hander is absolutely bombing.
Yeah.
So,
the highest scores of the day were on their right-hander.
Yeah, but still, we have a lot of good waves as we see this incredible set wave for Eli. As he does the first turn, he needs to drop that level up. And
Nice.
It is a little conservative, but still a nice finishing turn.
Yeah, he needs to be smart. He only has a 165 on the scoreboard, so he needs to play it safe. It's kind of a intelligent strategy by the Welsh surfer.
Yeah, he didn't have a lot of speed to go and smack that maneuver really hard, but still was very competitive, very consistent. He just threw a perfect maneuver in there. So we're gonna wait to see what the scores will be.
Yeah, sometimes, and you know this way better than I do, in competition sometimes you have to play it safe, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah, especially when it's a low score fairing hit.
Yeah.
So you can be smart and not risk it.
Yeah.
But sometimes you also have to risk it. But if you don't have anything on your side, any scores under your feet, it's better to play it a bit safe.
Yeah.
And unless you're on the CT, you can never play safe.
Yeah.
Otherwise, the other guy is gonna smash you. The last wave of white. That little left, unfortunately, imagine if he landed the last turn, he got a 5.1 with those 3 maneuvers. Unfortunately, he didn't finish the wave, but now he's on the first place.
Yeah. So Italy leading, Forza Italia leading the heat with Morocco in second. For now, Bo Betteridge in third and Ellie Burns Davies in fourth. But we're still waiting for scores for England and especially for the Welsh. Who got himself a pretty nice wave. And talking about pretty nice waves, the Moroccan rider.
Yeah, it's fun because usually the Moroccans are better on their forehand. Well, not our forehand if you're a goofy footer, but they usually are better surfing to the right.
Surfing to the right makes sense.
But Elmai just impressing me a lot with that combination of turns, really flowy, really spicing up those turns. So I'm pretty impressed. I thought he was only going to search for the rights, good lesson. He's actually surfing really good.
It's the Moroccans and the South Africans as well. We don't
yeah.
have any examples here.
And the Australians.
And the Australians.
Because it's,
yeah.
Well, the west coast of Australia, no, the east coast of Australia, because the west coast has a lot of different waves.
Yeah.
But the east coast is pretty much right-handers. You have Sunshine Coast, you have Gold Coast, you have Byron Bay. All those right-handers just make them surf like they do, as we see White up and riding.
Rufo Máximo White was dislodged from the lead, at least for now, because we have scores to drop for every 4 surfers. So it's always it's been like this all day long, you know. Lots of ways to be surfed, and the surfers aren't being shy about surfing them, you know. So lots of scores. There's always lots of scores to be punched in. The judges are having their fill today, for sure.
It has been non-stop, so it's pretty tiring for the judges as well, because they spend the whole day looking at the ocean, and sometimes it's it gets tiring on your head, but it's their job and they're doing it pretty well.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely they are. Meanwhile, with 6 minutes and something to go, we're still waiting for some scores for Bo Betteridge, who is in 4th place and needing a 7:35 to second, and for El Maliani Imad from Morocco. And how good is to see Morocco this year coming into its own.
It's incredible. As we see, the English surfer, unfortunately, the wave didn't cooperate. Yeah, it's amazing to see the Morocco. Look at the left. Nice first turn from the Italian, and a huge second turn. That's going to be a nice score. It's probably going to improve on that 4.6, but we'll figure it out. Yeah, it's really good to have the Moroccan here. And I was expecting to see the Israeli team as well, but I don't know what happened. So
yeah, no. Perhaps something to do with the pandemic. Still, I'm not sure.
All right, okay,
just guessing.
Just guessing.
Wild guess. Wild guess.
But yeah, it's really good to have the Moroccan here. It shows that they're really investing in surfing, and they really want to go for it. They actually had a surfer on the Olympic Games.
Yeah.
Ramzi Boukiam. Unfortunately, he didn't do too well, but Ramzi is one of my oldest friends on surfing. I've been surfing against him. The only final I've ever did as a junior was against him.
Yeah.
Yeah, in Canary Island. And it was the only contest I've ever won in my life too. So it was against Ramzi, and it's really good to see how far he has become.
Yeah.
And he's been training a lot. He's absolutely huge. He trains like an animal, and it's really good to see where he is right now. And he's trying to qualify, and I'm sure when
pretty cool.
If he qualifies, it's going to be huge for Morocco and for the African community. So
another push.
Yeah, definitely. And he has been a lot of help from the Moroccan government since he got in the Olympics. Yeah.
Yeah, that's something I've been talking about. It's the huge momentum surfing has gotten from the inclusion in the Olympic calendar. It's been huge because lots of countries have been awakened to investing in surfing.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
And I think we're starting to see the first fruits of that investment right here at the Eurosurfing.
Oh yeah, it's, no doubts, and I'm pretty sure we're gonna see a whole different situation for the next 10 to 15 years.
Yeah, definitely.
There's gonna be so many different nations and so many different flags trying to be up there, as you see. The Moroccan surfer, a little bit of a mistake there. It was a wave with the proper potential, unfortunately, but he's still in the first place. But we're waiting on the last wave of white still. It's a 4.91, and those 2-turn combo might be enough to make him go to the first place.
we'll see. Because as I was saying, the investment is very important because it's nothing. Obviously, money doesn't surf, but it helps a lot. Every athlete, every surfer or not. And whoa, Ellen,
that would have been a really high score.
Whoa, yeah, definitely. You went for broke on that wave. But as I was saying, money doesn't surf, but it helps with every sport. With every sport, no, it helps with expenses. It helps with the traveling. That's huge in surfing, and it helps with creating the psychological stability that every athlete needs to go and concentrate on his job, which is competing, training, surfing in this case. And without those kinds of conditions, without that investment, that forces the athlete to disperse his attention to some other fields that make possible to do what he likes, what he loves. In this case, sport.
Yeah, it's pretty important, and you have right now with the way the surfing is, you have to be able to compete. You have to be able to have a good image on the social media, and so the brands are looking for a sellable person.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
You have to be strong in all fields.
An ambassador, basically.
Exactly. You have to be strong in all fields, and it's just not about competing anymore, but it's not only about your image as well. So it's hard. It's hard to get sponsors because you know, we have the inflation and all the stuff that's going on around the world. We had the COVID that had impact on all over the world in the brands, but still, there are some few brands out there that are they are willing to help and willing to sacrifice to make sure the surfers' dreams aren't falling apart.
It's an investment, you know. It's something. It's not a sacrifice. People sometimes see like some people approach the sponsorship as almost like an handout. It's not a handout. It's an investment. You're investing on an asset that helps promote your brand. So you have to see it like that. It's an exchange. I sell my image. Well, not me, of course, but if you're a surfer, you sell your image for some money that allows you to rise, to evolve and rise in the sport, and obviously as a consequence to get more reach and more visibility, and that reflects on the brand as well. So it's a symbiosis between the sponsor and the sponsored. So there's no mystery there. It's just a question of investing. It's no handout, as some people unfortunately tend to see.
Yeah, exactly. That's well spoken.
Thank you.
Very well spoken.
So,
with 10 seconds
10
remaining,
seconds ago.
I don't think anything's gonna change. The Moroccan should be right on top of the yellow surfer, but no. But it's almost finishing. It finished the last hit of round one for the under 18 boys. We're gonna go on commercial. We'll be right back. We are back live to Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit. We are here on the Eurosurf Junior. Right now we're gonna start with the girls. Round 18, heat 1. We're gonna have a lot of action. We still have eight heats. As we see up and riding, we're gonna have, unfortunately, a little bit of a mistake. That was supposed to be Sarah Licciaga. We have in white, as you can see up and riding, the Italian Francesca Valetti Borghini. From Netherlands we have Eva Hoffman, and from Morocco we have Rania Squali. Right now with me I have Nun Prince. I'm looking here at the draw, and I just realized on the next hit we're gonna have a German surfer that was on the longboard as well. So
yeah, that happened. Yeah, that already happened a few times.
This is the French surfer, Sarah Licciaga. I don't know how to pronounce that in France, but nice little wave from Sarah. One little turn, another one, power first snap, and done. So yeah, we're gonna have Lisa Boss from Germany. She competed on the longboard. He actually got through, and now she's gonna compete on the under 18.
Yes, we see that often on this event there are surfers that also compete on the longboard division. And as we mentioned before, because of the pandemic, there were a lot of surfers, that didn't compete in 2020 and 2021, and then they get over 18 years old, so they can't make to compete on this event no more. So this is like a very young generation for a lot of countries. They have like very, very young surfers here, and sometimes to get the best for their overall team effort for their nation, they compete on different divisions.
Yeah, we have Rania, the Moroccan girl. She's the Moroccan people are super emotional. You can saw her smacking the board on the first wave. As we see Francesca, nice little first card.
Wow.
And then hits it really hard and unfortunately goes down, but that wave had a lot of potential. That wave had a lot of potential. As we see a little double up, she goes all the way. Nice little carve, nice bottom turn. She extended a little way too early, and she ended up going down. We have Eva Hoffman on the first place from Netherlands. As she's paddling to this wave, she's going. Yeah, up and riding. Eva Hoffman, a nice bottom turn. Unfortunately, missed out that section, but still on the first place with the 3.5. We're still waiting on the last score of Sarah.
Yep, we have full 8 heats ahead of us to finish this day of competition. Now with the girls division, we just finished the under 18 boys division, so it's going to be a full action ahead until the end of the afternoon. And there's a lot of good hits here on our hands, so stay tuned. Thanks everybody that is tuning in all over Europe, all over the world. Here we are live from the Praia do Mirante Beach on Santa Cruz, west coast of Portugal. It's made in part of Torres Vedras municipality. And let's see, so 4.75 for the last wave of Sarah from France. Now,
best wave of the heat so far.
Yeah. Then Eva Hoffman, she started with the 3.5 and then back it up with the 2.5. She's leading the heat right now.
Sarah only needs a 1.25, so she's probably gonna get that as soon as possible. She didn't have priority, so she's trying to scrap out something in the middle of the other's priority. As we see as we see, with 15 minutes remaining, a bit of a lump coming. Who has the priority is the Moroccan. She's decided to go. Up and riding. Oh, no. A little bit of a mistake by the Moroccan. And then first priority is now with the Italian Francesca that looks at this wave. And we also have Ava looking. And it's Sarah that goes.
Wow.
First nice turn. Another snap, trying to go around the section, and unfortunately the wave. Yeah, but a really good wave by Sarah Lesiaga.
Yeah. The girls saw what the boys just did on these conditions, so they have a lot of guidelines to surf. Here it was a late drop that didn't manage to make it from Francesca. On the contrary of what happened today, that happened yesterday, on this time to yesterday, since the waves were smaller and the tide was rising fast, they call it for the day, they call it off, so it was a good call from the organization. But today, as expected, the swell pushed a little bit.
Yeah, and it did. It's different from the morning. Yeah. So it has a lot more swell as we see the Moroccan apron riding on a nice little left. Unfortunately, she misread the wave. It's just an in and out. Yeah, I think it's gonna keep working for a while, but who knows? Let's see. Eva Hoffman up and riding. Nice little. Unfortunately, she ends up falling. And we're gonna go to interview with the winner of the last hit.
And here we are again with a young Ruffo Baita from Italy, who just won the last heat of the first round of under 18 surfing, and with a very solid performance. So Ruffo, I heard you are from Rome. Where are you? Tell me a bit about your background. Where do you surf there in Italy? Because people don't usually associate Rome with waves.
Yeah, Rome is in the inland, so it's one of the most beautiful cities in the world. I love it. It's a little bit dirty these times, but regarding surfing, we go in the west coast of Italy, near Rome, in a place called Banzai. And I have lots of friends there, and it's fun to surf. So good place.
And what are your thoughts on the conditions today? And I'm not sure if it's your first time in Portugal or not.
No, it's not. I've been here many times. We've been working with the federation. In fact, I want to thank it because we're doing a really enormous job here, surfing in these waves for the last week. And today is one of the biggest days since I've been here. Really good waves, really fun. I'm happy.
So, what are your expectations for the rest of the event, personally, and of course for the team? Since you have kind of a responsibility, since Italy is the reigning European champion on the open division.
Yeah, of course. We want to match that. We want to win. Everybody in the team wants to win. We're ambitious. We know it is possible. So every time we go in the water, we think only about winning.
That's anything you want to say back home for your family and your fans in Italian, of course?
No, vorrei ringraziare per tutto il supporto, grazie davvero a tutti e lo faremo per voi, ci proveremo fino alla fine, dai, Forza Italia.
Grazie. And that's it, guys. Thanks a lot. And kicking things back to the booth with Felipe Gervais and Prince. Take it away, boys.
Thanks, Carlos. Yeah, that's always a good stuff when all the teams arrive here very early in Santa Cruz to train on these waves. Get used to these kind of waves. Usually, that's a key point in terms of their adaptation to the conditions for when the competition starts. They are ready to go, and Team Italy effectively is very strong. And they are trying to back up that trophy that they got, since they are the reigning champions.
Exactly. They're gonna try and go back to back, but I think their life is not gonna be easy because they have France, they have Spain, they have Portugal, they have England, they have so many difficult nations to get through by. So it's not gonna be easy, but still, they can dream. They can do. If they did it once, they will do it again. So they just need to be super sharp, super consistent. And as we see the Italian surfer, Francesca, nice little snap on that one, and she's gonna improve on that 0.5, and who knows, going to the second place. We had Sarah's wave, last wave was 6 points.
Yeah. So good wave for Sarah. Yeah. When we say that Italia is the reigning champion, it's the Eurosurf, but on the main division, it's the open division, not the junior. Yeah. So they clinched the title in 2019, the last time that this event was held.
Who was the last junior European champion?
I think it was France. Let me check it out. So basically, we have two different events. One is the open division.
Yeah.
And this is the juniors, so this is the future stars of tomorrow. So it's very important, these kind of events, even more because some of these surfers didn't compete in 2020, 2021 because of the pandemic, not at this level of having all their team together and pushing for themselves, pushing for the team. So basically, it's such nice, vibe on the beach to see all the cheers, all the smiles, all the stoke that we are feeling here in Santa Cruz, and we have live action.
Yeah, it's Sarah, two-turn combo. I don't think she's gonna improve on that 4.75, but still, it's a good wave to keep off your rhythm, and with 8 minutes remaining, she's on a really comfortable position. So as we see the replay, Eva Hoffman, nice little turn. If she gets the second one, unfortunately she goes down, but really good first turn. She might improve on that 2.5.
Yeah. Let's see how this goes. Yes, in 2018, it was the last event of the Eurosurf Junior. France won, Spain got second, and Portugal got third. So, as we already say...
But that's the Eurosurf, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
Junior, in 2018.
So from 2018 until now, there wasn't any junior contest, okay.
It's supposed to have on 2020, but because of the pandemic, all championships were canceled. So, basically... we already know that France is very, very strong on this kind of junior events, but let's see, we already saw a lot of good surfing from surfers all over Europe, and we know that, when it reaches the finals day, anything can happen because the surfers will give all they have to clinch their own individual titles in their division, and also to push for their team to win the gold medal. So I think until next Saturday or Sunday, it all depends on the conditions. We will have a great week to watch here all the action.
Yeah, for sure, we're gonna have a really nice week with full of big results and full of action. There's gonna be waves the whole week, so we're good to go. And even if the tide doesn't help, there's still waves. And yeah, as we see, probably the German surfer of the leg sweeps, as we are on the under 18 girls.
Yeah, Francisca did 3 points on her last wave. She's in third, needing a 3.01 for second, which is now for Eva Hoffman.
She's tied. They have exactly the same score.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Eva Hoffman has the single highest score. That's how you untie that tie. Basically, the person who has the highest score of the exchange, they're gonna get the highest score in between all the 4 waves. So it's Eva Hoffman with the second place, As we see Francesco on this left, a nice little snap, and she's arguing with the wave, but still, Eva has a wave to drop in with a really good first turn. Unfortunately, she missed out on the last section, but let's see what the score is gonna be for the last wave of Eva.
Yeah, the last wave of Sara Leiciaga, which she's the heat leader, was 3.75 intended on this top two, so situation remains the same for her, but she's leading solid because Eva Hoffman needing a 7.25 to get her in the lead. So she's just trying to improve on the 4.75, which is Rebecca, but we have live action here with Rania.
Yeah, Rania from Morocco, nice carve, and a little snap over there, and now she's trying to reach out for the last section as the wave kind of disappears. Yeah, nice little wave.
She needs a 5.05 to second place.
Yeah, she's gonna get in the mix with that one. This is a first. This first carve was nice. That snap, a little soft, and here the same, but still, she's gonna get in the mix. She's gonna get rid of a 0.95. That's for sure. And yeah, Eva Hoffman got a 5.25 with that last wave. She didn't finish the wave, but that first turn was good enough to get her a 5.25. So yeah, she moved away from Francesca as we see Sarah looking at this wave. It looks like a nice little right-hander. A nice two-turn combo. Really good surfing by Sarah. She's gonna get rid of that 4.75 for sure, as we see again. Wow. Driving off the bottom, snap, and then hits it really hard, really vertical. Nice wave by Sarah.
7 points?
7 points for Sarah, so she has 13 points of highest combination score. Nice way to start off the women's division.
Yeah. Amazing surfing from the French surfer Sara Leiciaga. She's leading, and Eva Hoffman, that moments ago did a 5.25, stays in the mix because she needs a 7.75 to lead. Of course, that's not an easy requirement to do. And Francesca Borgnini from Italy needs a 5.75 to second place, and Rania Squali from Morocco needs a 7.8 to second place. Still, there's waves to come for, there's scores to come for Eva Hoffman and also Rania. Let's see if they improve on their situation. I think Rania will improve.
Oh yeah, definitely.
On the situation. Let's see how much.
Yeah, but that's not a 7.8.
Yeah, of course. I agree. It's
gonna be hard for Rania, but still, she gets herself in the mix, and she's gonna need a lower score, as we see the Italian surfer.
Yeah, and amazing to see, even with this south wind that today was here from early morning, opposite what happened yesterday, because there was almost no wind. Santa Cruz still delivers a lot of quality waves.
Oh, yes.
Other spots, as you know better than me, with south wind, it was almost impossible.
Unsurfable, yeah. We don't have many places in Portugal that handle the south winds like that. We have maybe Guincho. I know it's a really good.
Also Legit in
Yeah,
Peniche.
we have the north side of Peniche handles the south winds really well. I know Praia do Guincho is really good because I've seen some photos on Instagram and people are just frothing with that day, as we see, because it's so unusual to have.
Where you are a local?
I am a local, but it's so unusual. We usually it's hauling onshore and north winds, absolutely destroying everything on the beach, sand flying everywhere. But so people are taking advantage of this last day of south winds because it's going to turn north, and as soon as it turns north, that place gets absolutely smashed by the wind. But still,
So 2.15 for Rania Squali from Morocco. stays in fourth place. Here she goes in another try to do a 6.6, but of course this is not enough. So the heat is over. Sara Lesiaga
with a nice total heat score.
Yeah,
13
dominated
points, yeah.
from beginning to end. And nice
showing,
score.
yeah, showing that the French are not here to joke, so to joke around. So, yeah, we're gonna go on commercial. We'll be right back for heat number 2. See you in a bit.
Welcome back to Santa Cruz, live action here from Praia do Mirante. We are now going on the second heat of the girls under 18 division. Welcome back everybody, where you are tuning in all over Europe, all over the world. We just saw an amazing surfing for Sara Lesiaga from France. We're gonna hear her interview in a couple of minutes. Carlos, welcome back.
Yeah,
the waves still pumping,
Yep.
even though this rising tide is, sometimes making a little bit of backwash there, but still good conditions.
Yeah, definitely. Thankfully, the swell is holding up, and although the tide is getting a bit high, there's still some waves to be had, and the surfing is pretty nice right now. So it's all cool. As we are having on this heat number 2 of the round 1 of under 18 girls, we have Carmen Garay from Spain, Tegan Blackford in the white from England, Lisa Boos from Germany in the white, in the yellow, sorry guys, and Charlotte Eales. Meanwhile, we had Tegan Blackford from England going for that right-hander, and before her was Carmen Garay on the left, if I'm not mistaken. There she is, Tegan Black, with kind of a timid turn there, if I may say so myself, but still putting something on the card, and that's sometimes that's what matters as the first wave unfolds. And so it's a matter of strategy. It's a matter of how you manage your heat.
Yeah. So we have a double bank situation for the competition to get going. On this main break, we're having here now live action with Lisa Boos, German surfer, trying to hit the lip there.
Yep.
Good effort for her to start her campaign here on this heat.
And Carmen Garay answering back on her backhand.
The backwash is stronger. And
and it's closing. Yeah.
Do you think that
it's closing out,
that we will have all the 8?
I'm not sure, man. I don't know.
That
I don't know.
we had on the program. We
I
are on
think
number 2, so
I think only the technical director can answer that question, and even him, I don't know if he knows it. Himself. Yeah,
it's gonna watch we hit by heat.
He's gonna watch how the conditions evolve or degrade in this case, and see if and see how we can how things play out. Because we have lots and lots of heats to to unfold here at Eurosurf Junior 2022. So they're going to take advantage of these 2 days to run as much as possible.
Yeah, we see there the Scotland flag, Portugal flag there.
Welsh flag as well over
Welsh,
there.
Yes, with the south wind pushing, but still a very cool summer day here in Santa Cruz. So we started early in the morning with the longboard division under 18 boys and girls. Then we made the transition to surfing with the under 18 boys and girls, and now so we are on the girls division. On the other peak, on the secondary bank, we are running the under 16 boys and girls division. So by doing this today and maybe tomorrow, it's not 100% sure, but maybe it will happen again. This competition will get going faster.
Yeah, definitely. Even because watching the forecast, there's a chance that we need to wrap things up by Saturday instead of Sunday.
Yep.
This is just speculation based on the forecast, and I'm not sure exactly how things are going to unfold here on the Eurosurf, but it's a possibility. It's definitely a possibility. Meanwhile, we're waiting for some scores. Carmen Garay only has a 0.50 as a wave, but she's still waiting for another score. And Tegan Blackford from England also is waiting for a score, as well as Lisa Boos, I think it's Boos. I asked her how to pronounce because I'm a concerned person, you know. I ask how they pronounce their names so I don't butcher them here on the internet. And Lisa, who lives in California, she's part German, part American, has her grandparents in Germany and visits in Germany frequently, and so she's here on the longboard and the shortboard as well. And we're going now for an interview with the winner of previous heat.
I'm here with Sarah. Very nice surfing. How did you feel?
I felt great. I fell on my first one, but then I got up a second time and got a first score that made me confident. And then I waited for a set, and I got one, and I got a 6, and it felt great.
It was very good surfing. What is your goal, and what is France's goal for this contest?
We're hoping for a win, of course. I wasn't at Salvador, but I'm here now, and I hope I will represent France well, and will go to the top.
Well, good luck to you. Do you want to say some words in French back home?
Aïta Ama, qui me regardait, je pense fort à vous, et je vais essayer de ramener la coupe à la maison.
Thank you very much, and good luck for the next round.
Thank you, Philippe. Thank you, Sarah. Yeah, French team is strong on every division on this event.
The strongest force with them.
Yeah, so they are showing a lot of good performance on this event so far. Of course, they are always a candidate to win the event. Still, there's other teams that are also very strong. And let's see who will clinch the title of this Eurosurf Junior. We were talking a little bit ago about the situation of the double bank. Well, in the north side of the beach, we are running the under 16 boys and girls. If you want to check it out, what's happening, you can go into the website eurosurfing.org, and you have there on the EATS category, you can see the live scores of what is happening there. So it's always a good way to keep the pace of what's going on the other bank. Here, we still Carmen Garay from Spain leading, with Tegan Blackford from England on second place. She just has one wave until now of 3.75. and Lisa Boos from Germany 3.35, while Charlotte Hills from Wales is still to open her account.
Yeah. Now, if you guys didn't hear the interview a couple of hours ago with Lisa Boos, the German rider, she hails from California. Her favorite spots are Lourdes wrestles in churches, so she's definitely spoiled on that matter. But she says she also trained a lot when she lived in Germany. She trained a lot here in Portugal and loves the waves at Peniche. Who doesn't? So she's a very well-rounded surfer. She surfs on the longboard and the shortboard. So expect something special from her on this heat as well, providing the waves, you know. Meanwhile, Carmen Garay from Spain, one of the powerhouses, one of the team that are powerhouses here in the European surfing scene, as we're seeing Tegan Blackford from England, kind of an hesitant style, but still effective, surfing this wave onto the sand, squeezing all the potential from that wave. Let's see how the judges award, what score the judges award to that performance. And was watching Carmen Garay herself exploring a bit that mushy part of the wave, going for the critical part and surfing it pretty well. Nice control from the Spaniard.
Yeah, so we have almost 200 surfers here in Santa Cruz.
Yeah, 170 if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
At least those are the numbers that the organization provided us.
Yeah, as we see the replay of the last one of Carmen Garay from Spain, a total of
impressive.
13 teams?
14 teams. 14 teams, 170 surfers.
Yeah, so
impressive numbers.
Impressive numbers because there's a lot of people to come here to enjoy this event, enjoy these waves. Of course, they are here with a goal in their mind. They want to win the event and to have their surfers from their own teams to win the divisions that they are competing. But it's such a joy for us. We are so stoked to see all the smiles, to see all the teamwork that has been done, you know, to bring back this event after 2 years of pandemic.
Yeah.
Here we have live action from Lisa Boos.
Lisa Boos.
One maneuver there on the final move.
But very composed, very fast. Nice surfer, this Lisa Boos.
So 2.5 for Tegan Blackford on her last wave. And we are waiting on this last score for the German surfer.
But as you were saying, obviously there's some teams, and at least chronically 4 teams that are here to win the event and become European champion. But of course there are some other teams who are here with other objectives. For instance, I talked with a couple of Danish representatives yesterday, the team manager and one of the judges, and they told me that they have a completely different perspective on the matter. They're here for the long haul to help develop Danish surfing, and they look at this as a valuable experience in order to expose their surfers to some international surfing, to give them other waves to surf, to expose them to competition, and helping them bring back that experience back home and help evolve the surfing in this case in Denmark. And there are other countries that are, whoa, what a move! What a move by Carmen Garay, huh? Nice wave by the Spaniard.
Well, let's
huge.
Check the replay.
That was huge.
Boom! Oh, she hit it hard. It was the right timing. Check how the wave explode after she hit it. And, well, I want to see that score.
That
What's
score,
the
definitely.
judges'
Definitely.
decision on that? Because she gave it all. She went for broke. She said, okay, it's all or nothing. I just have time for one maneuver, and she made it. So that's the way to go. You have to, when you have that kind of opportunity, you can't go, to make a safe maneuver, because the judges don't like that. The judges will compensate you if you go and make a very critical maneuver on the critical part of the wave.
And I think Carmen evaluated pretty well the competition. She saw that even Tegan Blackford, and I'm guessing especially Lisa Boos, are very competent surfers, and she didn't want to play it safe and risk not to win the heat, and so she made her move, and I think that's going to reward them. She's going to be rewarded by the judges for the risk of that maneuver.
Yeah, I think it's one of the best maneuvers that we've seen so far on the girls division. It was, if we are just, of course, it's not like a wave that was surfed from the beginning until the end, but for just one maneuver, I think it's one of the best that we saw today on this division.
Definitely. But still, this is heat number 2, so there's not much to.
But even though, I say to you that even if you compare to the boys division,
this was a pretty good wave.
This was
definitely
one
of
the. I should say this was for me one of the best moves of the day so far.
She would definitely get
into the highlights.
No, in the highlights of the men's division for sure with that wave. So.
Very.
And the
very
level on the
strong
men's on the under 18 boys, men, whatever, was pretty high. So that's quite a compliment.
Yeah, I think I think it's such a good look. 6.75 for just one move. We saw this score today, but with the surfers that did like 3, 2, 4 maneuvers on the same wave.
It was a huge move. Very risky. She completed it in control. A little bit of hesitation there, but understandable considering the difficulty of the move and the size of the wave and so on. So 675, it's
almost a 7.
Pretty adequate score in my personal opinion.
Yes, it's deserved
for what's worth.
Yeah, you have to compensate these surfers that they go for broke, because it's a move that we want to see more. We want to see the replay. We want to see as many times as possible. And this kind of moments in surfing competition, of course, it's what makes the difference, because of course they are competing for points, for the best waves. They have to, or winning the heat, or got second if they want to stay on the main event. But if not, they will fall into the repechage round. But this kind of pushing the limits, I think it's the way.
Should be rewarded. Should be rewarded.
Yeah, should be rewarded.
Okay. I think that's Gabriela Diniz from Portugal.
Surfer that will come next.
Will compete next. Yeah, definitely with the red singlet. As we're watching still heat number 2 with Carmen Garay, Tegan Blackford, Lisa Boos, and Charlotte Heels. As we're watching Tegan Blackford trying to secure her second place with a couple of moves there. Surfing the all that wave had to offer, at least. Surfing it, squeezing all the potential of that wave onto the sand. As we're watching, Lisa Boos answering back. It's going to be a very interesting duel between Tegan Blackford and Lisa Boos. Unfortunately, the wave kind of disappeared under her.
She had priority and she missed the wave.
Yeah, she wasted the priority there. Let's see if she can still surf under the priority, under Carmen Garay's priority. I'm not sure. Meanwhile, we have Charlotte Heels from Wales also lurking over there, trying to see. And I'm not sure if Carmen Garay sacrificed her priority with that paddle. paddling for that wave. Not sure what the judges considered. And there she goes, Lisa. No.
Yeah, the backwash is getting stronger.
Yeah,
and
it's
stronger,
killing
faster.
it. Yeah,
it's getting faster because the tide is rising so fast.
Yeah, it's too much water there.
There's too much water on the inside, so it makes the backwash, and also they have less and less space to surf because the wave is getting shorter because it's close to the shore.
Yeah. So it's turning into a shore break. So it's definitely what it is. So
they are pushing themselves to try to put that final move really on the shore break, which is kind of dangerous, but they are giving it all.
Firstly for the boards, and then for themselves.
Yeah.
I say firstly for the boards because they're way more fragile than in these conditions.
Yeah, so we are getting into the final minute of the second heat of the round 1 under 18 girls division.
And Tegan Blackford edging Lisa Boos for the second place, since I don't think Carmen Garay's first place is under any threat. Still, there she goes, Carmen Garay, making use of her priority, trying to solidify her lead on the heat. Couple of nice turns, going for the money move, and that's it.
Wow.
Carmen Garay, and still lands on the sand there, on the shore break, and I think that's it for the Spanish surfer.
Yeah, she did a nice job on this hit. This is
Definitely.
the replay.
Definitely, you can say that.
The coach is saying,
boom. And watch as she jumps, expecting to have some water under her feet, and just
so
lands heavily on the sand.
Yeah. So countdown. We have this hit finished, and
Carmen Garay and Tegan Blackford progress onto the main round, and you see Tegan Blackford celebrating over there with the arms up in the air, and Lisa Boos from Germany and Charlotte Heels from Wales going into the repechage rounds.
We're going to commercial, and we'll be right back.
We are back live to Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit Pro. We had the last heat, the Spanish surfer Carmen Garay won the heat with a total high score of 12.75, which is pretty amazing, not only for the ladies, but for the conditions that actually are. The incoming tide is not helping. There's less and less waves, but still, we keep on going as further as possible on the contest. So we're gonna keep on roll. We're still waiting for this heat to start. Heat 3, round 1, 7 surf under 18 girls. It's pretty sunny outside, and the wind dropped off a little, but the tide it's getting higher and higher, which is not easy. But I just want to make sure who's on the next heat, because we don't have that info yet.
So brilliant performance by Carmen Garay from Spain.
Yeah, incredible.
With a 675 on that one move wave, and a 6, and so dominating her heat with Tegan Blackford going with her to the next round of the main event. Lisa Booth and Charlotte Hughes going to the repercharge.
Yeah, already have the next heat. We still don't have it on the computer, but I have it here. It's the Portuguese surfer Gabriela Diniz in red, the finalist of the Punting Classic Pro that we came yesterday. So she drove all the way from Punting yesterday probably. Alice Barton from England, the German surfer Ludmila Gunther, and then the Scottish surfer Nadia Murray. So
an interesting heat.
yeah, it is. Alice surfed really good in Punting. I've never heard of her, to be honest, and I was really impressed.
Yeah.
She's super technical, and she's a new up and comer from Britain. So it's always good to have new flags, and as we see her,
new blood.
Yeah, exactly, new blood.
Ludmila Gunther from Germany, Nadia Murray from Scotland. So let's see. Obviously, all the Portuguese guys are rooting for Gabriela Diniz, the local surfer, one of the 2 surfers that competed in the last event with the juniors in the ISA World Junior Championships.
As we see, Gabriela, nice little first snap.
And she starts things off pretty well.
Yeah, that finishing turn is going to be harder and harder because it's right on the sand. But still, Gabriela trying to do a good job. She did one first maneuver that was actually okay, but that finishing turn is not easy at all.
Yeah. And things tend to get harder as the tide progresses.
Yeah,
I'm not sure. I don't know what the technical direction is going to do about it. If they're going to stop the event for today, or if they're going to wait a little bit more for it. But things are not going to get
any
better
exactly.
or any easier with the tide. So
yeah,
let's see what the European
the
Federation.
contest director has tough work on his hands. I received Alice Barton. Nice surf. She's really technical. She's a small and young. I didn't know she was that young, but which.
How old is she?
Yeah, she's probably 18 or 17
to
be competing.
Yeah, to be competing here.
Yeah, but she did the final there, and I didn't expect her to be that young. But this is a really nice turn from Alice. Yeah, I don't know what the technical director will be deciding, but he has a tough job on his hands. We also have a Portuguese surfer on the other podium. I was just checking here. As we see Gabriela up and riding on a really good left. As we see little bubble backwash, nice first turn, and she's gonna have the same nice, really good, really well surfed by Gabriela. As you can see, that's pretty dangerous, to be honest.
Yeah.
Running off the beach, it's the perfect way to broke a foot or something, but she did really good, really well here. A nice little first turn, and this last section really critical. She
really ballsy, that move.
Yeah, definitely, really risky, really committed, and the judges will love that for sure.
Very brave.
Yeah, as I was saying, we also have another Portuguese in the water right now for the local crowd. We have Jaime Vazelco on the other podium against an Italy surfer that is actually doing really well. This is definitely the proof that Italy is going to become definitely one of those big names and the big nations of surfing. They really want to. Even though they're not the best place with the best waves ever, but they're working on it though, and they're investing their time, they're investing their money, and Michelle Scopa is right now with a 13.5 hit total, as we see Alice Barton on a nice little cutback, and another one, and she's gonna try and finish it off, but it's too risky. Still, she does it, and she might break a fin like that.
Yeah, or something on her body. So No, definitely. Italy on the under 16, they had the highest scoring wave of the event so far, and the highest scoring total of the event so far, with a young under 16 surfer. So it doesn't surprise me that
they have two really strong.
Under 16.
Under 16, really strong.
Yeah,
I'm really impressed.
Yeah, says a lot about the future of Italian surfing.
Yeah,
for sure.
definitely. And now we're gonna have Jesse Mendes on the open, and we're gonna have Adriano de Souza as a coach.
Yeah.
So they're going for it.
That's investment, my friend.
Yeah, it is. They're going for it. It's pretty amazing.
That's investment. And Adriano de Souza knows a thing or two about coming from modest origins into surfing elite. So he has something to say about that.
It's the right person to do that.
Yeah,
call,
I think so. It fits like a glove in my opinion.
Yeah, and if they're gonna have two really good competitors, which is Leo Fioravanti probably, and also now Jesse Mendes that changes nationality.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be interesting. The first wave of Ali's a 6-point, that one-turn wave, which is actually really good. And as we see, the
Ludmila
Gunther waiting for a section. Unfortunately, the wave disappears, and we see Gabriela up and riding, going right. Let's
Split
see
peak situation.
She has time to do one turn, and
that's it.
That's it. She already has a 3-point on
But
walk.
I think that was a split peak situation. I think it was Nadia Murray, if I'm not mistaken, going left.
From Scotland.
Let's see if we have a replay there.
Yep, that's her. But we're still with Gabriela. Nice little finishing turn there.
Yes.
Unfortunately, didn't allow her to explode. as
Second
much
wave
as she
for
wants.
the second or third wave.
Yeah,
for
it's the
Gabriela?
third wave.
Third wave.
We're still waiting on the best score.
On the that one. Yeah.
We're still waiting on that.
Definitely.
And we're still waiting on Ali's second best wave as well. So
we'll see.
With 12.5 minutes remaining.
Lots of scores to drop, and some changes on the scoreboard for sure. As we see Alice Barton paddling for this right-hander, getting some speed. Nice.
And she puts another one, a little off timing, but really impressive. I love that paddling.
Yeah.
She was going for it with everything. See?
Yeah.
I actually, for a moment, thought she was going left because she was behind the peak, but that put her on the right position to do that. And fortunately, she went up on the second wave, as we see Gabrielle on a nice wave.
Live
nice
action.
curve. She needs to finish this off strong. She's gonna have that section and another
Nice.
one. Really good surfing by Alice. Really good surfing by Gabriella. And this is the Scottish surfer.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, she didn't go on the wave. But there's still potential out there, as we see. This is a nice curve. I think this is going to be the highest score of the heat so far. The judges love
Beautiful
those
to
curves.
see.
Yeah, and here, just hit it really hard.
Excellent style.
Excellent surfing by Gabriela Diniz, and excellent surfing by Alice Barton.
Yeah. So we definitely have a heat on our hands, and we have a fight for first place for a change.
Oh yeah, yeah. And usually it's a fight
For
for
second.
second place, but
Yeah.
I don't think Ludmila or Nadia will get
No,
any closer from
yeah.
that. As we can see.
I'm not seeing the potential.
Yeah, Gabriela Diniz dropped a 6.5 on that little risky left.
Yep. And let's see what you can get on this other wave.
And I'm pretty sure she's gonna improve on that 3 points. I'm not pretty sure. I'm 100% sure.
Yeah.
And we're still waiting for Ali's wave as well to see as Nadia drops a 0.55.
And a 4-5 for Alice Barton. And there are still some scores to drop for Alice and for Gabrielle Diniz as well. And also for Ludmila Gunter. So lots of waves.
Yeah, even though the tide is getting higher, there's still some potential.
Impressive the difference between this heat and the other one. How things change kind of suddenly.
Yeah, with 10 minutes remaining. Gabriela dropped to 2.35. Was that one that she just? It was that split peak. And now we're still waiting. That wave of that wave of Alice was a 4.5, and that one, the left one with the 3 cutbacks.
Yeah. So, and Gabriela Diniz needs a 4 to try and jump into the first place.
Yeah, she's going to improve, but I think Alice is going to improve as well with that 2-turn combo on the right-hander, and Gabriela will improve as well with that 2-turn combo on the right-hander as well. So I'm calling advantage Gabriela.
You are?
Yeah, because the last wave of Gabi was the best wave of the heat for me.
Yeah. I'm not putting money there because I'm Portuguese and people are going to start suspecting me. Kidding. I'm not sure. Really not sure. But still, yeah, Gabriela's waves was incredible.
Because it was bigger than Ali's wave, and
it was
turns
beautifully
were
surfed. Yeah, beautifully surfed.
The turns were also bigger. As you can see, the surfers are changing positioning. They're going to a sandbank that's a little more on the left.
Yeah.
I don't know how that's gonna play out, but we see a little
this one
peak,
looks promising.
We see this little peak, and we see
Gabriela and Nadia Murray taking a look at that wave, but not going. And this one.
Yeah,
this one seems nice.
We see Alice and we see Gabriela.
Gabriela, wait, Alice going right,
in
and out. Oof, look at that backwash there.
Yeah. Gabriela going against the backwash. It's never easy. You have to negotiate it.
The suspense here is killing me, man. Those scores never drop. Ah, okay. Just needed for me.
Right now is advantage Alice.
Yeah. 575.
525, and I'm calling.
And if you're right, Gabriela is going to have.
For me, it's higher
more than that 525 required to go into first.
Yeah.
If you're right, and I'm almost
see
positive
Alice
you are.
again.
What? As we're seeing Alice. Wow. That could have hurt. That
I'm
could have hurt.
calling it the highest wave of the heat. For me, yeah, I am.
You're really a gambler, man.
I'm not a gambler, but it's been 20 years since I'm watching surf all day, and so I think the judges will reward because the wave was bigger and the turns were bigger as well, especially. That
And you were absolutely right. 775.
7.75 for Gabriela,
who puts her solidly on the lead of this heat with Alice Burton needing 8.25 to first. So. Well done, Gabriela.
And there's a few more waves coming out the back. Gabriela is looking at this one. She wants to go left. Unfortunately, the wave disappears.
She must be pumped.
Oh, yeah, definitely. That's definitely going to be which she's in third place. She needs a combination of 2 waves of 11.75.
Yeah, as well as Nadia Murray.
So it's going to be really hard on them as we have some of the best female surfing.
Yeah, so far.
Yeah, exactly.
So far. So
the
Spanish Garay on the previous heat.
Yeah, and
excellent
Sarah did really good on the first heat as well.
Yeah, we had some good performances, but this is by far the most interesting heat so far.
Yeah, because you have 2 surfers actually
surfing
really good.
Actually, very well. And we were talking about how the conditions were hard, and perhaps the technical director had to stop the event, and suddenly the conversation changed radically. But changed radically, but still we still think that this is going to be pretty hard to sustain.
I have very good news for the Portuguese people.
You have?
Jaime went from 4th to second on the last wave of the heat. So
Oh, cool.
yeah, so Jaime Veselko turning upside down, and I'm pretty sure they stopped because there's no life in podium 2.
Okay.
So the conditions deteriorating a little with the high tide.
Yeah.
And let's see what the contest director will do here.
I actually like Jaime Veselko very much. His surfing and even his persona is a very
Jaime
Veselko is a very
characteristic kid.
Yes.
Yeah, he has a lot of
that's
personality.
a way to put it.
Yeah. He has a. We're going
for an interview
with the winner of the last heat.
With Nuno Príncipe. So
Nuno,
take it away, Nuno.
Okay, we are here with Carmen Garay. Carmen, nice hit for you with that 2 waves of a 6-point ride.
Sí, la verdad que estoy muy contenta porque he conseguido sacar 2 olas buenas en unas condiciones muy difíciles y he conseguido hacer un 6.75 con un primer giro, así que estoy contenta con eso.
She said she's very stoked on 2 waves to make 6-point rides, and that one wave that she did just one maneuver. How is the Spanish team vibe you are getting here to win this competition?
Yo creo que tenemos un equipo muy potente y podemos hacer un buen papel en este campeonato, así que vamos con todo.
She says that Spain has a great team, strong team, and she believes that they can win this competition. Do you want to send a message for your friends and family back home in Spanish?
Bueno, muchas gracias a todos los que me estáis apoyando, tanto aquí en la playa como desde casa. Y también, bueno, es el cumpleaños de mi hermano, así que muchísimas felicidades y eso.
Gracias, buenas olas. Back to you, boys.
Thanks a lot, Nuno, for that
interview.
Yeah, for that interview. As we're watching right now, Natty Murray taking a look at that wave, but unfortunately, the conditions are pretty hard. And Ludmila Gunther and Natty Murray are definitely feeling it. Meanwhile, Gabriela Diniz and Alex Barton seem to be surfing a whole other beach, and Gabriela Diniz with a pretty high score.
Oh yeah.
For one of the highest scores of the day, at least for the women.
For
with
the
14.25.
For the winner, it's already the biggest.
It's already the biggest.
Yeah, for the at least the under 18 girls.
Yeah,
score.
definitely. Yeah. That's what we're talking about.
It's the highest score.
14.25. It's the highest score of the day for Gabriel Diniz. Cool.
And almost with the boys, it's the second highest score of the day because we had.
Of course.
A 14.5.
So impressive surfing for Gabriela for sure, and Alice Barton also surfing pretty well with a 6 and a 5.75. So incredible heat by the Portuguese and the English surfers in a moment where the waves basically disappeared, Flip.
Yeah, the tide is getting higher and higher as you see Alice looking at this right but turning left. Nice little carve. She surfs really well. She's really clean.
Yeah.
Her surfing is really clean. There's not a drop out of the place.
Such confidence.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, she has to be. She just came from a final on a QS.
Yeah.
So she's number 2 in Europe right now. So their confidence has to be really, really up there.
And justified as well.
Yeah, of course.
By the results. As we're watching, I'm not sure if this is looks like
Gabi,
a wave. It looks like a wave.
Gabby's looking at the left, looking at the right. It feels like she's going now a huge backwash.
Yeah.
It's getting harder and harder.
Let's see if the one back there, I kind of see a set coming in.
Yeah, there's something coming outside. Let's see if allows her to go on the wave. It looks like it's gonna be a little left. She's trying to position herself. As we see, it looks like a wave with a bit of a potential. I don't know if it's. She's gonna do one strong
move.
turn.
Yeah, one strong move.
I don't think that's gonna change, but David Raimundo.
I'd leave the water by now.
Yeah,
If I were her.
yeah, with 20 seconds she doesn't need.
Yeah.
But the pedal is so small, is so short.
Yeah.
As you can see on the right bottom of the screen.
But
the-
still, why risk an injury or something,
Oh, yeah, of
considering the
course.
conditions?
4, 3, 2, 1.
That's it.
That's it. Gabriela Diniz first place with 14.25. In second place, Alice Barden with excellent surfing as well. And in third place, Ludmila Gunter. And fourth place, Nadia Murray. We're still going on. We're going to do at least, we keep on going. We're going to go for commercial and we'll be right back. We are back live here in Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit. This is the Euro Junior Surfing. We're on the heat 4 of under 18 girls. We just have really good news for the Portuguese community. Gabriela Diniz absolutely smashed that heat, and also Alice Barton. As we're still waiting for scores on the last heat, there's a wave coming from both of those surfers that I just spoke about. And next heat we're gonna have Nahia Nihao from France, Marta Begali from Italy, Katie Lodge from Ireland, and Guemi Kanza from Morocco. So we're still waiting for scores. I don't think that's...
Yes, because the next heat can't
start while there's scores to be given, but we already have a 6.45. The last wave of Gabriela almost changes the second best score, but it was a little short. And then Alice Barton, her last wave, we're still waiting. It's a 3.95, so nothing changes. Both the Portuguese and the English surfer advance to the next round, and we're gonna start the next heat as soon as possible. Yeah, as I said, we have the France Nahia Mihao from France, Marta Begali from Italy, Katie Lodge from Ireland, and Guemi Kenza from Morocco. So we just start the buzzer. There's a wave coming straight away. The red doesn't get it, and the white, Marta Begali from Italy, up and riding. Unfortunately, the wave doesn't have any potential.
Yeah, it's a closeout, so just to feel the board under her feet, but it's of course a wave that will not figure in her top 2 until the end of the heat. So, but you know, there's opportunity out there still. They have to, you know, to lead with the backwash. They have to lead with this kind of closeout. Sometimes the wave will open, sometimes it not. So,
yeah.
But as long as there's opportunity, what we just saw, Gabriela Diniz from Portugal does. I mean, 6.5, a 7.5, and still there's a 6.45 that she didn't
threw
use.
away.
She threw away. So the potential is there.
Yeah, I think they got the best. Obviously, they got the best waves that actually came on that heat, but it was pretty impressive because the waves were actually really fun. I don't know what's the tide gonna do to the waves, but there's still something breaking, as we see Katie Lodge from Ireland throw away, and this is the Moroccan surfer Guemi, unfortunately going out of the way as well, as we go to interview with Gabriela Diniz.
And we're here on our usual flash interview, this time with Gabriela Diniz, the Portuguese surfer who just won the previous heat in a very interesting duel with Alice Barton, who was the finalist at Pantene yesterday or the day before, I'm not sure. And she was full of confidence. She surfed awesome, but Gabriela surfed a little bit better and went and won the heat and progressed into the main round. So, Gabriela, what are your feelings about the heat we just watched?
I'm happy. It's just the first heat, so I hope I can keep the level through the heat. Considering the conditions that are very difficult, how was the surfing itself? Was it hard to do? Yeah, it was a bit hard because of the backwash, but the waves are coming and it was okay to get two good waves in the heat.
It was the first heat, which was always difficult from a mental standpoint. How did you feel? Nervous, or it's just like another day at the office?
No, I'm okay. I'm feeling confident, and it was good to warm up for the rest of the heat.
Yeah, and a good way to start things off here at the event. Since your objective here is, of course, I would say, to win here individually and especially for your team, right?
Yeah, definitely. I want to win, and I hope Portugal wins as well.
You want to leave a message for your friends, family, and fans in Portuguese for the camera?
Beijinho à minha família e obrigada a todos os que me apoiam e que tornam isto possível.
Okay, thank you guys, and back to the booth.
Here it is. Gabriela Diniz started very strong her Portuguese campaign here on this Eurosurf Junior. She leads, this new generation of Portuguese surf girls that are getting stronger and stronger every day, and these kind of events like the Euro Junior is very important for them.
Yeah, it's a big platform to put your name out there and show the rest of the world and Europe that you're getting better and you're here to win.
Yeah, that's what she said. So she wants to win the individual title on this division, and then of course pushing Portuguese team to win the gold medal and finish in #1. So let's see how this heat that we have in our hands is #4. For now, Gemni Kenza from Morocco, she's leading with a 1.35. Second place, Marta Begali from Italy, and third place, Katie Lodge from Ireland, and fourth place still to find a wave. There's Naia Bilhao from France. So getting into this right-hander.
It's Moroccan girl as well, again, as she unfortunately falls on that last section. And yeah, the waves are getting quieter. You don't see a lot of waves coming in, as we see Yellow up and riding from the outside. Katie Lodge from Ireland, a nice little wave. That was a really good wave.
Yeah, the potential was there to
Yeah,
serve.
definitely. Unfortunately, she didn't have the level that you wanted, but still, oof, that was a weird fall by Naia. Probably the wax wasn't right on their feet, but yeah, there's still a few waves, but it's always hard.
Yeah, 1.05 for Katie Lodge. She's sitting on second place, and there's 14 minutes to go on this heat, and going on the right-hander. Here she goes, France all the way.
Naia Miao surfing really good. Those compressed bottom turns, just are the point of difference. That's what the judges love. As you can see, she has a really good
Wow.
bottom turn and strong on the lip. That makes you go faster and stronger. And yeah, nice wave from Naya. That's a name that looks like Tahitian. I don't know. Yeah, because in case people don't know, they are allowed. All the French colony islands are allowed to compete through France. So we have a lot of French guys from the Martinique. We have a lot of French people from the Reunion Island, from Tahiti. So yeah, it's pretty impressive because they have surfers all around the world, and they still can compete with the French flag if they want. If they don't, they compete through their own flags, which is a lot harder because if you're in France, competing by France, you have a lot more help from the government and a lot more views from the world, because sometimes it's hard to being labeled as a Martinique surfer when probably nobody knows where Martinique is. It's a island with some perfect waves in the middle of the Caribbean. So Naya lost of red 5 points, which is a really good wave. Nice way to start.
Yeah, she started later than her opponents, but she started better than them. So 5 points, maybe this wave will be on her best top 2 scores of this heat. So let's see how she managed to find a backup score. But still, yeah, so if everything goes according to plan, we have 4 more hits. On the next hit, we will have from France, Ina Maria Conradi, from Ireland, Jude Lee, also from Ireland, Alex Fanning, and from Morocco, Yasmin Barrett. On the hit number 6, we will have 2 Portuguese surfers, Beatriz Carvalho and Benedita Teixeira, that will surf against Robin Larg and Olivia McKay, both from Scotland. On hit number 7, as we see here, another effort for Nahia Milhao. On hit number 7, we will have Janira Echebarri from Spain, Asha Skies from England, Jessie Van Wyk from Netherlands, and Katie David from Wales. And on the last hit, Lucia Machado from Spain, Indiana Ferri from Italy, Tiara van der Hulst from Netherlands, and Betsy Owen from Wales. So this is the alignment for the next 4 hits. That, if the ocean allows, will be the last hit that we will run today on this division.
Yeah, it's pretty much 1 more hour. Let's see if the ocean cooperates with us to make sure that we can actually run the whole round. Otherwise, we will have to stop and start tomorrow again. But still, there's a few waves. The tide is getting higher and higher. There's still a couple more hours to the high tide, as we see Nahia up and riding with the backwash, and now carving all the way down and hit it really strong here.
Whoa.
And she needs to be careful because that section, she kept scrolling around the sand, but really good surfing by Nahia.
Yeah, she on the previous wave made a 1.5, and now I think she will improve on her current backup that she has. So let's wait for the judge's decision. They are also looking for the last wave of Marta Begali from Italy and Gemi Kenza from Morocco. Then we'll have the update current situation of this heat. So there's always opportunity out there. They have to keep focusing. We saw there the surfer, one of the surfers dealing with the backwash that pushes up when she was trying to drop the wave. So there's a lot of things going on. They have,
yeah, it's surfing. You need to be adapting and ready for everything at all times. So that's what makes this sport so interesting and so hard, because the football field is always the same size. The running track is always the same size and the same ground. obviously the temperature and the rain and everything has effect on those conditions. But surfing, the waves are changing all the time. The ocean is super unpredictable. The waves are changing all the time, and I think that's why it's so hard to be a surfer, and that's why it can be super frustrating sometimes.
Yeah. So there's a golden rule that it's equal for all surfers that are on the same heat. The one that adapts more, the one that keeps focused on their goal,
he's gonna win.
He's gonna win, or at least he's gonna make the second place for every heat, not just in this competition. So 8 minutes to go. Surfers are getting a little bit more south of the beach to try to find there an opportunity for the wave to offer the potential to do like 1 or 2 maneuvers to finish right there almost on the sand. But there's waves that offer the potential to have the scores they need to grab the first or second place, or if they fall into third, if they finish on third or fourth place, they will fall into the repechage round. So 4 points for the last one of Naia Milhao from France. So she improved a lot her situation, now getting a strong lead, and now leaving Gemni Kenza from Morocco needing a 7.65, which is very hard to do on these conditions. If she want to go to first place. Wow.
Yeah, that's a big set. They just were caught up inside, which is a pity because probably those waves had a lot of potential. And yeah, I don't know if you heard, but the South Bank just stopped.
No.
Yeah. It stopped right after James Vazel hit. Was the first hit of the round 2 of the under 16 boys. Fortunately, he turned the hit around, as we see the Italian surfer Marta Begali on a really important wave for her.
Wow.
Unfortunately, going down, that wave had a lot of potential, but still, she went down, and she only leads a 1.75, so it's not going to be that hard, but I don't know what the judges will score on this kind of wave.
She kind of exited on what she wanted to do on that wave because she could easily put there like 2 strong moves, 2 strong turns, and then having a good score. But she were there like looking at the wave, and she didn't deliver what the judges want to see. But she still have more than 5 minutes to compensate this mistake. And still on a strong lead, there's the French surfer Naia Milhao, which is like sitting on a 5 and a 4 with an overall score of 9 points in maximum of 20 points. So Gemni Kenza still grabbing to that second place, but there's a wave coming for a score coming, for Marta Begali.
It's a really important hit for the Italian surfer because all the Italians have been going through pretty much, and I think they want to keep that happening. It might not count now that much, but it will count eventually, having many surfers. As we see, Guemir up and riding, a nice little cut back. Unfortunately, she goes down. Let's see how it scores. She needs to throw away a 0.8. So we're gonna see what's gonna happen as we move through the last 5 minutes. 4 minutes and 20 seconds to finish this heat. We're still waiting for a few scores. We're still waiting for more waves as we progress through the round, and already half the round is done. We're gonna check if we're gonna keep on going or not.
Yeah, so 4 minutes to finish this heat. The surfers are paddling to the south side of the beach. There's a different bank there, so It isn't the bank that they run today on the double banks format competition because that bank is north, but with this kind of tide as we see live action from Nahia.
Yeah, Nahia Milhão doing a two-turn combo and a really good one, to be honest. And yeah, the French surfers are really, the French team looked happy. We heard the whistles, we heard the yells. So as we see, a nice first snap, and then straight to the top. Really well surfed by Nahia. Maybe she's going to improve on that 4 points. Let's see. And yeah, the girls are going south and south. Try to figure out where to sit and try to figure out the lineup.
Yeah. So there were some free surfers that the water patrol have to move them more south to this beach to clean the competition area. And 2.95 for the previous, not the last one, but the previous.
We're still waiting for the last one.
Milhão.
But Marta Begali from Italy just drew around the heat, so she's in second. As we see Nahia again battling that backwash. She's going to make this section, and
whoa,
very nice turn by Nahia. As we see the Moroccan up and riding, trying to get a second place again, not happening. We're gonna see the replay. A lot of backwash on that turn, but still she manages to hit the lip hard and progress to continue. She was pretty happy.
Whoa.
As we see an interference. And you know what? Katie Lodge had the priority, so Marta Begali just did a huge mistake there.
You see the replay?
Yeah, Katie Lodge has been waiting for a wave for like 20 minutes, for 15 minutes, so Marta needed to know that she had priority for sure, so we're going to have an interference of white on yellow. I'm pretty sure of that.
So let's wait for
the official
judges' decision on that. We are, of course, the judges are watching the replay before putting that, that information here on our scoreboard. Still, there's a lot of work for them because there's wave for every surfer. There's the scores coming for every surfer, and still that potential situation of an interference. So. Let's see, because the heat is on a final minute, so...
might have been a big mistake for Marta and for Italy. Let's see what happens here, because Italy, I'm pretty sure they wanted their surfer to get through. But yeah, we still don't have an official call on that interference, but we need to understand, as we see, Nahia Milhão, yeah. There's so much south of the peak. I don't know if the judges actually can see, but if they're allowing it, they're probably gonna see. Yeah. We're gonna count down this heat with 5 seconds to go. Still a lot of scores coming in, so we're gonna have to wait, and the next heat won't start in a few minutes, so we're gonna wait a little. Nice result from France, and we have to see about Marta Begali to understand if they're gonna score an interference or not, and we're gonna see if anyone changes the situation.
Yeah. So while we are waiting on that decision, we will go into commercial break, and we'll be right back. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Santa Cruz, Praia do Mirante. We are live here with the Eurosurf Junior. So we were waiting on that situation. The last wave of Naia Milhão was a 5.5. Still, there's one more wave for her to be scored by the judges. So until this decision is made, the next it will not start. Also, she improved on a 5.75. Whoa! And there's still one wave to come, one more score. So a lot of work for the judges, because there were a lot of waves served on the dying seconds of the last heat. So there's also one score for Gemini Kenza that right now she's on third place, needing just a 1.36 to get into the second place. We were waiting, and the last wave of Naia Milhão is a 5 points. So amazing effort from the French surfer on her last 3 waves. 2 of them were made her score, 5.5 and 5.75. So she finished her campaign in this heat with a 11.25 total score, and we are still waiting
on the interference
to know if there's interference of Marta Begali.
Yeah, you can see the Italian coach. I don't know what he's saying, but I was watching him talking at her and pointing to the judges, probably telling her, he's probably telling her that she needs to see the priority table. So we're still watching, and this is a big result for Italy. This might be important eventually, because they're gonna send a surfer to the repechage with just because of an interference. So it's a rookie mistake that happens when you don't have that much experience, but still. We're gonna wait on the call, because so far they didn't do anything. So I don't know. Maybe we were wrong, but I'm pretty sure KD had a priority. But yeah, they just said.
Yes.
Yeah, they just called it.
Now we have the official decision of the judges. There's an interference on white, on yellow. So Marta Begali from Italy made
from second to third place.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, a rookie mistake will cost her the main event.
Wow, that hurts.
Yeah.
So she served well, but that mistake was crucial for her to fall into third place and to the repechage round. So Gemini Kenza from Morocco joins on second place. Naia Milhão, that from France, won the heat. So a little bit of drama in this last heat. So now that the judges have made the decision, we have the official result. So now we can, in a couple of seconds, start the heat number 5, because it was on standby until the judges decided what they have to decide from the previous heat. So now it's official. Heat number 5, it's underway.
And straight into the action. We just saw someone going over the faults. On the next heat, we have, it's the heat where we have 2 Portuguese girls.
No, it's the previous. That's the next one. Here we have Ina Maria Conradi from France.
Yeah, Jude Lee, Alex Fanning, and Yasmin Barret. As we see, Ina Maria, she's a really good surfer. Nice carve off the top and finish it off strong. Unfortunately, going down because she was too close to the sand. But yeah, the French will like it anyway, so that's gonna count. That's gonna be really good for Ina, as we still waiting to see the scores live. Yeah, the tide is getting higher. There's a little bit of opportunity. As we see, Alex Fanning already has a 0.3, and Ina Maria Conradi has a score to drop. So we're still gonna wait for that. And with 18 minutes remaining, 18 minutes and 45 remaining. This is heat number 5 for round 1. There's still a few more heats to go. It's been a long day, dude.
Yeah, it's been a long day. Let's see if the ocean cooperate until that heat number 8 that is planning to finish the day. So, you know, the surfers are positioning themselves a little bit more south because they saw what you know, the surfers from the previous heat have done, and with this such high tide, there's a peak more to the south of the beach that you know, minutes ago there were a couple of free surfers there, and so they're trying to reposition themselves on that peak to get the best of the waves. So Ina Maria Conradi from France started her campaign in this heat with 4 points. So she's leading the heat with Alex Fanning in 2nd, Jude Lee in 3rd, and Yasmin Berret.
Alex Fanning probably might be a relative to Mick Fanning from a whole different generation, because I'm gonna do the interview. I'll be right back. Just a second.
Yeah, thanks, Philippe. We'll get back to you in a moment to the interview with Nahia Mihal from France that did an amazing job on the previous heat. So France getting stronger and stronger in every heat, and still on this heat we have Ina Maria Conradi that opened with 4 point her campaign, and let's see how their fellow competitors will react to this 4 point. Here we see also a good finishing move for Jude Lee from Ireland, and now we are ready for the interview. Go ahead, Philippe.
I'm here with the winner of the last heat. High tide, difficult conditions.
Yeah, very difficult condition with marshal break and difficult wave.
Yeah, you surfed really good. You're excited for more tomorrow, and how you feeling?
Yeah, at the beginning it was so difficult for me, but after I found 2 waves, good, and I'm so excited for tomorrow.
Nice. You wanna speak some words in French back home? People are watching.
Bah, coucou aux amis, à la famille, je vous fais de gros bisous. À très vite.
Merci. Au revoir et à demain.
Here it is, the winner of last heat, Vive la France, stronger and stronger on each heat on the boys and girls division. So on this heat that we have in our hands, 15 minutes to go, and let's see, France still leading with Ina Maria Conradi and with a 4 and a 1.3, and Jude Lee with a 2.75. She's on 2nd place. 3rd place, Yasmin Barrett, and 4th place with Alex Fanning, but there's still a score. She just went into 3rd place with her last score with a 0.9. Carlos, welcome back.
How are you doing? Sorry, guys, I've been a little bit
on your break.
dealing with other issues, you know, and unfortunately, sometimes in these organizations you need to be like an octopus. You have to have several arms to reach everything you need to do. Well, never mind that. So we got another French woman on the lead here, with Jude Lee from Ireland in second, Alex Fanning, no relation to the White Lightning, from Ireland, and Yasmin Bered from Morocco. So another heat, and how are the waves, Noon? Because I must confess that I haven't been able to watch the ocean. I've been dealing with bureaucratic issues.
Yeah, there's potential out there. Still, I'm surprised because with this high tide, I thought, by this hour, that the tide will be very, very high, and the waves. There's a lot of backwash, but the girls are dealing with it very strongly, and they should be proud of what they're doing. We had good hits, we had good scores, but it's a matter of adaptation. There's a lot of backwash, there's a lot of closeouts, but they are trying. They moved to the south bank of this beach, more in front of where we are on the main structure, and we see here live action.
Yeah, I think the problem now is going to be more than the waves, because we have waves. That's not the issue. The issue is going to be, as you can see, or on the other hand, as you cannot see, it's going to be visibility, because at this time of the day, the light, the sun is too low, and we are going to be unable. We are progressively be. It's going to be very difficult to distinguish. For us, first of all, but more important for the judges to distinguish colors of the jerseys. Meanwhile, I think it was Yasmin Bered that surfed that last wave. I am guessing, because it was red or black, and red is still in the lineup. So I think it was Yasmin Bered that surfed that wave. And even between white and yellow, it's becoming quite difficult to, as we're watching. I'm not sure, that was not an interference. At least I wouldn't call it like that, but. So it's going to be pretty hard. But I think if considering the conditions, the visibility conditions especially, I would say that we're going to have one more heat perhaps before we call it a day. What do you think?
Not sure.
Because
it
would be pretty difficult.
Look at this wave. This
wow,
wave has potential.
Nice one. Nice one.
Yeah, Ina Maria Conradi.
It's not a matter of having waves, it's just visibility. The judges are going to have a really especially hard time to distinguish the jerseys.
Yeah, I agree with you that discussion might be on the table, but I see there the next, I think it's...
No, there's going to be definitely one more heat with two Portuguese, with Beatriz, with Beatriz Carvalho and Benedita Teixeira, and...
Heat number 6.
Yeah, heat number 6. And two more surfers, if you could.
Yes, it's both from Scotland. It's Robin Larg and Olivia McKay.
Oh, okay. It's going to be a Portugal-Scotland.
Yeah,
okay.
2 by 2.
Yeah.
And here we have, she missed her timing on the final move. Ina Maria Conradi, that is having a good hit. There's a lot of good work doing by the French coaches, we see the boys and the girls when they enter the water, no matter the conditions, they know what they have to do. They pick. Usually they pick the waves very smartly, and when they are on the wave, they perform good surfing. So they are very consistent on what they're doing. Here we have one move that, unfortunately for Jude Lee, she didn't make it because she had to go forward on the white water for the judges to call that a finish.
A completed maneuver,
Yeah, that's it. So waiting on the last scores, a lot of stuff going on. Jude Lee goes into second place with a 1.2. And Yasmin now falls into third. Alex Fanning is in fourth. And there's still one score to drop from
for
the
Ina
heat
Maria
leader.
Conradi. Yeah, Ina Maria Conradi, which she's French, but with a strangely Spanish name. I think she must be from that from the Basque Country, which is or somewhere along the French-Spanish border. So it's pretty cool. It's pretty funny to watch. But just curiosity, guys. Sorry, I'm getting brain melt here. So there talking about the devil, there she goes on her backhand, Ina Maria Conradi. Unfortunately, the wave kind of slipped under her feet.
So on the second previous wave, she did a 5.75 Ina Maria Conradi, and then on the last 1.45, and still one more score
To drop.
for her to drop. So
yeah. Very active,
and she has a strong score.
And this one is the Moroccan rider, Yasmin Barret. Gutsy move there, very close to the sand. You need to have some, pardon my French, some balls to be maneuvering so close to the sand there, because with the ocean, the shore break there is very powerful and you can easily get injured there. So kudos for the surfers surfing these conditions. But they're very experienced riders and they know what to do, right? So it's all good. But being able to surf in these conditions is still very, very interesting.
So 7 minutes and 25 seconds to finish this heat. Ina Maria Conradi is leading. She has a strong lead. Jude Lee is in second place, needing a 7-point ride to get into the lead. And we are waiting for scores for Alex Fanning and Yasmin Barret to have the updated situation on this heat. So let's see, stand by for scores, because the judges are watching the replays. So priority with Jude Lee. And let's see, now the ocean gives a little bit of time for them to position themselves, but not for so long, because Ina Maria Conradi just checked this right-hander and she goes all the way. Whoa, what a nice finish. Ina Maria Conradi is on fire. She is picking the best waves, and this finishing move is absolutely amazing. Look at this replay. A little bumpy wave, but she goes here on the bottom third and bam!
Whoa, what a incredible move by Ina Maria Conradi. I feel weird talking with this accent, Spanish accent for for a French rider, but yeah, definitely awesome wave for the French rider.
Well, that re-entry was very crucial, very critical, and the judges will check that replay, and I'm sure they're gonna give a strong score to the French surfer. She deserves it, because it was just one maneuver, but she made the best of it. And we are approaching the final 5 minutes of this heat, and I think Ina Maria Conradi will have a strong lead on these last 5 minutes, and will put all their fellow competitors in a very difficult situation to catch her in the lead. So let's wait for the judges' opinion, but she wants more. She now goes for the left, so she had a 5.1 on her last wave with just one maneuver, and now she's milking this left until the inside. Unfortunately for her, the last move was not completed, but she leaves Jude Lee, that is on second spot, with needing a 8.1 to get it, and Yasmin Barret now needs just 0.05 to second, and Alex Fanning needs a 3.05. So what we're seeing here is now live action. We, as the judges, will have difficult to see the jersey color. I think it was Yasmin Barrett from Morocco.
That's what I was saying. It's going to be progressively harder to distinguish the color of the jerseys, and so that's why I was saying that it shouldn't be long until the technical director calls it a day. That's my feeling.
That's not official.
I'm just speculating, but that's what I would do in his place, perhaps.
Yeah, we had a full day of competition. So Ina Maria Conradi, heat leader, just made a 3.65 on her last wave. She doesn't improve her situation, but she's in such a good rhythm with the ocean, finding waves that other surfers are not capable of finding until these last 3 minutes. So we are waiting on scores. So now basically with Jude Lee needing a 8.14 first, the question is who will finish in second place. So Jude Lee from Ireland is there. So there's a wave, there's a score to be dropped for Jude Lee and also other for Yasmin Barrett. Yasmin Barrett, it should be important because she only needs 0.85. So let's see. And that's it. Yasmin goes into second with her last wave, which is a 3.2. And she did also after that a 3.1 that is exactly the same as her backup. So now there's one score to drop for Jude Lee that's needing a 3.55 for second, but she just had a 1.5. So change of situation here for the second place with the Morocco surfer.
Yep.
Moroccan surfer,
yeah.
Yasmin Barrett to turn around and to get into the second place.
Yeah, definitely. So pretty nice, pretty interesting performance from Morocco collectively here at the Eurosurfing, at the Eurosurf Junior 2022. It's very interesting to see how the Moroccan riders, all across the board on the men's and the women's divisions are surfing so well and scoring some interesting results. As we're watching Ina Maria Conradi going for this right-hander, and look at the waves are strangely.
Look at this.
This one is a pretty good.
Boom! Oh,
pretty nice wave. Pretty nice wave. The waves are getting. I don't know. Sometimes I'm not sure if it's something to do with the tide, or if this was just an exception. But that was a pretty nice wave, if I can tell.
That's a sandbank that was not working when the tide was low.
Yeah.
So this is amazing for Santa Cruz consistency, as we has been mentioning during our webcast that when the tide is low, one bank is better. When the mid tide, maybe other is better than that. And on this high tide, I mean, there's almost, I think it's just 1 hour from now that we will have full high tide. So this peak that we just saw, Ina Maria Conradi find those right-handers.
Yep.
That she surfed very well, and we're still waiting for her last score.
But still a very decent score with a 5.75 and a 5.10. As we're going right for commercials, Ina Maria Conradi still is waiting for another score, but it won't make a difference. I think no. I am certain that she progressed to the second round of this main event, as well as Yasmin Barrett from Morocco. And we're back with the action with this is basically Portugal-Scotland in surfing with Beatriz Carvalho in the red singlet, Benedita Teixeira in the white jersey, Robin Larg from Scotland with the yellow, and wearing black, Olivia McKay from Scotland as well. So this is going to be a pretty interesting two-sided competition between two Portuguese riders and two Scottish riders. It's a painful situation for either team because it's always unpleasant to have two riders on the same heat, because you have a high risk of one of them going in this case to the reprecharge, and it's not the best outcome for sure.
Yeah, it's not the best scenario, but still, it's a good opportunity for one of the teams to put at least one or two surfers on the next round. As we see, Beatriz Carvalho, a nice little snap, trying to coming around the corner.
Wow.
She hits it right on the backwash, and this big set coming from the outside.
Yep.
They were caught on the inside. If they were a bit more out on the lineup.
Yeah, because the tide is rising, but on the other hand, the swell is rising too. So it's the two factors are counterbalancing each other. So we still have some waves.
Oh yeah, definitely. You can see this perfect little left-hander, kind of fat, but still surfable and
rippable. Yeah.
Yeah, and rippable and contestable. So as we see, Benedita Teixeira going on this wave, up and riding. She's going to have a big section.
Ooh.
She ended up falling.
I think it was not a matter of falling. I think she basically ejected when she saw that the wave was not giving her any chance. So she just kind of pushed the button before she was swallowed by the white water.
Sometimes it's safer than going against the wave and ended up hurting yourself. Look at this little left as well.
Yeah.
There's a few opportunities out there.
Yeah.
Santa Cruz always does this. There's always a little corner where you can surf.
Always delivers.
Yeah, always delivers, no matter. Well, and this morning was pretty.
Yeah, almost always.
Yeah, but if there's waves.
Every rule has its exception, right?
Exactly.
Meanwhile, just a correction. We were talking about the fact that with the glare of the sun being so low at this time of the day, that the judges wouldn't have the visibility to work properly. We were corrected because the thing is, the cameras can't pick up the color as well as the judges on the live on the booth. You know, watching it live at the beach, you can see clearly the colors of the jerseys. It's just us that are watching through the lenses of the cameras who have a more difficult job sometimes to distinguish the colors of the jerseys. Fortunately, the judges have way better visibility than we do. So, considering this, just my apology to the judges and the audience. And if we sometimes have some difficulty distinguishing the colors, just give us a break, okay?
Exactly, because right now we're going to go to an interview with the winner of the last heat, the surfer from France, Hina Maria Conradi, and Nuno Príncipe.
So congratulations, Ina Maria Conradi from France. France is very strong on this competition. How do you feel this heat? It was tough conditions there.
Yeah, so difficult because so high and so close to bank, but I found my wave and I'm so happy to make it this heat.
It was your coach that said to surf on that south bank?
Yeah. It's a strategy with my coach, and I found my good ride in the end, so I'm so happy.
So what's your goals on this competition?
Win.
On your division and for France?
For France, win too. and my division too.
So what's the vibe there on the French team? We see all the people waving their flags, cheering. What's the vibe there on the French?
Yeah, we are a good team, and every people are friends, and so just good vibes, and we want to take the win, and so it's cool.
So do you want to send a message home to your family and friends in French?
Oui, bah merci à tous ceux qui me regardent. J'embrasse fort ma famille, ma maman, et je vous aime tous, et merci à mes supports qui me suivent tout au long de mon année, et voilà, j'embrasse tous ceux qui sont derrière nous, la Team France, et on va tout faire pour tout déchirer et ramener la coupe à la maison.
Allez la France, bonne chance. Thank you. Back to you, boys.
Thank you, Nuno. As we're back in the booth with live action, with Beatriz Carvalho leading this heat with 13 minutes and something to go, leading this heat on the strength of one single wave of 2.5, and Benedita Teixeira in second with half a point. So Robin Larg and Olivia McKay from Scotland still with no waves on their scoreboard. And as I was saying this, we've seen Robin Larg.
Unfortunately, going down, using her priority. We saw a situation 2 weeks ago where she was from, let me just check, she was from Ireland. Katie Lodge was waiting for a wave for a long time, and the Italian surfer didn't realize that and ended up making an interference. So the Portuguese surfers need to be really careful about that. And they have to make sure they utilize their priority, because the Scottish surfers won't be getting a lot of waves. So it's very fast until you make a mistake like that, and the tide just keeps rising, and it's starting to be difficult and more difficult.
Yeah, the conditions make it even trickier. As we saw Robin Larg with that wave, since Benedita Teixeira only had half a point, got herself a 1.10 and went to the second. So very, very low scores, very low scoring affair in this heat. The surfers waiting for best conditions. And it's curious to see that some heats you have lots of incredible waves, or good waves considering conditions, of course. And on the other heats like this one, there's no waves to be had. It's like it's the ocean, my friends.
It's always changing.
It's the ocean.
And I didn't understand. It looked like
It looked like Benedita Teixeira,
yeah, it's always changing, and especially with the tide, it's getting harder and harder. There's still a long way the tide to be high. So it's gonna be tough to realize and figure out the lineup.
Yeah. As we're seeing Benedita Teixeira going for this wave, I only saw the final part of the wave. Not sure if Benedita managed to do something on that wave. We're seeing Beatriz Carvalho, also from Portugal, with acrobatic ejection from that wave. And we see, the replay only gave us what I think is the final part of the wave. I'm not sure if that was just a short wave for Benedita Teixeira. It's too fast. And, okay, just that. That's the information I'm getting from the director's booth.
Yeah, we have full high tide at 7:05 p.m.
So this is still not the high tide.
Yeah, we still have 1 hour and a half until the high tide. So we're gonna try and figure out. And the judges and the contest director is trying to understand what's the deal. We're still waiting to see a few more waves. We have the Portuguese surfer Beatriz Carvalho in first, and the Portuguese surfer as well, Benedita Teixeira, in second place. So we're gonna keep on waiting
With
for
10 minutes to go, it's with, well, relatively low or pretty low scores. Beatriz Carvalho is leading with a 6. That, considering the context of this heat, is a pretty solid score. There she goes again. Very active, the surfer from Costa da Caparica.
Yeah, it just shows how much she wanted to get through that.
Yeah. I had the opportunity to talk to her a little bit before the heat started. We had a casual meeting as I was leaving the technical office, and she was picking up the jersey, and she said, "I don't care, just there are waves, so I want to go out there and surf." So that's the spirit.
Yeah, that's the mentality of a competitor. Surfer.
Yeah.
That's what you gotta have to make heats.
Yep.
You have to be willing to surf anything, whenever they want, whenever you can. You have to be ready all the time.
Yeah, and she comes from she has a strong family background. She's the daughter of a very well-known bodyboarder from Costa da Caparica.
Really?
Pedro Carvalho.
Righty.
So a very good competitor himself. So it runs in the family, I guess.
That's good. Yeah, bodyboarders are always charged. So
They
probably he probably put that in her mind that you have to go no matter what. And we have a really strong community of bodyboarders in Portugal.
Yeah, we do.
You know what? Back in the day, the Euro Junior was at the bodyboarder.
Yeah.
The bodyboard session.
Yeah.
Which was really cool because we ended up making friends with a lot of bodyboarders, and I remember doing the Euro Junior with a few bodyboarders, especially one of them. He's still a really good friend of mine, Dean Carm from
from Nazaré. Yeah.
And a few more. We had Leandro Ferreira. Yeah, I shared the room with him, and then we have Robin Lard on the left
and Benedita
on the right.
So yep.
Nice little wave for both of them.
And I guess that was Benedita's best wave so far.
And Robin's best wave as well, because it looked like she
Of course.
did one turn.
Yep.
The wave opened up. Let's see. She did one nice cutback, and Benedita also did.
Oh, let's see who takes advantage of this exchange, this split peak situation.
Yeah, both of them have really small scores, as we see Olivia up and riding, unfortunately going down on that one.
So this wave is these two waves are definitely going to have an impact on their final scores. Or not, with 7 minutes to go, they still have the opportunity to score some more waves.
Do you think they are speaking with each other, like Beatriz?
Definitely. We can't forget this is a team.
Nice little carve.
This is a team event, so.
Another one.
Whoa!
Jesus, that's really dangerous.
Yeah.
You can.
There she is. There was a moment there that we kind of.
But
she's leaving the water. I'm not sure if she broke her board or
if
she got herself injured.
Yeah. Let's see.
If she injured herself. Let's see.
She was pointing at the mouth.
Yeah, that was
a. Pointing at the mouth.
Yeah.
Let's see if nothing.
Perhaps the board hit her in the mouth or something.
Yeah. Let's hope not.
Yeah, that would be unfortunate.
Yeah. But I'm pretty sure the Portugal team is ready. We always had back in the day.
Yeah, we still have.
Yeah, a special doctor or a physiotherapist.
Yeah, there is.
So
they have a therapist there.
All right, so you have a therapist.
Physical therapist.
Exactly. Yeah, they always help. I remember when we were kids, we always wanted the physiotherapist. By the end of the day.
Yeah.
By the end of the day, we always. All of us wanted to get that.
There was always.
I'm super tired. I'm super stiff. Benedita coming strong on that split peak.
Okay.
Got a 3.15 and Robin 2.155, and she improved the situation with this 1.5. So Benedita in second and Beatriz in fourth.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure Beatriz is back on the water.
Beatriz in fourth? No, Beatriz in first.
Yeah, but it's back on the water.
Ah, back on the water, yeah.
With 5 minutes
Okay,
remaining.
perhaps there was a small injury or just a matter of a broken board, I'm not sure, or a fin.
Or nothing.
Or
And
nothing,
She was
it's just
listening to what the coach
yeah,
had to say.
some directions.
Yeah.
Taking advantage of the fact they're so close.
It's
to the
really, really difficult out there, guys. We're gonna see what's gonna happen after this. If there's any more contest or not.
Look at this.
Yeah, this looks like a good wave. Unfortunately, she decided not to go. It's not a good wave.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
It's not. It looks like it, but it's.
I think they should focus on getting the position.
Yeah.
Yeah, and be on top of the other girls instead of just kill themselves.
But you were asking.
Yeah.
You were asking if they were talking with each other. Yeah, definitely. You know this. You were a competitor yourself in these kinds of events. So these are basically team events, and in situations like this, they talk with each other and try to capitalize on the fact they're both in the water, so that possibly both of them progress onto the next round.
Yeah, back in the day, you see, you have yellow in the middle, and when there was no priority, when we used to compete back 10 years, 15 years ago, what we would do is sit like that, and she couldn't go left or right. But now there's priorities, even though she has third priority, so it's pretty much the same. If Beatriz wants to go on the wave, she can go.
Yeah.
And Benedita, if she wants to go on the wave and Beatriz doesn't, she can go. So they pretty much have to control the inside of Robin and make sure she doesn't go on any wave, because our backup is really small, and Benedita's backup is really small as well. So anything can change it.
Yeah, that's a pretty interesting insight for the people out at home.
Yeah, we just have the official information.
Yep.
We're going to stop the contest right after this heat. The tide is too high, and the contest director feels like it's not a good option to put the girls back out there.
Yep.
So we're probably going to resume tomorrow with the last 2 heats.
Yep. I think that's the wisest decision. The conditions are getting pretty sketchy at the moment.
It's sketchy and it's risky, and Beatriz has to go on this one.
Yep.
Yes.
There she goes.
And she can improve on 1.5 if she does a turn, and she did. Nice. She's going to improve on 1.5 probably, and she used her priority, so Robin couldn't go on that wave, and now Beatriz has to do her part.
Yep.
As a teammate, and make sure that she's on top of Robin.
Yeah, it's nice to have that insight for the people out there watching us at home, who aren't as familiarized as we are with all the strategic side of things here in this kind of competition.
Yeah, when you're surfing as a team, everything changes, and you want to get through as a team. Obviously, each one of us has a few objectives and goals as an individual, but at the end of the day, you have to think about the team as well.
Yeah, you have to score for the team.
As we see, Olivia
Mackay
doing a nice takeoff and a big jump.
And that's it.
And yeah, that's it. As we see a few more waves breaking out a little further back.
And as we enter the last minute, of this heat and of the day, so.
Yeah, Benedita just improved the score, as we see Beatriz losing the priority there, not smart, as we see Robin going outside, and they need to be close to her to make sure she doesn't get any wave. She needs a 3.8 with 30 seconds remaining. It's going to be interesting to see those last few seconds of this heat.
30 seconds to go, with Portugal threatening to.
Wave for Portugal.
Yeah, definitely.
I think we're still on the main round.
Portugal, not on the longboard.
On
the women's longboard. Portugal.
As we see, this is
Benedita.
Nice little carve.
Yeah, and
she can put one more on the board.
If I'm not mistaken, this is going to be her best wave.
Yeah, definitely. Really, very well surfed by Benedita. Very, very interesting. And yeah, that's it. Let's see the replay. This is a really nice carve. Nice cut back. And then another one. And she's going to improve on the 3.15 for sure. And yeah, maybe.
As you were saying, and
maybe she's going to take the first place.
As you were saying, for Portugal, it was a pretty clean day. Unfortunately for the Portuguese, the Aurora Dantas in the longboard on the women's under 18 longboard division went into repechage. But if I'm not mistaken, all the other surfers remain on the main event of their respective divisions. So on the second day of this event, Portugal keeping strong, along with Spain, France, and Italy. I have to check on that, but basically
Italy just sent a girl. I know they sent a girl to the repechage.
The repechage, yeah,
because of
interference, yeah.
Yeah, we just got the call that the event.
So there might be, So there might be. I think there's an interesting balance between these teams, and we'll see what. But still, it's possible to get. I think it's you can already check that on the site, on the scores site. The team scores is possible
It should be fun.
to check, and but this is going to be decided only on the last day for sure.
Yeah, obviously, it's going to be a fun week. Stay with us. We're going to be around for the next couple of days and next few days, and now we're going back to commercial. And see you in a bit.
And so, for a quick recap of the day, since we just closed the day for now, competition-wise, due to the conditions of the tide and so on, and so the technical direction chose to call it a day for now, and so we're just waiting for an interview, the last interview, if I'm not mistaken, with Beatriz Carvalho, the winner of the... Benedita Teixeira, wow. Wow, incredible, that last wave, huh?
Yeah, she did a 4.1 on the last wave.
Yeah, cool.
She turned around, and yeah, it has been a full day of action, some really nice waves, and yeah, happy to have 2 more Portuguese on the next round.
Definitely. Very good news for Portugal, for sure, and but things are playing out like it was expected, with Portugal, Spain, France, and Italy, that strongest quartet of the whole event.
Exactly.
confirming their favorite status, and that's it. This is going to be decided the last days.
Yeah.
The last day. No, not even the last couple of days. From my experience, it's going to be decided on the last day. That's usually what happens.
Yeah. It depends. It depends on who you put on the rapper charges, and it starts to connect all the dots on the last 2 days, maybe, and then the last day.
Yeah, the last day. Sometimes it's a matter of even the last heat. You know, sometimes it's like.
It's going to be fun because of that, because it's always exciting to know which team is going to take the gold, which team is going to take the silver, who's going to win, who's going to lose. We still have a lot more action in front of us. There's a lot of heats going through still.
A lot of surfing to be had. We're talking about, if I'm not mistaken, how many heats? 170 heats or something, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. If the numbers don't... if I'm not messing the numbers up.
We did 48 today, 46 today.
Yeah,
so
it was like it's like 14 countries. No, it's how many countries? Well, 14 countries, 170. No, 170 surfers, and the number of heats. I'm not sure.
I don't know, but that number scares me.
Yeah, it should. It's a lot of heats for sure.
Okay, we're going back to Nuno Príncipe for the interview with the winner of last heat. Nuno.
Congratulations, Benedito Teixeira. Finished the day with a victory. How was your strategy in this kind of condition?
These conditions are very difficult. The waves are stressful, don't have many waves to surf, and in the beginning I stay calm and don't catch. I try to catch the good ones, but don't have many. And
so your coach give you some guidelines to face these tough conditions, or did you go there and try to do the best you can?
I go there and try the best. The conditions are very difficult.
Yeah. So on this heat we had 2 Portuguese servers and 2 Scottish. How did you manage? Did you make some teamwork or no?
We did some team and do well.
So what's the vibe that you are feeling with the Portuguese? So you are surfing at home. Of course you are from Costa de Caparica, which is down south, way down south, on south margin of Tejo River. But what's the vibe that you are feeling with this group?
The group, it's amazing. All the people, it's good, and the energy, it's super funny.
Okay. Do you want to send a Portuguese message to your family and friends back home?
Yeah, of course. Obrigado a todos, e em especial ao meu treinador ao Fiji, e aos meus amigos e à minha família, e grande obrigado ao meu pai e à minha mãe.
Okay, boa sorte, Portugal. So, back to you, boys.
Yeah, this was the last interview of the day. Benedita was pretty happy with that. I think she should. Difficult conditions, but still. She managed to get in the first place, right to the next round. We still don't have the sequence for tomorrow. We don't, do we?
Not yet.
Yeah, not yet. We don't have the sequence for tomorrow, but we're gonna try and figure it out. So, yeah, it was a day full of action. We started around 9:30, and it's 5:50 in the afternoon, and we're still here waiting for this to end. And yeah, we'll see you tomorrow. We'll be here again, surfing all the heats and commentating all the action and all what's happening around here. And my name is Flip Jarvis. We're here with Mariano and Nuno Príncipe. I'm going to say goodbye and see you tomorrow.